This is the unabridged recording of It's About Time, Hunt Family Book 5 by Brooke St. James, narrated by Kate Rudd. Chapter 1. Evan. Evan Hunt left North Carolina the week after he graduated high school and had been a bit of a gypsy ever since. He had always been the risk-taker of the family. He was the kid who would do a backflip into the pond when everyone else was doing toothpicks and can openers. The one who took all the dares. Evan loved a challenge, and he sought adventure. He was a thrill-seeker of thrill-seekers. These natural tendencies, combined with his passion for the environment, had kept him busy as an activist in recent years. He completed 2 years of college in France, but decided to go to work for the EOC before finishing his degree. The EOC was a worldwide environmental group whose mission was to fight poachers, polluters, and other environmental offenders. Evan was traveling the world and doing his best to make it a better place. He really thought his life was on track, that he was doing what he was meant to do, which was why he was shocked when his parents confronted him. He had flown from Thailand to be with his family on their annual vacation in Myrtle Beach, and on the morning of the last day of the trip, his dad gave him a stern talking to about finances, retirement, and other long-term things Evan rarely considered. His normally non-confrontational mother was in on it too. She smiled at him like the facial expression could make the intervention less awkward. "What your dad's trying to say, baby, is that 30 will be here before you know it. Then 40 and 50 and so on, all before you know it." "I know how old I am, Mom," Evan said, feeling defensive and blindsided by the unexpected conversation. "You two are acting like the EOC doesn't pay me." "They don't pay you enough," Dan said. "How do you know?" Evan asked, still feeling defensive. "Because you don't have health insurance, and because your mother and I bought your plane ticket to get home, Evan. You offered to buy it," Evan said. He could feel blood rise to his face, and he took a deep breath, telling himself this would be over in a minute. "We offered, just like we do every year, because we knew you needed us to." "Okay," Evan said. "Is that what this is about?" He lifted his hands and shrugged. "I'll just pay for my own ticket home from now on. Either that or I won't come." Christy backhanded Dan's shoulder when Evan added that last part. "Let's not get... Honey, I told you this was a bad idea." She paused and looked at Evan with a pleading expression. "It's not about the plane ticket, baby. It has nothing to do with that. Your dad and I will pay for you to come on vacation with us for the rest of our lives if you need it. We just wanted to talk to you about—" "I don't need it," Evan said, trying his best not to be angry and hurt. "You're not focusing on the right part of what we're saying, Evan," Dan said. "We know the EOC pays you. We're not accusing you of not being independent or not being a hard worker. We know that you're perfectly capable of making it on your own. You've been out from under our roof for long enough that we know you can take care of yourself." "So what's this about?" he asked. "It's about planning, son. You're not going to feel like chasing down poachers for the rest of your life. You're going to need some sort of plan." "Maybe chasing poachers is my plan," he said, staring at his dad in what he hoped was a reasonable man-to-man way that didn't reflect his full frustration. "What if you want to meet someone and have a family, Evan? What are you going to do for insurance and retirement?" "I'm not coming to work at the quarry if that's what you're asking," Evan said. Dan put his hands up in surrender. "And I'm not asking you to," he said. "I'm not trying to get you to do anything you don't want to do, Evan. Believe me, I've been your dad long enough to know that's a lost cause. I just want to officially remind you that life is shorter than you think, and before you know it, you'll be wishing you'd been more strategic when you were younger." "It's not all about money for me, Dad." "And we're glad it's not, honey," Christy said. "That's one of the most beautiful things about you." "Unfortunately, you need money to buy food and clothes. Dan added practically, which drew a displeased glance from Christy. The three of them had been sitting on the back deck of the family beach house, but at this point in the conversation, they heard Cody's little girl, Ryan, coming up the stairs. Most of the other family members were down at the beach, but obviously Ryan needed to come to the house for something. Evan and his parents discontinued their conversation when they heard Ryan's voice and watched as the little girl walked onto the deck, followed by Evan's sister, Mia, and her new boyfriend, Nico. Ryan was Evan's niece, but she belonged to his brother, Cody, who was nowhere in sight. "Why didn't you come to the beach yet?" Ryan asked as she crossed to Evan. Evan smiled at her and reached out to mess up her wet hair. "Me, Ma, and Pops wanted to talk to me for a minute, but we're done, Peanut. I was on my way down there to meet you guys." "What did Mima and Pops want to talk to you about?" Ryan asked, not knowing any better. "About getting a job," Evan said honestly. Ryan giggled, but it was obvious that she didn't really know what was funny. "Like a desk job?" Mia asked in a disbelieving way that made it obvious she believed her brother wasn't suited for such a thing. "Retirement and whatnot," Evan said, shrugging at his sister in a knowing way. Nico reached out and pinched Mia on the arm. "I'll take Ryan inside," he said. "I have to go number 2, Ryan said, explaining to Evan why she had to leave. He smiled at her and scratched her head again as she took off with Nico. "When it comes down to it, I know they're right," Evan said, smiling at Mia as the other two went inside. "I know I won't be able to maintain this lifestyle forever." He sighed. "It just sucks to have someone bring it up to you." "That's what parents are for," Dan said dryly. "We do all the sucky jobs." "They just don't want to pay for my plane tickets anymore," Evan said, since he couldn't resist teasing his mom. "That's not true, Evan Michael, and you know it," Christy said, causing Evan and Mia to share a smile. "Nico's dad has that clothing line," Mia said. "I always thought you'd be perfect for one of their ads. I could come up with some marketing ideas and try to get you a job modeling if you want to give that a shot." "Oh, you're dating Nico for one day and already you have pull at Square Root?" "I'm not saying I have pull, but it's a little bit of a foot in the door that we know the founder and CEO. I think that's a pretty good idea if you're trying to make some money." Mia looked at Evan with a serious expression. "I've already considered the idea of you doing an ad campaign for Square Root before anything ever happened between Nico and me. From a marketing standpoint, you'd be perfect for them. They'd have to be blind not to hire you." "I have no idea how to model," Evan said. "Oh, please, you big ham," Mia said, pushing at her brother's shoulder. "I was thinking more along the lines of koi ponds," Dan said. "Modeling for koi ponds?" Evan asked, even though he knew his dad was referring to building them. They were rock specialists, after all, and it wasn't the first time Dan had mentioned that part of the family business being a good fit for Evan. The Hunts owned both a rock quarry and a thriving stonemasonry business. Dan thought koi ponds and other outdoor water features might appeal to Evan, and they did, just not in a "I want to build them" sort of way. It wasn't that he was opposed to manual labor, because Evan definitely didn't mind getting his hands dirty. Stonemasonry just didn't appeal to him like it did the rest of his family. He thought of abandoning the work he was doing at the EOC and cringed at the feeling of selling out that hit him. "No one said you had to come work at the business," his mom said when she saw him flinch. She looked at Mia. "Dad and I were just touching base with him on his long-term plans." "Of which I do not have any," Evan added dryly. "Evan will be fine," Mia said, sounding fully convinced and wearing a big smile. "He'll finish his work saving the world, and then he'll figure out what comes after that." A feeling of dread hit Evan at her statement, because there would never be an after that. Evan's environmental work would never be done. There would always be some injustice waiting to be stopped. He stared straight ahead, wondering what would come next for him. His parents were right. The EOC was only able to pay him enough to survive. He certainly wasn't working there for the money. What would he do when he finally didn't feel like living out of a suitcase anymore? Would that time ever come? What if he did meet someone? Would he settle for building koi ponds with his dad and brother for the rest of his life? During his many hours at sea, Evan had thought about his future, but in his mind, he would work with the EOC until he was too old. Somewhere in his fantasy, he ended up as an old man who had married some hot foreign woman and retired owning a restaurant, not because he loved to cook or anything. He could just see himself as a restaurant owner. Maybe it was because he liked the idea of being able to eat at his own restaurant anytime he wanted. Maybe it was because his cousin, Logan, had always mentioned retiring with some restaurants to his name when he got tired of acting, because he thought it would be a good family business. Either way, this random restaurant thought was the only sort of long-term thing Evan had ever even considered. He smiled at himself, knowing there was no way he was going to state that ridiculous fantasy to his parents. They would only have to ask a few questions to find out that it was not properly thought out. His plan was more of a distant daydream, so he would just stick with them thinking he didn't have a plan at all. "I'm glad you have faith in me," Evan said to his sister for taking up for him. "Of course I believe in you," she said. "Who wouldn't?" Christy added with a loving smile aimed at her son. Mia poked at her brother's arm. "I know it's probably against some sort of hippie moral code to become a model, but I really think I could get your foot in the door if you decide to look for some work." The last part of her statement came out rushed and in hushed tones because Nico and Ryan had opened the sliding glass door and were coming onto the deck. "My tummy feels all better," Ryan stated when she came onto the deck. Nico looked at Mia with wide eyes that said he wasn't sure if he had succeeded in his mission to take a 5-year-old to the bathroom. "I just waited for her in the kitchen," he said. "I assumed she was fine by herself." "I am fine," Ryan said. "I know how to wipe myself at school, plus I didn't have anything on there anyway." "Ryan, a lady keeps that information to herself," Christy said. The little girl nodded at her grandmother before saying, "Okay, so let's go back to the beach," to Mia and Nico. "Are you coming, Uncle Evan?" she asked. Evan knew Nico would be flying back to LA soon, so if he was going to talk to him, he needed to do it now. "I am. But can Meemaw take you down there while I talk to Nico and Mia for a second?" "You need to talk to Nico?" Ryan asked, staring up at her escort with concern. "Just for a minute," Evan said. "Meemaw and Pop will take you to the beach." "I'm not leaving your sister alone, if that's what you're gonna say," Nico said out of the blue. Evan couldn't help but let out a laugh at the irony of his situation. The day before, he had been trying his best to keep Nico away from his sister for fear that he would break her heart, but today, he was not only in support of them getting together, he now also needed to ask a favor of Nico. Oh, the difference a day makes. "It's not about Mia," Evan said, regarding Nico with a smile. He had already called a truce with the man about pursuing his sister, and had even apologized for his behavior in trying to keep them apart. But asking for a favor on top of all that took a level of humility that Evan wasn't accustomed to displaying. Christy and Dan took their cue and went with Ryan down the stairs in the direction of the beach. Evan stood up and pushed his chair under the table so he could stand near Nico and speak to him eye to eye. "I might be looking for some work in the not-so-distant future, and Mia mentioned my look being a good fit for your dad's clothing line." He smiled and lifted a hand casually. "I know it's a long shot, and it hasn't been thought out much at all, but I guess I just wanted to let you know it was something I'd be interested in discussing with you." Chapter 2. Evan again. More than 2 years later. Evan casually mentioned that he'd like to be considered as a model for Nico's dad's clothing line when they were at the beach house a couple of years before, and his life hadn't been the same since. His mom and dad had just confronted him about growing up and being a responsible adult, and the embarrassment he felt as a result of that conversation lit a fire under him. He decided right then and there to make some major life changes. It started that very day on the deck at Dee Dee's, and he had been working nonstop to achieve his financial goals ever since. Maybe they were more his dad's financial goals and not his, but Evan found that he didn't mind having a cushion in his bank account, a cushion that had grown exponentially since he began contributing to it. His priorities had not shifted completely, however. Evan's main goal was to find a way to make money while continuing his environmental work, and he had been able to make that possible through modeling. His genius, precious, wonderful sister helped him immensely when it came time to get his foot in the door at the mid-size, upscale athletic clothing company called Square Root. She came up with an ad campaign and pitched it to Pepe Torres, Nico's father, via conference call with his somewhat intimidating team. Her idea was to run a Where's Evan campaign that would put him in exotic locations wearing their clothes. The company's social media would post spoilers from each photo shoot, and followers would try to guess where he was. It helped, mind you, that the clothing happened to look like it was designed specifically with Evan in mind. He had long, gorgeous hair with the perfect amount of beachy, surf-idle waves. It was brown but naturally sun-kissed at the ends and in the front. He had just enough tattoos to seem a little dangerous, but not too many that he lost his appeal to the girl next door. Evan was an obvious choice for the company's high-end, chic athletic wear. And by the end of Mia's spiel, Pepe and the rest of the team were happy to offer Evan the job and ready to get started. As a result of this hugely successful ad campaign, Evan's modeling career had taken off. He had since done campaigns for Sanuk, Levi's, J. Crew, and Ralph Lauren, among others. He moved to LA, but he maintained a simple lifestyle and tucked away almost all of the money he made. He kept his relationship with the EOC and managed to fit in environmental work between his modeling jobs. Ironically, he was more beneficial to the EOC now than he was when he worked for them full-time. He was open about his passion for the environment, and the popularity he had gained through his modeling exposure was a beneficial platform. During the last couple of years, the EOC had gained hundreds of contributors and volunteers as a result of the exposure they got through Evan. Life was good. Evan was saving money while still living simply and making time to contribute to the causes he was so passionate about. He worked hard, but he had been blessed with a few open doors along the way, and he always walked through them. Up until the morning of September 6th, he was living the dream. What happened on September 6th, you ask? Well, that's when the dream Evan was living became a nightmare. 1 minute, he was on his way home from the gym, and the next thing he knew, it was 3 days later, and he was waking up in a hospital bed. Evan knew he had turned his motorcycle on its side to avoid T-boning into a car at full speed. He remembered brief flashes of the crash and the ambulance ride that followed, but the next time he fully regained consciousness, days had passed. His parents had already flown in from Carolina and had been at his bedside for 2 days before he woke up. He had broken both bones of his lower leg and suffered a concussion, but by God's grace, there had been no internal damage. Evan didn't see the scars on his leg or face right away. He knew something was wrong because he could see the bandages on his leg and the stitches on his cheek without even looking in a mirror. His mom had explained its appearance to him, but a full day had passed by the time he worked up the nerve to look at it. There was a 4 or 5 inch gash on his face that went over his eyebrow and down onto his cheek. The surgeon said Evan was lucky to have his eye and that the wound should heal nicely. By nicely, do you mean it will completely go away where I can't see it anymore? Evan had asked when the surgeon first told him that. The surgeon laughed as if Evan had surely been joking. You'll always be able to see it, he said. I just wanted to assure you that it will be significantly lighter and more flexible than what you see here now. Then it was Evan's turn to laugh. I hope so, he said, because right now I look like something from a horror movie. Evan, Michael, you do not, Christy said protectively. She reached up and touched the other side of her son's head tenderly just to demonstrate how unfrightening he was. His doctors kept talking about how lucky and fortunate and blessed he was, but Evan had a hard time seeing it that way. They told him he could have easily died, and in those first few days, it almost seemed to Evan like that might have been easier. He was in a lot of pain. His lower left leg was broken in a few places, and the top part of it had trauma to the soft tissue. The hardest pill to swallow was that he had been making money with his face, which was now permanently scarred. Waking up in the hospital and the days that followed were some of the lowest of Evan's life. He left there feeling like he had drawn closer to God in his soul-searching, and that he had more soul-searching to do. Mia and Nico split their time between California and Carolina, and Evan had been renting their guest house in Los Angeles. Evan's mom stayed there with him for a while when he first got discharged, but she needed to get back to her responsibilities back east. 2 weeks after the accident, Evan traveled back home to Carolina with his parents so that his mom could help him through the rest of his recovery. He wasn't supposed to bear any weight on his leg for the first month, so he had to travel with crutches, which was a hassle. Aside from a visit to the orthopedist and physical therapist, Evan stayed locked up in his parents' house for the next month. The scar on his face had healed significantly, but Evan was still getting used to seeing it there every time he looked in the mirror. His means of earning a living for the past 2 years had been making sure he looked perfect, and there he was with a big, imperfect scar running across his brow bone and upper cheek, not to mention several scars that ran down his left leg. Evan hadn't been ready for anyone besides family to see it, especially his agent. It had been 6 weeks since the accident when it finally hit him that he needed to get out of the house and back to his life. He wasn't quite sure what that life was, but he knew he couldn't stay locked up in his parents' house forever. He had been in touch with his agent, but had refused to send any photos of his scars until they healed. Several times, in moments of frustration, he almost called the agency to tell them he was done. But he did his best to stay positive, hoping that the ever-fading line would disappear completely. As of 6 weeks later, it hadn't. So Evan decided to accept it for what it was and show his face in public. He hadn't quite worked up the nerve to send photos to his agent, but he set up a breakfast date with his grandma to get his feet wet facing the world. Okay, so she had to beg him, but at least he had agreed to go. It was a step in the right direction.
"Hey, Didi,"
Evan said, reaching out to hug his grandma as he came to stand beside her. "You look so handsome," she said. Her voice came out like she was squeezing him hard, but she was extremely gentle when she hugged him. Evan smiled to himself, knowing she was afraid she'd hurt him if she hugged him tightly. She patted the bar stool next to her, but then regarded him like she changed her mind about asking him to sit there. "Actually, I was just sitting at the counter while I waited for you," she said. "We can grab a table if that'd be more comfortable." It was a small, local breakfast place named Amy's Express. They specialized in biscuits and were only open each day until noon. There weren't many tables, and it was usually packed, but being that it was 10 o'clock on a Monday, a few places were open.
"I'm okay sitting up here,"
Evan said, settling onto the bar stool next to his grandmother. "How's it feel to get out of the house?" she asked.
"Fine, I guess,"
Evan said, smiling at her. He glanced at his leg.
"Feels good to have that cast off."
"I'll bet it does," Didi said sweetly. "Well, you look wonderful."
"Thanks."
She put her hand on his. "I'm serious, Evan. You look like $1,000,000. Your scar looks tough on you." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes.
"That's what Mom says."
"Because it's true." "Hey, Evan," a girl said, coming to stand in front of them. He turned to face her, feeling a bit surprised that she knew his name. She was roughly his age, and she was smiling straight at him like they were old friends, but he could not place her. He smiled back, but felt slightly confused. "Y'all want a few minutes to decide what you're having?" she asked, mostly focusing on Evan. She smiled at the way he was looking at her. She had dimples. I already know what Dee Dee's having, she said. So you just holler at me when you decide.
I will, thanks, Evan said.
The girl continued to smile as she turned and crossed the front of the kitchen to get back to her busy work. Evan was just about to face Dee Dee with a confused expression when she turned back and looked over her shoulder. Your scar looks good on you, she said in the same tone his sister would use when she complimented his shirt or shoes.
I'm sorry?
Evan asked, still feeling confused about who she was. Your scar, she said, gesturing to her own eyebrow. It looks good right there. Makes you look tough. She smiled at him as she turned to walk away. Evan instantly looked at his grandma with a perplexed expression. Annabelle Riley, she said, knowing what he was wondering. He shrugged, looking as confused as ever. She's been working here for years, Dee Dee whispered. Her grandma's Amy. Annabelle went to beauty school and has been working with your sister and Paige for a while now. At least a year. She does real well with Paige. She just helps out around here on her off days. Dee Dee tilted her head to the side and stared at her grandson with the same confused expression he was wearing. I thought you knew Annabelle. She's been around the family for years. You two probably even went to high school together. We did, Annabelle said with a smile from over her shoulder as she dried and stacked glasses. This caused Evan to cut Dee Dee a glare for talking too loud before running his hand through his hair. You're a few years older than me, so I'm not surprised you don't remember. She threw her towel over her shoulder and walked slowly toward Evan and Dee Dee with an easy smile. Yeah, but you've been working at the salon for... Dee Dee trailed off and cocked her head at Annabelle. How long now? Almost 2 years. Almost 2 years, Dee Dee repeated as she shifted to look at Evan. You've been a busy man, Annabelle said, standing in front of him with a smile. She had on a plaid shirt that had been tied in the front. Her hair was piled on the top of her head in one of those big buns girls liked, and she had flour all over herself. It was on her pants, her shirt, and there was even some on her face. She was adorable. And Evan stared at her, wondering how in the world he didn't remember those dimples from high school. He went off and moved to the big city and got famous like his cousin.
I'm not famous like my cousin,
Evan said, glancing downward. You're pretty famous, Annabelle teased. He glanced at her to find that she was smiling right at him. There's a female at the table in the corner who might run over here any second, Annabelle said, leaning over the bar to speak quietly to him. She tried to keep her mouth still when she said it, and Evan smiled at her poor ventriloquist skills. Don't look over there now, she continued in that same out-of-the-corner-of-her-mouth way. She's looking right at you. She smiled stiffly at Evan, and he couldn't help but reach out and pinch her adorable cheek. She was just too cute with the way she was talking all funny like that. You pinched my cheek just now, Annabelle said, pulling back to stare at him like he might have lost his mind.
I know, he said, smiling. I couldn't help it. Your mouth was all twisted up when you were whispering, and it was just cute.
You're not gonna think it's cute when Gemma Richardson comes over here and attacks you like she's about to do right now. The last part of Annabelle's sentence was delivered so quickly that Evan was expecting Gemma Richardson's embrace when it came. This was someone he did recognize. Gemma was his same age, and they grew up together. She was popular and had run in Evan's circles. Oh my goodness, she cooed in her smooth southern accent as she squeezed Evan from behind. I heard you almost died in a motorcycle crash that is just so sad. Evan shifted on his stool so he could look at her. Gemma, without permission or warning, reached out and ran a finger over Evan's eyebrow when she saw his scar. This must be from the accident, she said in that same cooing southern drawl. Evan thought it was a statement and not a question, but Gemma just stood there like she was waiting for Evan to respond.
Yep,
he said. I'm so sorry that happened, she said. Thanks, he said simply, hoping the conversation would soon be over. Hey, are you in town for a while? She asked.
I'm not really sure, he said. I've been here for a while, but I'm not sure how much longer I'll stay.
At that point, Gemma asked Annabelle for a pen and a scrap piece of paper so she could write down her phone number. She also added that she was newly divorced and would be into partying any time. Chapter 3. Hello, I'm Annabelle, the one Evan didn't remember. Like shooting fish in a barrel, I said, doing my best to stifle a smile as Gemma Richardson walked back to her table after talking to Evan Hunt. He was gracious, but I could tell he was less than thrilled to see his old friend. There are at least 2 other women who want to come over here, I said after glancing around the dining room, but they're not quite as brave as Gemma. Evan sighed and turned to stare at his grandma with a smile. I can do this, he said. She patted his hand, and I instinctually began wiping the adjacent countertop so that I wouldn't interrupt a private moment. I can do it, he repeated. I was looking down, but I could tell his voice was directed toward me. I glanced up to find that he was regarding me with a smile. You can do what? I asked. I can interact with other human beings after 6 weeks of Netflix at my parents' house. Your mama said you've been doing your physical therapy and lifting weights every day, Dee Dee said, thinking he was saying he'd been a lazy bum the whole time. I'm talking about interacting with other humans, Evan said. I think you're doing just fine, I said, studying his face with great interest. His whole appearance was perfect, just the way I'd design a guy, slightly dangerous, male handsomeness at its finest. His long hair was pulled into a man bun on the back of his head, and he had some stubble growing on his jawline. I hadn't been kidding when I said his scar added to his appeal. It was unmistakably there, but it was perfectly placed in such a way that flattered the structure of his face. Can you believe she reached out and touched it just now? He asked, still looking at me. To my own horror, I realized I'd been staring at his scar and he was now referring to it as if he knew that's what I was looking at. I stammered. I told you it looks good on you, I said. I took the towel off of my shoulder and used it to pretend whip Evan with the end of it. And you pinched my cheek a minute ago, so don't try to act like you're not into random face touching, I said, playfully trying to say anything to distract from my stuttering. That made Evan let out a laugh. I was just trying to help you get that flour off of your face, he said. I glanced at Dee Dee with an "is there really flour" look on my face, and she nodded reluctantly. I shifted my gaze toward Evan again with narrowed eyes. You were not getting flour off my face, I said. That's a gentle dusting motion. You flat out pinched me like my Uncle Mark does when he sees me at Christmas. Maybe I did pinch you, Evan said, laughing a little. I couldn't help it. I could hear his grandma add, she's a cutie pie, isn't she? But I had already turned to help someone who had just come through the door and walked to the register to order. Evan and his grandma carried on a conversation while I helped the other customer, and I walked over to them once I was done. I never did put in an order for you guys, I said, looking at Evan since I knew what his grandma wanted. I never told you what I wanted, he said with an easy grin. My stomach flipped at the sight of it, and I glanced downward by instinct. Sheer nerves prompted me to wipe the already clean counter. Evan reached out to stop my hand in mid-swipe, and I looked up to meet his eyes when he did. He was smiling. His big hand was covering mine, and I felt a surge of electricity that made an uncontrollable smile spread across my face. What'll it be? I asked. Was I breathless? I slid my hand out from under his as I stood up straight and looked over my shoulder. Let me grab the phone, I said, even though it wasn't ringing. Do you know what you want? I asked, making eye contact with Evan before I walked away. You choose, he said, smiling. Salty or sweet? I asked. Salty. I nodded and smiled before walking away. I stopped in the kitchen and put in an order for a chicken fried steak biscuit with egg and cheese and a side of home fries. For Dee Dee, I asked for her favorite blueberry biscuit. The order was placed within a matter of seconds as I passed through the kitchen and continued down the short hallway that led to the office. Our cordless phone had 2 headsets. One of them was out front next to the register, but I grabbed the other one so that I could walk out there with it in my hand and not seem like I just came to the back for nothing. I knew I couldn't stay gone for long, but I had to catch my breath. I had always sort of looked up to Evan for being brave enough to leave town and go pursue his dreams like he did. I had always been too scared to be an adventurer like that, and I sort of idolized him because of it. And don't even get me started on the way he looked. I was close enough friends with his sister and Paige that I knew he had a new scar on his face, but I hadn't expected to love the looks of it. I hadn't expected him to come in this morning at all. I certainly hadn't expected him to put his hand on mine and for it to have electrical repercussions. I let out a long sigh since there was nobody in the office to hear me. The only other person who could work the register was on break, so I knew I had to get back out front. I had only given myself about 30 seconds to take a deep breath and gather my wits, but it would have to be enough. There was a small mirror by the door, and I glanced at it just to make sure the flower wasn't in someplace really embarrassing, like coming out of my nose. There was just a little, and it was on my cheek, so I decided to give it a quick swipe with the back of my hand and not really care if I didn't get it all. There was an order ready when I went through the kitchen, and I picked it up to take it to one of the tables. "I'll be right back with your drinks," I said, mostly to Dee Dee as I walked by, balancing plates on my hands and arms. She smiled and winked at me, and I didn't glance at Evan at all. I served the customers their order before returning to the counter where another customer was now waiting to place his order. The next 5 minutes passed in one of those busy restaurant blurs. It seemed like everybody wanted to order or check out at the same time, so I had my head in the register for a few minutes. When I looked up, I could see that another group had approached Evan and his grandma. They were all wearing smiles and being friendly, but I felt bad for Evan for having to talk to so many people on his first day out of the house. He glanced at me while I was looking over there, and for a fraction of a second, I could have sworn I saw something in his expression, something that said he needed me to help him. "Evan, can you help me with something?" I asked, trying not to doubt what I had just seen.
"What you need?"
he asked, nudging his chin at me with a curious smile. For a second, I thought I had misunderstood his unspoken plea. I came really close to aborting the mission and acting like I didn't need him after all. I made the on-the-spot decision to go ahead with the plan. I pointed toward the back office with my thumb. "Shane's on break, and I need someone to help me with a box in the back. Do you mind?"
"Not at all,"
he said. He smiled at the group of women who were standing around him.
"It was nice meeting you guys,"
he said as a farewell. "Do you have time for a pic?" one of the girls said, digging in her purse. Evan glanced at me with a casual shrug as he got to his feet.
"Do we?"
he asked. I glanced at the office and then back at him with a regretful expression. "Sorry, but we're sort of in the weeds," I said. "Oh, you better get back there then," one of the ladies said. All 3 of them stepped aside like the parting of the Red Sea to let Evan come around the counter toward me. He gave them a wave and smile.
"Next time," he said.
They were all waving and regarding him with sweet smiles as he followed me through the kitchen.
"I got your order, Belly Welly,"
Stan called as we passed by. I smiled and waved at Stan to tell him I'd be right back. Evan was really athletic, and it was sad to see him walking with a limp. I wasn't looking straight at him since I was concentrating on walking, but I was aware of his limp simply by the feel of his stride beside me. I stopped and turned around once we were in the small hallway and out of sight of everyone in the kitchen and dining room.
"Belly Welly?"
he asked with a casual smirk directed at me. "Annabelle to most people," I said. My expression shifted to one with worried eyes. "I don't really need your help back here," I said, hoping he wouldn't be mad at me for dragging him back there.
"I know,"
he said with an amused grin that changed into a sweet smile.
"I hate to be rude," he added. "I'm not good at saying no when someone asks for a picture. It's not like Logan where I can't even leave my house without people swarming me, you know? When someone asks for a picture, I try to take one with them if I can."
"Did you want to take one back there?" I asked, starting to feel confused.
No,
He said.
I sure didn't.
He paused and rubbed his jaw with a contemplative smile.
I haven't really had any pictures taken since the accident,
He explained. He shrugged.
Not that I think that some lady's photo would go viral or that anyone would care, really. I just haven't showed my agent what I look like yet, and I didn't really feel like messing with all that today.
I sighed. Well, I'm glad I was right, because I'd feel really silly making you come back here for nothing. We stood there looking at each other for the next few seconds. Just wait right here for a minute, I said. I'll go back out there and make sure they're gone. I started to walk off, but he put his hand on my arm to stop me.
Annabelle,
He said. What? He smiled.
thank you.
I smiled back at him. Wait right here and I'll let you know if it's all clear. I took a deep, calming breath as I walked through the small kitchen, grabbing Evan and Dee Dee's biscuits as I went through. I set the plates in front of her. Evan will be right back, I said, glancing around the dining room to make sure the group was gone. I'm sure he appreciated the distraction, Dee Dee said, since she was completely aware of what was going on. I smiled at her but otherwise didn't respond before taking off to retrieve her grandson from the back. All clear, I said when I rounded the corner to see Evan standing there, leaning against the wall.
You're a lifesaver, Belly Welly, he said.
Before I knew what was happening, he stepped toward me and in one swift motion he grabbed me, pulled me close, and put a quick kiss on my head. Annabelle, I said, since my brain wasn't working and it was all I could think to say.
You're not gonna let me call you Belly Welly?
He asked with a sincerely perplexed expression, like he was confused that he didn't get full nickname rights.
I like that name. I think it suits you.
I knew it didn't really matter what he called me since I practically never saw him, but I didn't say that. It's a name for a little girl, I said as I started walking toward the kitchen. Evan followed me.
I happen to like it,
he said to the back of my head since I wasn't looking at him. I turned around and smiled with a flick of my head toward his grandma. I brought you milk and some coffee. Everything was a guess, so just let me know if you... Then it hit me. I stopped walking and talking at the same time and stared at Evan with a regretful expression.
What?
Steak, I said. I brought you a biscuit with a big honkin' chicken fried steak on it, and I didn't even think about the fact that you probably don't eat meat. He smiled.
I'll eat a honkin' steak for breakfast if that's what you want to serve me,
he said, smiling like he got a kick out of my phrasing. Are you sure? I asked, because I can get you something else.
I'm sure,
he said, walking around the bar to his seat.
This looks perfect.
Chapter 4. It was nearly 3 weeks later when I saw Evan Hunt again. Only this time I wasn't covered in flour. I was in the break room at the salon when his sister, Mia, came walking through the door with a particularly odd look on her face. Amanda said your 4 o'clock was a no-show, she said, crossing the room to stand closer to me. There were 2 other stylists in the room, but my 4 o'clock was a no-show, and she was staring in my direction, so I knew she was talking to me. It was, I said. Do you need me to do something? If you don't mind, she said. There were a couple of booths back to back in our break room, and I had been sitting in the corner of one of them reading a book on my phone. Mia sat across from me, smiling like she was about to ask a favor. Do you want me to help you stock the shelves? I asked before she could get her question out. No, she said. My brother needs a haircut, and I told him I'd keep an eye out for a cancellation today. Mia only had 2 brothers, Cody and Evan. Cody's wife was also a stylist and owned the salon where I worked. I had never, and probably would never, cut Cody's hair, as that was a job for his wife. Cody? I asked, even though I had already answered that question in my mind. Evan, she said. She rolled her eyes. He's leaving for California in the morning, and he put off coming in for a trim. She paused and regarded me with a pleading expression. He really needs it, she said. He'll pay your commission and he'll tip you good, she added, as if that was what I was worried about. Evan? I asked. I felt breathless at the thought and couldn't help but ask another obvious question to buy some time. Yes, she said. He's leaving in the morning to go back west. Doesn't he have people out there who cut it a certain way or whatever? I asked, feeling too intimidated to agree right away. She shrugged. He texted me this morning asking me to try to fit him in. I guess he'll feel better heading back there with a fresh haircut. He doesn't want it cut short, does he? I asked, since I certainly wasn't up for a major transformation on someone like him. I don't think so, she said, shaking her head. I think he just wants a trim. Maybe we can get him in for a shave if Kevin has time. I looked at the clock on the microwave, which read 4:22. I have a haircut coming in at 6, I said. She smiled. He can be here in like 10 minutes. I felt a buzzing sensation in my chest like there were a bunch of bees flying around in there. My whole upper body turned into a big beehive the instant it sunk in that I would be cutting Evan Hunt's hair. How in the world had I gotten myself into this? So yes? Mia asked with a hopeful smile. I nodded and returned her smile. Sure, no problem, I said, since there was no use letting her in on how nervous I was about it. I did not want some hotshot Hollywood stylist going through checking my work while they styled his hair for some hotshot photo shoot. I had this and other similar thoughts as I smiled while Mia thanked me and got up to leave. I'm going to text him right now, she said. He'll be here in 10 or 15 minutes. I took in a deep breath and let it out of my mouth in a slow, long, calming way as I sat there feeling stunned. One of the other girls in the room had overheard our conversation and glanced at me to gauge my reaction. I smiled at her like I gave models haircuts every day, and she smiled back before going on with her conversation. They were talking about a color correction one of them had done earlier that day, but it just vaguely sounded like a bunch of noise coming out of their mouths. I was normally a confident hairstylist. I knew I could give Evan a quality haircut. So why did I suddenly feel like I was about to go on stage in front of a huge audience and dance a big solo? Why was it such a big deal? He's just a normal guy, after all. He's Mia's brother and Paige's brother-in-law. He was basically family. I told myself he was just a normal guy for the next 20 minutes until Evan arrived. I could see the front of the salon from my station, so I noticed when he came in. Basically family, I whispered to myself before I walked to the front to greet him. Just a normal guy, just Mia's brother, normal guy. I was just coming to get you, Amanda said when she caught sight of me walking up to the reception area. She gestured at Evan. Your client's here.
Is this who's supposed to be doing my haircut?
Evan asked, directing his question toward Amanda and looking disheartened. I could tell he was joking, but a worried look crossed her face as she regarded him. Mia said you would be fine with whoever had a cancellation, she started to explain, but I cut her off. Is this who's supposed to be my client? I asked, pretending to be disgusted at the thought of it. Amanda glanced at me with wide eyes that told me she had no idea we were joking. I groaned and let my shoulders slump. Just go ahead and follow me back, I guess, I said in a frustrated tone as I gestured aggressively for Evan to follow me. Evan smiled and walked toward me instantly, and I glanced at Amanda with a wink. She smiled as if she finally seemed to understand that we were joking around. I waited for him to catch up with me before walking him back to my station.
You look fancy,
he said, making me giggle a little. It's my all-black uniform, I said. It's slightly fancier than my biscuit-covered uniform.
Mia didn't tell me it was going to be you cutting my hair,
he said, following me to my station. Is that all right? I asked as we both came to stand near my chair. He smiled at me.
I think it's amazing,
he said. I patted the back of the chair since I was too shaken up to respond to his comment. Have a seat, and we'll talk about what we're doing before we shampoo you.
I get a hair wash?
he asked, running a hand through his long hair as he sat down. I stood behind him and we regarded each other through our reflections in the mirror. He had on jeans and a windbreaker with a hood, and I reached out to touch it and give it a shake. "This will definitely be in the way," I said. "You'll have to take your jacket off." He smiled as he unzipped and shrugged out of his jacket. He was wearing a threadbare Rolling Stones t-shirt underneath, and I smiled at the sight of it as I took his jacket and placed it on one of the hooks on the side of my station. I came to stand behind him again, and pretending that he was just a normal guy, I ran my fingers through his hair, testing its texture and movability. For the next 3 minutes, I went into stylist mode, asking him all sorts of questions about what he wanted so that I could make sure we were on the same page. It was a straightforward trim with some long layers, nothing I could mess up, even on my worst day as a stylist. I put a cape on Evan and brought him to the shampoo bowl just like I did with all my other clients. I wet his hair and turned off the water before pumping the appropriate amount of shampoo into my hands and massaging it into his hair. I begged myself inwardly to treat it like it was clinical, but my fingers betrayed me. They didn't see Evan as a normal client. They saw him as someone they enjoyed touching. All scalps were different. Everybody had a different feel to their head. Some scalps were loose and squishy with barely any hair, and some were tight and hard with tons of coarse hair. There were tons of different combinations. Everyone's scalp had its own feel, and my fingers had decided for themselves that Evan's was the best. That thought made me close my eyes for a second as I massaged in the shampoo.
"What's the matter?"
he asked. "Nothing, why?" I asked, opening my eyes.
"You were squeezing your eyes shut," he said.
"I was?" I asked, laughing it off. "You don't seem like you're limping anymore," I said, changing the subject.
"I'm getting there,"
he said.
"My physical therapist says I should get back to 100% if I keep working on it."
"That's awesome," I said.
"Yeah, they tell me I'm a real miracle."
I turned on the water and used the nozzle to rinse the shampoo out of his hair.
"Can you just come to LA with me and be my personal hair washer, please?"
he asked, closing his eyes. If I had $1 for every client who tried to hire me as their personal hair washer, I'd be rich.
"Yeah, you might get tired of having only one customer day in and day out,"
he said. I wanted to say, "Not if that customer was you," but I just smiled and said, "Uh-huh," as I continued washing his hair. I ran conditioner through his hair, and we were both silent for a minute while I gave him the standard scalp massage that comes with all haircuts. Nothing special, nothing extra, just the standard 3-minute scalp massage during the conditioner segment of the wash. "Mia said you're going back to California tomorrow," I said as I began rinsing out the conditioner.
"Oh my gosh,"
Evan said in a low growl that was a bit of a protest.
"What did you just do to my head?"
"It always feels good when someone else does it," I said, smiling as I turned off the water. I expertly wrapped a towel around his head and set his chair in the upright position. Evan took the towel from me and used it to dab more water out of his hair as he stood to follow me.
"A few days after I saw you at breakfast, my agent flew in to see what my situation was,"
Evan said as he sat in my chair. I took the towel from him and wrung out his hair again before combing it out.
"He didn't seem to think the scar was a problem,"
Evan continued.
"He took some photos while he was here, and he's already got a few jobs lined up for me when I get back to LA. Apparently, they all know about the scar and they're okay with it."
"I told you it looks good," I said. "Were you thinking you'd be out of work?" I used the mirror to glance at him, and he saw me do it, but he didn't answer right away, so I went back to combing and sectioning his hair. He sighed before speaking.
"That accident changed me in more ways than just the scar,"
he said.
"It changed me in ways I don't think I'm even aware of yet."
"What do you mean?" I asked.
"I don't know," he said. "I was at a pretty low place for a little while. I think maybe I thought I had it all figured out before that. I had planned for things to go a certain way with my life."
He paused as if looking for the right words.
"Everything just sort of got stripped away from me in a split second. I guess it just made me re-examine. I'm not sure I'll be satisfied with the same stuff I was satisfied with before, if that makes any sense.
I thought you just said you were going back to LA to pick up where you left off, I said as I began cutting his hair.
I am,
he said. Then nothing got stripped away, I said. Sounds to me like you just had to put your life on pause for a couple of months.
Believe me, he said, I know things could have been a lot worse. I'm thankful to be alive and to have use of my leg. I'm not trying to be dramatic about it or anything. But it is what it is. I was at a really low place for a while, and it sort of changed me from the inside. I may be going back to my job and my old life, but I don't feel like I'm quite the same person.
You're not, I said. You're better. That's why there are tons of cliches about trials making you stronger. The storms of life truly do change you. Cliches are cliché because they're true. Chapter 5. Thankfully, my stylist autopilot kicked in and the nerves brought on by touching Evan's hair diminished as I worked. There's a lot to be said for muscle memory, and my hands and arms sort of just took over and knew what to do to give him a good haircut in spite of myself. I really loved working with layers, so I had lots of tricks in my bag that helped me give him a style that matched his carefree beach bum appearance. I loved how it came out, and I felt a genuine sense of relief as I ran my fingers through it at the end. He told me his hair behaved better when it dried naturally, so I applied a little bit of product and unsnapped the cape he was wearing with the intention of calling it a day. Up until that point, we had been regarding each other through the mirror, but as I was folding the cape, Evan swiveled in the chair so that he could look at me face to face. I glanced at him, but I couldn't stand to hold the eye contact, so I smiled and quickly looked back down at the cape in my hands. Mia said you might want to shave, I said. I can take you to Kevin's station to see if he's still here if you want. I was still looking at the cape that I was folding ever so slowly, but I could see Evan rub his jaw out of the corner of his eye.
It's all right, he said. I think I can manage to shave myself.
He hesitated before adding,
unless you want to do it.
I laughed as I reached out and put the folded cape onto my station. Kevin's teaching me a few things, but I wouldn't go trusting me with a straight razor quite yet.
You just used one on my hair,
he said. Yeah, but it's not the same on a face, I said. I glanced at him as I spoke, and my eyes automatically roamed to the line that went right across his eyebrow and cheek. I suddenly realized that we were talking about straight razors and faces, and I started to feel really bad.
I don't think you can really mess me up,
Evan said with a casual smile as he watched me look straight at his scar and then away from it. I swallowed, wondering if I should just come out and say what I was thinking. I had always been the type of person who did that, but Evan made me second-guess myself. I turned to face him and let out a sigh as I continued to doubt my instincts. Evan, I said in a quiet tone even though no one could hear us, you are exactly who you're supposed to be, scars and all. It's not like God was taken by surprise about your accident. Everything that happens in our life, good or bad, He allows. Nothing happens to us without it going through God first. He smiled at me.
That's sort of the type of stuff I've been thinking about lately,
Evan said. He shrugged.
I'm not sure what it all means yet, but I'm starting to know it was all for a reason.
Good, I said. Then you should understand that you don't need to say things about not messing up your face and stuff like that. Your face is exactly what it's supposed to be. I stared straight at his scar in a way that was not at all ashamed, and before I knew it, I was reaching out to touch it. I'm sorry if you hate me doing this right now, I said. I know you hated when Gemma Richardson did it at the restaurant. I placed my palm on the side of his face and used my thumb to gently trace the line of his scar. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath through his nose when I crossed from his eyebrow to his cheek. I just want you to know from a female perspective that it's flattering on you. It makes you look dangerous. In a good way. The corners of his mouth lifted in a slow grin as he opened his eyes to peer up at me.
I am dangerous in a good way,
he said. I was already nervous as it was, but his statement had me taking a shaky breath. I dropped my hand and smirked at him. I was trying to help you out, I said. I thought you were having some confidence issues, but I can clearly see that's not the case.
Oh, you were just saying all that to make me feel better?
He asked, smirking back at me. I smiled. I guess so. His face crumpled into a depressed expression.
Then I'm all torn up, he said.
I laughed and pushed at his shoulder. It's too late now, I said. You had me feeling bad for you, giving you a pep talk and everything, and all the time you knew what a hunk you were. I had begun cleaning my station as I spoke, and when I finished talking, Evan put his hand on my arm to get my attention. I looked at him to see that he was regarding me sincerely.
I loved your pep talk,
he said.
And I needed it in spite of all the kidding around. You're awesome for saying all that just now, and I'm not even going to tease you for using the word hunk like my grandma.
But saying you're not going to tease me as a means of bringing it up is teasing me.
You said hunk,
Evan said, looking like he was stifling a smile. I widened my eyes and shrugged as if I stood behind my choice of words. You are a hunk, I said in a matter-of-fact tone. You know you are. And you know that scar looks good on you. I narrowed my eyes playfully at him. You're just acting insecure to get me to compliment you.
I wasn't trying to act insecure,
he said, smiling with his hands raised.
I was just being serious when I said I'd let you practice shaving my face. I mean, compared to this, a little nick from a razor is nothing.
Don't ever let a girl shave your face, I said. It was perhaps the dumbest thing I could come up with to say, but I honestly didn't want him letting other girls shave his face. I hated the idea of him offering to let some other girl do that.
Are girls bad at it or something?
He asked, looking slightly amused. It's best just to do it yourself, I said. You know all the contours of your own face. It's just better for you to do it. Evan let out a laugh as he got to his feet. He stood there, watching me straighten my station with his hands in his pocket. Amanda can help you at the front, I said, glancing at him with a casual smile. It was good seeing you again.
That's it?
He asked. I can walk you to the front if you want, but it's just right there, so I thought you...
What are you doing right now?
He asked. Me? I'm just cleaning up my station. The easy smile remained on his face.
I meant after that.
I glanced at the clock that was hanging on the wall. I'm just gonna go read or whatever for a few minutes till my 6 o'clock gets here.
You have someone else coming in tonight?
He asked, looking taken aback as he glanced at me and then the clock.
How late do you work?
Andy's my last one.
My cousin Andy?
Evan asked. I don't think so, I said. His name's Andy Fields. He's a writer for the Charlotte Times. Evan shook his head like this description didn't fit that of his cousin.
What time are you done with this Andy character?
He asked. His appointment's at 6, and it'll take me 45 minutes or so. I hesitated, but then added. But he's taking me to dinner after that. I was totally being silly, but I secretly hoped it would make Evan jealous.
Is he really?
He asked. I smiled and shook my head. No, I'm just playing. I thought he would walk off at that point, but he just stood there.
You want to hang out?
He asked. You mean after work? I asked. He nodded. I'd like to, but I can't, I said.
It's the scar,
he said, looking disappointed even though he was totally faking it. I narrowed my eyes and pointed at him. You better quit playing or you'll make me give you another pointless pep talk.
That pep talk was not pointless, he said. I loved it.
Good, I said, patting his shoulder casually. Because everything I said was true.
Why can't you hang out after work?
He asked. Why are you asking me that?
Because I want to hang out with you.
I wanted to drop everything and do it. I really did. I didn't even know what he meant by hang out, but I didn't really care as long as it meant being in his presence. It was a terrible idea, and I knew it. He was leaving for California in the morning, for goodness sake. I have to help my mom, I said.
With what?
I tried to keep my face expressionless as I decided how to answer his question. Pumpkin bread, I said honestly.
Pumpkin bread?
I nodded. She makes one big batch of it every year at this time. Some of it goes to the church for the fall festival, and some of it we sell at the restaurant. People wait for it all year. A few people buy multiple loaves and freeze them.
I guess it's a secret recipe,
Evan said. Yep.
No outsiders in the kitchen, I guess.
I stared at him sideways. Are you trying to infiltrate my mama's kitchen? He smiled and nodded.
I think I am.
Too bad, I said, shaking my head. It's a secret family recipe.
What if I promise not to look? He asked.
Look at what? He shrugged.
At whatever we're putting in the mix.
I tilted my head at him and stared at him with a confused expression. Are you seriously asking if you can come to my mom's to make pumpkin bread tonight? He nodded as if yes were the only appropriate answer to that question. I was so confused. Why would you want to do that? I asked.
Because that's what you're doing,
he said. I smiled and rolled my eyes at him since I had no idea whether or not he was serious. I'm going to be leaving here at 7, I said. If you seriously want to make pumpkin bread with my mom, you can meet me back here. If not, I'll see you when you come back into town for a visit or whenever.
I'll be back at 7,
Evan said. All right, but don't feel bad if you can't make it, I said.
Stop making excuses for me, he said. It makes me feel like you don't want me to come.
It's not that. I just don't want you to feel like...
I don't feel like anything, he said, cutting me off. I'm just trying to hang out with you a little more, even if it means making pumpkin bread.
He smiled and reached out to nudge my elbow with his knuckle before he headed off toward the desk.
I'll see you at 7, he said.
All right, I said in a I'll forgive you if you can't make it tone. 10 minutes later, Amanda came into the break room wearing a huge grin. I'm leaving early, she said. You and Becca will be the last ones here, so just lock up and set the alarm on your way out. Okay, I said, only vaguely wondering why she'd be wearing such a huge smile to say some everyday things like that. Evan must have liked his haircut, she said, raising her eyebrows. Why? Because he tipped you $50. Nuh-uh, I said. She smiled and nodded. It's up at the front for you. Her face morphed into one of curiosity. He also said something about coming back to pick you up. He said something about hanging out when I got off, I said. Like a date? She asked with wide-eyed interest. Hardly, I said. He might come by my mom's to help with the pumpkin bread. Oh my gosh, I forgot about that stuff, she said. Are you bringing some of it up here? I nodded. I always do. All right, Chica, well, have fun making pumpkin bread with the J. Crew model. I smiled and rolled my eyes at her, and she winked at me. Your money's under the till. Chapter 6. My boss, Paige, who also happened to be married to Evan's brother, Cody, came by the salon to drop something off just as I was finishing up with Andy Fields, my last client of the day. She had their 2 little girls in tow, Ryan, who was in 3rd grade, and Izzy, who was just about to turn 3. They were the cutest little family ever, and I smiled and waved at them as they headed to the back of the salon to their mom's office. Amanda will set you up for your appointment in 4 weeks, I said, knowing Andy came in once a month like clockwork. Oh, wait, I corrected. She's already gone. I'll go up there with you. We walked to the front together. I went behind the reception desk while Andy made his way around to the other side. A few clicks and he was pre-booked for 4 weeks later. Andy paid cash like he always did, tipping me $5 on top of his total. I thanked him and came around the counter to hug him and see him out. I always hugged my clients. Usually I hugged them twice, once when they were coming and once when they were going. People can share a lot with you during the time span of a haircut or color, and a lot of my regular clients had already become like family to me, even in my short career. Evan came through the door just as Andy was leaving. They greeted each other with nods as they switched places, Evan heading toward me and Andy heading out the door. My heart skipped a beat at the sight of Evan, and I couldn't contain a smile at the way he physically affected me.
What?
He asked. I'm just smiling, I said, shrugging.
That's good, he said. I like that smile.
I gestured with a flick of my head for him to follow me. Are you seriously going to come with me to my mom's? I asked as I started walking back to my station to clean up and unplug everything.
No, I just came up here to see Ryan and Izzy,
Evan said. He was following me, and I glanced back at him to find that he was smiling as he looked toward the girls who were standing in a hallway waiting for their mom. Seriously? I asked, just as they caught sight of him.
No,
he said, smiling at his nieces before making a face like he was going to tickle them. They giggled and began running toward him instantly. Evan glanced at me just as the girls started coming our way.
I'm going with you to your mom's, he said, if that's okay with you.
Right after he said it, he stooped to hug his nieces who were running full force into their uncle. They giggled as he hugged and tickled them.
What are you little girls doing here?
He asked, standing up. In a practiced maneuver, Izzy lifted her arms and Evan scooped her up to position her on his side, supporting her backside with his arm. Izzy, Uncle Evan can't pick you up because of his broken leg, Ryan warned, tugging at her sister's pants. Izzy dodged her sister's attempts to pull her down, clinging to Evan.
My leg's fine, Peanut, he said, messing up Ryan's hair. I can hold you at the same time if you want me to.
Ryan laughed at that since she was getting so big that she rarely, if ever, got picked up anymore. Mama said there's a hole in the fence, Izzy said. Daddy has to come put some duct tape on it. It's called the vent, Ryan said, emphasizing the V sound.
I figured she was saying vent,
Evan said.
I'm stuck on duct tape.
He leaned in and tickled Izzy, who squirmed and squealed with delight.
Duct tape,
he said in a growling voice that made her laugh even harder. Duct tape, she repeated, trying to clarify but still saying it incorrectly.
What in the world is duct tape?
Evan asked, laughing. We were all giggling by this point. It's that gray tape, Ryan said. As the word take came out of her mouth, a confused expression covered her face as if she knew she was saying something wrong but just wasn't sure what it was.
You mean tape?
Evan said as he and Ryan shared a laugh. Duct tape, Izzy repeated, thinking she was pronouncing it perfectly the whole time.
What are you doing here?
Paige asked, coming down the hall to find us all standing there.
Annabelle gave me a haircut,
Evan said, motioning toward me. I waved as I continued toward my station. It looks good, Paige said, crossing over to stand by Evan. I could see out of the corner of my eye that she reached out to touch his hair with a stylist's interest. You did a good job, she said when I glanced at her. It looks fresh on you, Evan.
She gave me a scalp massage, too,
he said, raising his eyebrows. The standard scalp massage, I clarified, like the gigantic dork I was. What's a scalp massage? Izzy asked, leaning over to get Evan to look at her.
It just means she scratched my head when she washed my hair.
I hope you're planning on tipping her, Paige said. Oh, he did, I said, patting the back pocket of my jeans to indicate the $50 bill that was stashed there. I forgot to say thank you for that, by the way, I said, looking at Evan. That's too much.
All right, you can buy me something to eat then,
he said, seeming entertained by teasing me. I didn't know what to say, and I felt shy in front of Paige and the girls, so I just smiled and scrunched up my face as I continued dusting hair off of my implements. I hoped Paige would continue talking to him and change the subject.
Iz said Cody's got to come up here with some duct tape,
Evan said. Paige looked like she might say something about his mispronunciation for a second, but then changed her mind. He's got to do something with the vent in my office, she said. The whole thing might need to be replaced. She paused and glanced at me. Becca's still here, she said. She'll lock up. I watched her shift her attention to Evan.
Wait, she said, looking perplexed. She looked back and forth from Evan to me. I thought you were working on Andy when we came in.
I was, I said. I cut Evan's hair before Andy came in.
Why are you here? Paige asked, with a genuinely confused expression aimed at Evan. Annabelle's buying me something to eat before we go to her mom's house. He paused and cupped his hand to his mouth so he could whisper. I'm helping them make their super secret pumpkin bread, he said. Oh my gosh, is it time for the bread? Paige asked, looking at me. I nodded. Please don't forget to bring some up here, she said. We'll take like 4 loaves. She looked at Evan. Are you really going over there? He nodded. All right, she said, thankfully not making a big deal about it. Let me give you a hug in case we don't see you again before you go.
Where we're going, Uncle Evan? Izzy said.
Back to California, remember?
I thought we already went there, she said.
Mima and Pop had spaghetti dinner to tell me goodbye, but I didn't go yet. I'm leaving in the morning.
Paige and her girls all looked sad as they hugged Evan and told him goodbye, and I did my best to ignore them and give them their privacy as I finished straightening my station. As soon as they had walked away and were out of earshot, I smiled at Evan. Ready? I asked. Evan followed me to my mom's house. We stopped for a sub sandwich on the way, but he wouldn't let me pay for it with the $50 like he was saying. He insisted on paying for it. My parents had divorced years earlier, and while Dad had remarried right away, Mom never had. I saw my dad regularly, but I lived with my mom. There was no arranged custody. I just chose where I wanted to live. I stayed with Mom all through middle and high school, and then even after that until I finished hair school and started working at the salon. I had my own place now, but I still saw her just about every day since she kept my dog while I was at work. Cupcake was my 120-pound Harlequin Great Dane. She had a lot of white on her chest with just the right amount of black markings. I had gotten used to her, so I would forget sometimes how breathtaking she was. She bounded across the living room, headed toward Evan and me when we came in the front door.
Oh my goodness, does she seriously have a Great Dane?
Evan asked. I could tell by his tone that he was excited about it, and I smiled as we stooped to pet Cupcake. She's mine, aren't you, girl? I asked, scratching behind her ears. She sat down and began pawing at me like she wanted me to tell her to shake. She's showing off for you, I said, speaking to Evan even though I was looking at Cupcake. Shake, girl, I said like it was my idea. She had never stopped pawing at me, but I caught her paw and shook it, following through on the command. I praised her for obeying even though she was the one who brought it up in the first place. She stood up excitedly and began sniffing Evan and me like crazy. Everyone reacted differently to Cupcake. Fear was a fairly common reaction due to her size and striking appearance, but Evan wasn't intimidated at all.
You're a pretty girl, aren't you?
Evan asked, rubbing her face and neck. He looked at me wearing a huge smile. I'd seen pictures in magazines of him wearing that same smile, and I thought about how weird it was that he was at my mom's house looking like that. I didn't go seek him out in magazines, if that's what you were thinking. I happened to work with his sister and sister-in-law, and being the supportive family they were, they always bought magazines with him in it so they could look at his ads and let the rest of us see how successful he was. They weren't doing it to brag or anything. They were just proud of him and wanted to support what he was doing. I had inadvertently seen just about every ad Evan had ever been in. All this to say, it was really surreal seeing him shoot me that photogenic smile in my own living room. Who'd you bring with you? My mom asked as soon as we walked into her kitchen. This is Evan, I said, gesturing to him. He smiled and bowed slightly at my mom. Dan and Christy's boy? She asked.
Yes, ma'am,
Evan said. My mom was happy to see Evan and cordially welcomed him into her kitchen, but she made us scarf down our sandwiches so we could get to the business of making bread. She could bake 6 loaves of pumpkin bread at a time, and she needed to make 150 loaves. You do the math to see exactly how long it took her, but I'll just tell you she had to spread it out over 3 days. She used to just make 50, but the demand was too great, and year by year she had gradually raised the number. She could have gotten away with selling them continually, for all of autumn at least, but she liked making one big batch every year and having it over and done with. Doing a limited number only built anticipation anyway. She always said people just thought they were so tasty because they had to wait a whole year to get more. My mom didn't even ask permission before putting an apron on Evan. She just came up behind him and placed it over his head. He smiled as he ducked into it willingly, and I watched as my mom tied it around his back. It wasn't the most masculine apron she could have chosen, but given his slightly dangerous appearance, everything balanced perfectly. "I like your ruffle," I said, staring down at my own apron, which was pink, but did not have a ruffle like his. He shot me a playful grin.
You like that?
He asked, raising an eyebrow. I nodded as I stood beside him, waiting for my mom to give us instructions. She had us stirring and sifting, and within an hour, completely covered in flour, sugar, and pumpkin. We stayed at her house until after 10 p.m., helping her bake a few batches of bread and slice and package a few she had baked earlier. She sold some by the loaf and some by the slice, and we helped her wrap and put stickers on quite a few of them while we were there. We had a ball with Evan. He was funny and down to earth and seemed to be content with just hanging out with us at my mom's house, which for whatever reason was hard for me to believe. It was sprinkling when we left, and Evan and I looked at each other before we left the covering of the porch. The porch lights were off, but there was light filtering onto us from the street lamps. I tugged Cupcake's lead, and she sat beside me obediently. "Thanks for coming," I said.
That was really fun,
he said. He paused and picked up the slice of pumpkin bread he was holding.
"And thanks for the bread," he added. "I'll save it for when I get to California so I can think back."
"Think back on my mom serenading you to oldies?" I asked, giggling.
"Yep, and you too."
"Hey, some of them you can't help but sing along," I said, pretending to be defensive. "And don't act like you weren't singing too." Evan stared at me with a sweet smile for several seconds. I had absolutely no idea what he was thinking.
"You're gonna go and make me sad about leaving, aren't you?"
I felt that same buzzing sensation in my chest, like a colony of bees had taken up residence in my torso. I smiled and shook my head shyly. "You're not sad," I said, glancing downward but maintaining my smile. "Tomorrow's the first day of the rest of your life."
"It's yours too,"
he said, smiling. "Yeah, but what I'm saying is that tomorrow's gonna be an adventure. Airplanes and a new bed to sleep in."
"It's really my old bed, but I see what you're saying."
I smiled nonchalantly as I reached out to give him a basic goodbye hug. Cupcake was positioned between us, so it was slightly awkward and too far away. "I'm glad you came in for a haircut today," I said, patting his shoulder. "I had fun hanging out with you." He stared at me with a tiny smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. His dark eyes appeared black in the dim lighting.
"I guess it's kind of pointless for me to say I like you, Annabelle. But for what it's worth, I like you. I had a lot of fun with you tonight. I wish we would have figured this out a lot sooner."
"Probably better this way," I said, shrugging.
"Dang, Annabelle, I guess this is goodbye,"
he said in a tone that seemed sincerely regretful. "You'll be back sometime for Christmas, maybe. We can exchange homemade cards or some figgy pudding."
"Maybe,"
he said. I tugged on Cupcake's lead, and we all walked off of the porch and onto the sidewalk that led to the driveway. I expected him to go to his car, but instead he walked me to mine. I opened the back door and let Cupcake get her spot before closing it behind her. I stood up and faced Evan. The rain was coming down a little harder now, and drops continually fell between us as we stood there and stared at each other.
"Aren't you afraid of getting wet?" he asked.
"Not really," I said, smiling a little as I stood there. "Night," I said after several silent seconds.
"Night,"
he said. I turned to grab my door handle, and he put out a hand to stop me.
"Can I just get one right here?"
Evan asked. He turned his face to the side and pointed at his cheek. There was no mistaking that he was asking me for a kiss on the cheek, and I was not about to refuse him, He didn't have to say it twice. I popped onto my toes and puckered my lips just in time to let them hit his cheek as he lowered it in my direction. It was his left side, and my mouth hit the area below the scar. The touch of his warm cheek on my lips made me feel an aching sensation in the pit of my stomach. I could not bear to let it come to an end after only a split second. "Hang on," I whispered when he started to straighten up again. I tugged on his shoulder as I reached up and put another kiss right on the top of his cheek where the scar was. He held still during the brief seconds that my mouth was on the beautifully torn part of his cheek. I felt his chest rise and fall as he took a breath. Evan pulled back and looked at me like he might ask me to explain my reasoning for doing such a thing. But before he could, I smiled and said, "Bye, Evan." I opened my door and sat inside my car with another big smile aimed at him.
"Bye, Annabelle,"
he said with one last wave. Chapter 7. Evan. Evan was questioning everything when he left Annabelle Riley's house that evening. He had never been around a girl so comfortable in her own skin. Well, maybe his sister or other family members were, but that was because they were family and they let their guard down around each other. Annabelle was a rare breed of person who knew exactly who she was and didn't make apologies for it. She had an almost childlike honesty about her that Evan found intriguing and attractive. Her face was animated, and she had this uninhibited way of making these hilarious expressions when she told stories or talked to her dog. It had been a while since Evan had so much fun, and he left her house feeling confused about whether or not he was making the right decision in moving back to California. He had a satisfied feeling in his soul with Annabelle. Unfortunately, this was no time to doubt his next move. He still had packing to do, and his flight for California left the next morning. Evan went back to LA, and day by day it got easier to push the girl in Carolina out of his mind. Okay, in all honesty, the memory of her still nagged at him, but he pushed it away as much as he could and went on with his regularly scheduled life, the one he'd been working so hard to build and maintain. His agent did what agents do, and suddenly the new Evan was the hottest thing going. The fact that he'd been in a motorcycle crash only added to his bad boy marketability, and he went right back into traveling for photo shoots and speaking out for his environmental group. His days were full, and time passed quickly. Evan told himself his life was full too. Everything was back on track, after all. He was making good money and was still contributing to causes he believed in. Annabelle was right when she said his life had just been on hold. Nothing had been stripped away. So why, then, did he feel like something was wrong? It was like whatever he had connected with during his darkest times had changed him in such a way that he wasn't quite content with what he thought was his Plan A. Plan A was the goal, right? Evan had been back in California for over 6 months when he finally realized that might not be the case. It was the following May when it hit him. Mia and Nico were in Charlotte for the week, so Evan had the house to himself. He had made some good friends through modeling and others through his cousins, Logan and Charlotte, who'd been established in California for most of their lives. It was a beautiful day, and Mia and Nico's pool area was just begging for some life, so Evan sent a few texts, and several people, both guys and girls, came over to swim. One of them was a girl he hung out with sometimes. Nothing had ever happened between them aside from kissing, which, if you're in your 20s and beautiful in Hollywood, is the same as nothing. The girl's name was Heidi, and one of the things she brought, along with several girlfriends, was a 4-pound dog that she carried in her purse. It had been running around the backyard all afternoon, which Evan didn't mind, as long as it didn't destroy anything. They were all leaning against the side of the pool when one of Heidi's friends asked about the collar the dog was wearing. This prompted Heidi to proudly state that she paid $10,000 for it.
"Just imagine what it would cost to have one of them made for a Great Dane,"
Philip said. Evan's heart was in the process of dropping at the mention of that particular breed of dog when Heidi said, I would never have a dog that big. That's just ridiculous.
Logan's got a German Shepherd, Philip said, and that's as big as a Great Dane.
I don't see how anyone would want to have a gigantic dog like that. It's like keeping livestock in your house. It's gross. They stink. Heidi turned to the side of the pool where her little, shivering, bug-eyed, glorified rat with a $10,000 collar was running back and forth nonstop. That's all the dog you need right there, she said, making everyone laugh. That was the moment it happened. That was the exact time when Evan suddenly realized that he did not want to kiss Heidi anymore. Not just because of her tendency to like small dogs, either. He just had a feeling in the pit of his stomach that this wasn't the life he was meant for. A wave of something washed over him as he stood in the pool that afternoon. It felt physically like cold sweats, but there was a mental shift that took place, one he couldn't deny. One that told him he had gotten a taste of what his new Plan A should have been, and he ignored it because he thought he knew what was best. His heart was back in California, and it took a $10,000 dog collar to make him finally see it. Evan swam to the ladder and climbed out of the pool without saying a word to anyone. "Where are you going?" Heidi asked.
"I need to use the phone," he said.
He dried his hands but didn't bother drying the rest of his body before picking up his phone and pushing the button to call his sister. Everyone else stayed in or around the pool, but Evan walked into the backyard so that his conversation couldn't be overheard. The dog yapped at him from her place on the patio, but it thankfully kept its distance. "What's up, brother? What you doing calling me?" Mia said, picking up the phone.
"I was thinking about taking you up on the offer to move into your guest house for a little while,"
Evan said, feeling short of breath at the sheer speed in which his brain was racing. There was a fairly long silence as he paced the backyard waiting for Mia to speak. "Evan, you live in my guest house?" she said, tentatively, like she thought he might be on drugs.
"I'm talking about the one in Charlotte," he said.
"You want to move back to Charlotte?" she asked, seeming flabbergasted.
"I'm thinking about it," he said. "I was thinking maybe I could scope out a few locations for that taco place I was telling you about."
Mia and her husband had talked to Evan about his retirement plan of opening a restaurant, but his career was going so good in Los Angeles that she couldn't imagine why he'd want to retire right away, and certainly not in Charlotte. "If you're homesick, why don't you just come visit for a little while?" she said. "You didn't get to come home for the holidays. It's been a while since—" She hesitated. "When did you come home last?"
"It was last fall after my accident," he said.
"You're probably due for a visit," she said.
"You can look at it as a visit if you want to, Mia, but I'm pretty sure I'm moving back home."
"Why?"
"Why not?"
"Because you're killing it over there," she said as if stating the obvious.
"It's not just about money, though," he said.
"What's it about?"
"I don't know," he said. "I guess I just sort of feel like I should have stopped and realized that maybe my life got put on hold for a reason," he said. "I thought I was being open to that all this time, but I don't think I was. Maybe the detour was the destination."
"I did not understand what you just said," Mia said after a short pause.
"I don't even know if I understand it, really. I just got this feeling that I should come back and see what's going on in Charlotte. I think I'll enjoy opening a restaurant, and I have enough startup to do it. I can still take a few jobs and work with the EOC when I can, but I just feel like I should be back home."
Mia paused. For as long as she could remember, ever since they were tiny kids, Evan had been chomping at the bit to be anywhere but home. He left Charlotte the second he graduated high school and had barely been back since. She didn't understand his change of heart. "Are you sure you're feeling all right?" she asked.
"I'm fine," he said. "Better than ever. I know it must seem weird to hear me saying all this, but I promise it's going to be all good. I'm not giving up on myself or modeling right now. I'm doing what I should have done months ago, and realizing that sometimes you're led somewhere new for a reason."
"That's deep, Evan," she said, making her brother laugh.
"It's pretty deep," he said. but it translates into having to make plans and take some action. That's why I'm calling. I wanted to make sure you were okay with me moving in at your Charlotte place for a little while.
Of course we're okay with it, she said. It's the same as you living at our LA place. We'll get to see you half the time either way. She paused. It's Mom who's gonna be pumped. And Dee Dee. Did you tell them?
No, you're the first person I called.
Oh my gosh, Mom's gonna freak out when she hears.
I'll call her later. I just need to decide what my time frame is. I think I'll want to get a truck to move my things from here. I used to live out of a duffel bag, but I've accumulated quite a bit in the last 3 years. I'll probably need to make moving arrangements.
Moving arrangements mean you're serious, she said.
I'm totally serious, he said. I feel like a weight's been lifted off my chest since I decided.
He didn't add that this was only about 2 minutes ago. That's awesome, brother, she said. I'm happy for you. I'll be thinking about good locations for your taco place.
Thank you, he said. I'm excited.
Evan almost said goodbye and hung up, but the next words that came out of his mouth were,
Hey, does that girl still work for you at the salon?
What girl?
The one from the biscuit place, Annabelle.
Oh, of course, she said. We love Annabelle. A couple of seconds passed before Mia added, That's not what this is about, is it?
What? No, why?
Okay, because she's seeing someone. I just saw them together last night. Evan pulled the phone away from his ear. He held it in front of him, staring at it like it was something that had just fallen off of a spaceship. A foreign object that was saying all sorts of things he didn't approve of. It seriously took all of his strength to refrain from making a perfect overhand throw and landing his phone directly into the swimming pool. He was so mad he felt like he might break into an instant sweat. Did you hear me? Mia asked.
What?
I said Annabelle's seeing some—
I heard what you said, but my moving back has nothing to do with her.
Evan said. Okay, I was just making sure, she said defensively. Evan wanted to drop the subject and hang up with his sister, but he couldn't stop wondering if she'd been seeing that guy last fall when they hung out.
How long has she been with that guy? Evan asked, unable to contain his curiosity.
Mia sighed. I don't know, since about Christmas, I guess. He was with her when she came by at Christmas, but I think that was the first time I met him.
You're talking like he's your best friend or something,
Evan said irritably.
1 second, you act like you think she might be seeing someone, and now you tell me he's coming to Christmas at my house.
Mia laughed. You're tripping, Evan. 1 second you tell me you're moving here, and now I'm starting to think it's not just about opening a restaurant. Evan was quiet for several long seconds while Mia sat on the other end, waiting to hear how he'd respond. Nico's yelling at me from the other room, she said finally. I'm happy for you to come back to Carolina, no matter what's bringing you here, Ev. I don't want you to think that's not the case. Mom and Dad aren't going to care what made you decide. They'll just be glad to have you back.
I appreciate it,
he said.
And I didn't mean to overreact. I guess I'm glad you told me she was with someone, even though it doesn't really matter.
Oh, really? She asked in that teasing tone only a sister could use. I'm glad it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't change the fact that I'm coming back.
Well, good. I know Mom will be excited. Evan told his sister he loved her and said goodbye. And 1 week later, he was on a plane headed for Charlotte. Chapter 8. Back to Annabelle. It was late October when I had last seen Evan Hunt. I hadn't heard a peep out of him since that night after we made pumpkin bread at my mom's. It was better that way. I could have easily gotten attached, and I knew it was good to have a nice, clean break like it never happened in the first place. I started seeing Garrett Cooper just before Christmas. A friend from the salon set us up on a date, and we enjoyed each other's company enough that we'd been hanging out at least once a week since then. As an airline pilot, Garrett was gone half the time. That's not just a figure of speech either. It was literally half the time. 3 days away, 3 days home. And repeat the process over and over again for the foreseeable future. He flew the same routes time and time again, but he said that would change as he got promotions over the years. He was a nice guy. He was handsome and dependable, and he had an easygoing personality. He liked to go rock climbing and mountain biking on his off days, which sort of reminded me of Evan since I'd seen pictures of him doing both of those things in ads for the Square Root clothing line. They could have just been posed photos, and Evan might really know nothing about rock climbing or mountain biking, but in the pictures he looked like a professional. Not that I compared Garrett to Evan, because I didn't. There was nothing to compare. They were two different people. Garrett treated me like a lady, and Evan was all the way over in California doing who knows what. At least I thought he was. That all changed when Mia walked into the salon break room one random morning in May and announced, "My brother's moving here, y'all." I was sitting at a booth across from another stylist when Mia rounded the corner and made that proclamation. Instinctually, I took a sharp intake of breath when I heard what she said. This was unfortunate because I had a sip of coffee in my mouth at the time, and the reflex caused me to suck a little coffee into my windpipe and proceed coughing like crazy. It was a good thing there was a stack of napkins sitting on the table in front of me, because I had just enough time to get some of them in front of my face before coffee went spewing out of my mouth. One after another, I coughed and coughed and coughed until I finally managed to clear the liquid out of my throat. By the time I finished, Mia was standing right beside me with her hand on my shoulder, staring at me with an expression of great concern. "Oh my goodness, Annabelle, are you okay?" she asked once my coughing fit died down enough for her to get a word in edgewise. I put my fist to my mouth and let out 2 more controlled coughs in an effort to soothe my still stinging throat. "I'm fine," I said. "It just went down the wrong pipe." "Oh my gosh, that was scary," Becca said from across the table. "I'm fine," I assured them, clearing my throat for what I hoped would be the last time. "What were you saying about your brother?" Becca asked after it was apparent that I was going to survive the ordeal. My stomach flipped as soon as the question left Becca's lips. I cringed inwardly as I waited to hear what Mia would say. Quite honestly, I preferred Evan being in California. Out of sight, out of mind, most of the way at least. A little voice in my head started chanting, "Please don't say Evan's moving here," the second Becca asked Mia to repeat herself. "Evan," Mia said, rubbing my shoulder as if to make sure I was still doing all right. "He's coming back home." Cough, cough. "Like for good?" Becca asked. "I guess so," Mia said with a shrug. "He put all his stuff in one of those pods and had it sent over here." "Is he living with your mom?" Becca asked. "No, he's moving into the apartment behind my house for a little while before he gets himself a place. It's been empty since we moved in, so we're glad to have him back there. He's been living with us out west anyway, so for us it's just a matter of seeing him in a different place." I had to clear my throat again before I could speak. "When's he coming?" I asked, finally finding my voice. "Today," Mia said. "Nico said they might come by here on their way home from the airport later." I coughed again. My nerves were in a state of affairs that could easily be categorized as freaking out. I was having a good old-fashioned freak-out on the inside, but on the outside I tried to remain calm and collected. "He asked about you," Mia added. I wasn't looking at her when she said it, but I glanced her way instantly to see who she was talking to, and she was staring straight at me with the hint of a smile. "Me?" She nodded. "That's weird," I said, shaking my head like I couldn't imagine why he would do such a thing. Why was I the biggest dork on the face of the earth? My face was turning red, and I knew it. I could feel the blood rising to my cheeks. I slid out of the booth and skirted around Mia, trying not to act like I was in a hurry. "I need to go check my client under the dryer," I said, barely glancing back at Mia and Becca as I left the break room. Why couldn't I be a normal person and ask Mia what her brother said about me? I did, after all, want to know the answer to that question. I felt embarrassed and frustrated with myself as I headed out to check my client 5 minutes earlier than was necessary. I was booked until roughly 7 that evening, And since I ran away from that conversation with Mia earlier, I had no idea what time Evan may or may not be coming by the salon. Mia normally didn't stay any later than 4 or 5 in the afternoon, so I couldn't imagine it would be any time after that. I spent the better part of the day glancing at the door every time someone came in. It was just after 3 o'clock that afternoon when Nico and Evan came in with Mia and Nico's little boy, Tristan. I saw them before they ever came in the door, so I had time to prepare myself. I had just come back from the shampoo bowl with one of my regular clients, and I was about to start cutting hair. I could have easily stopped what I was doing long enough to go over there or acknowledge them, but I made the split-second, nervous decision to ignore them completely. They were there for Mia anyway. I smiled and carried on with my client, parting her hair into tidy sections and pinning them in place as we talked. I was aware of their presence in the reception area, but I kept my eyes on my client. I heard them tell Amanda they were going to look for Mia in the back before they began walking in my direction. There was nowhere for me to go. I was stuck doing this haircut, and Evan Hunt was about to walk right past me.
Hey there, Annabelle,
Nico said. He had said that same phrase to me hundreds of times as he walked past that very spot, so I knew it was him who had said it. Hey guys, I said, smiling and glancing at them as a group as I held a section of hair in midair. It was a good thing I had a taut grip on the hair, because otherwise my hands would have been shaking. I tried to look away instantly. I really did, but I couldn't make myself. Evan was staring straight at me when my eyes passed over him, and I couldn't stop myself from locking eyes with him for a few seconds. He continued walking with Nico, but to me it seemed as if he was doing it in slow motion. Everything he did looked like it should be in slow motion, with beautiful harp music in the background. Evan no longer walked with a limp, and his scar had faded considerably, at least from a distance. It was still noticeable, but it had lightened up quite a bit. I broke eye contact as soon as it hit me that I was staring at him. I watched them continue past me and down the hall out of the corner of my eye. Oh, snap, my client whispered as soon as they walked away. That was that guy Evan Hunt. Yep, I said dazedly. I knew his family owned this place, but I didn't know he came in here. He doesn't really. I haven't seen him in like 7 months. I didn't know you already got to meet him, she said, sounding impressed. I went to high school with him, I said. He's from here. I know he's from here, but it's still cool to get to meet him. He's like for reals famous. He got to meet the president and everything. And Justin Bieber. He put a picture of it on his Instagram. He has like 2 million followers. The more she talked, the more anxious I got. I was already nervous enough around him as it was. The last thing I needed was for her to sit out here and tell me more good things about him. How's your man doing? I asked, since I didn't really want to listen to her talk about how much she loved Evan anymore. My client started talking about her boyfriend at that point, and the conversation lasted until I finished her haircut. I worked quickly, but it wasn't because I was in a hurry. It was more because I was amped, jacked up, freaking out, whatever you want to call it. I gave her a good haircut and style, but I did it in record time. Evan, Nico, and Mia had been in the back the whole time, so I assumed they were still in the salon. There was a back door, and theoretically they could have used it, but it wasn't likely since we almost always used the front door. I hugged my client, recommended some product, and sent her on her way. My plan, as I cleaned up my station, was to sneak out of the front door and go to the nearby coffee shop. I had 30 minutes to kill before my next appointment, and I figured this way I might miss them when they left. It was the cowardly thing to do, but that's just how torn up I was at the sight of him. Sometimes you just have to know your limits, and this was one of those times where I had to run away from something lest I explode. I took off my apron and stashed it across the arm of my chair before heading to the reception area. I'm going to grab some espresso, I said. I knew if I said a cup of coffee, Amanda would suggest that I brew a pot in the break room. So I went ahead and specified that I wanted espresso. Can I get $10 out of my tips for today? I asked, since I wasn't planning on going to the back to get my purse. Amanda handed me a $10 bill, which I stashed in my back pocket before heading out the door and down the block to the coffee shop. I felt a bit like I was in a surreal dream state, and I hadn't even talked to him. It was crazy that we were even in the same town. I walked slowly towards the coffee shop because my thoughts alone were enough to leave me breathless. I thought of Garrett, and what a good guy he was, and how lucky I was to have him. I told myself the electricity I felt when Evan walked into the room was lust and not love, and that I was best just staying as far away from him as possible. I knew the guy working behind the counter at the coffee shop, and I sat at the bar and talked to him while I drank my coffee. I had been there for about 20 minutes and was about to reluctantly excuse myself to go back to work when the door chimed and I glanced at the person walking in. It was Evan, and he was alone. His hair was pulled back, and he was wearing jeans and a vintage t-shirt. I scanned him from the ground up before making eye contact with him. I was frozen in place, helpless to do anything but sit there and watch him approach. My stomach was tied in 1,000 knots, and I wondered if I could speak if spoken to.
Are you off for the day?
He asked as he walked toward me, smiling. Huh? No. I was just heading back from my last appointment. It's a corrective color, so I figured I should grab some coffee, I said, giggling nervously at the cheesy stylist humor. I had swiveled as I was speaking and was now sitting on the very edge of the bar stool, poised to get up and head for the door. It was good seeing you, I said, assuming we had just bumped into each other by accident. I turned to look over my shoulder. Bye, Alex, I called to the barista.
Bye, Bells,
he said.
Bells,
Evan said with a smile aimed at me. Somehow he was standing much closer now. He was only a couple of feet away, and the proximity was overwhelming. I could smell him, for goodness sake. Annabelle, I said, but I'll answer to pretty much any variation of Belle since most people just shorten it without asking. I was rambling, and my voice sounded funny to my own ears, but at least I was speaking English. My heart was just about to beat out of my chest as he stood there looking at me. Chapter 9. There was a distinct sensation of warm and cold air hitting me at the same time as I stood in the coffee shop face to face with Evan. Honest to goodness, it was as if there were vents blowing gusts of warm and cold air onto my face. I begged myself to get a hold on my nerves and just behave like a normal person, but my body didn't want to listen. My heart was beating so rapidly that it felt like my ears were humming. Evan's hair was pulled back the way it always was, in that carefree way that made him seem perfectly masculine. I glanced to the side and cleared my throat. It was good seeing you, I said with a smile when I glanced back at him.
Where are you going?
He asked, pulling back to stare at me when it was obvious that I wanted to step around him. I motioned to the door with a casual smile. I had already finished my coffee. I was just headed back to the salon.
How long does it take you to finish your last client?
He asked. I swallowed hard as I regarded him. I knew what he was getting at. He was asking me when I would be done working because he wanted to hang out. He was about to ask me to hang out. That was going to be the very next thing out of his mouth. I just knew it. I was pretty sure if I would have looked down at my chest, I could visibly see my heart pounding. I'll be done at around 7 if all goes well, I said, answering his question.
Would you want to?
I knew what he was going to say, and I couldn't bear to hear him say it and then have to turn around and refuse him. I cut him off before he could get the words, "Would you want to hang out," out of his mouth. How's California? I asked, pretending that I was going to ask it before I heard him start speaking.
It's fine,
he said.
I guess you already have some plans for tonight,
he added, not letting me off the hook that easy. I smiled at him, and I tried not to make it too regretful looking, but it was difficult. It was Friday, and I had plans to see a movie with Garrett. As I stared at Evan, I had the distinct feeling that I wished Garrett didn't exist, or at least that I'd never met him. I'm going to see your cousin's new movie, I said, trying to throw a distraction into my answer while not being dishonest. Evan smiled, but I knew he knew what was going on.
That's cool,
he said, lifting one shoulder in a gesture that said, I tried.
Mia told me you were seeing somebody.
The bees. The colony of bees was causing my whole chest to rumble. The thought of him talking to Mia about me caused the bees to come back in full force. He's a pilot, I said, feeling the need to say something but not knowing what to say. He's gone a lot, but if he's home on the weekend, we usually get something to eat and go see a movie or whatever. Rambling. TMI. I took a deep breath and reached out to squeeze Evan's arm as I continued to walk around him. I touched it and gave him a quick squeeze, and it was with great difficulty that I made my hand let go. It was great seeing you, I said with a big farewell smile. You look amazing.
You look amazing too,
he said as he shifted to watch me walk around him. He was smiling at me, but his smile had all sorts of layers to it, and disappointed was definitely one of them. I walked out of the coffee shop feeling like my heart had just broken into 1,000 pieces. I literally felt a crushing sensation on my chest, like something was compressing me. I could barely catch my breath even though I was only walking. I stopped once I got out onto the sidewalk and took a deep breath, letting air slowly into my lungs and then out.
You okay?
I heard from behind me. I knew who it was before I turned to see that Evan was standing there. My eyes were watering, but there weren't enough tears gathered to fall onto my cheeks just yet. I stood there with wide eyes, hoping they'd dry if I held them open long enough. I smiled stiffly, knowing I'd just been caught letting out an exaggerated sigh. I'm fine, I said. I just love the smell of coffee. He gestured to the coffee shop.
I just came over here to talk to you,
he said.
I'll walk you back to the salon if that's where you're headed.
Yeah, I said, somewhat stunned.
How's Cupcake?
He asked when we fell into stride beside each other. She's amazing, I said. She's at my mom's house. She'll be excited to know you asked about her. Evan smiled and we walked a few paces before he said,
Would you ever buy her a $10,000 collar?
I got tickled at that. My nerves were already on edge, and the ridiculous question had me giggling. Do they even make such a thing? I asked, still laughing at the way the question struck me.
Yes,
he said, laughing along with me.
I saw one.
Did you buy one of those? I asked, with my face scrunched up.
No,
he said, still smiling.
But I thought about Cupcake when I saw it. I wondered if you'd ever get something like that for her.
I honestly can't believe they even make such a thing, I said, shaking my head at him. She looks perfectly cute in the $20 one I got at Incredipet. We took a few more steps before I added, Y'all have some crazy stuff out there in California, in an exaggerated Southern accent. He laughed.
North Carolina's got designer dog collars, I'll bet.
Well, not Cupcake, I said. I would never even buy me a $10,000 necklace, much less my dog. A few seconds passed before he said,
I like your hair like that.
He reached up and touched the back of my head, but as soon as I felt his hand there, it was gone again. I had styled my hair up with a scarf woven through like a headband earlier while one of my clients was under the dryer. Paige had actually helped me with it. Thanks, I said.
I can see your dimples with it pulled up like that, he said.
Bam, 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 my heart pounded. I can see your dimples too, I said, glancing at him as we walked.
A pilot, huh?
He asked after a few silent seconds. Who? Oh, Garrett? Yeah, he works for Southwest. I slowed my pace walking so that I wouldn't be so out of breath.
I guess you like him,
he said. I did not know how to answer that. Yes, I liked Garrett. I liked him fine. But compared to Evan, I didn't like him at all. Come to think of it, Garrett was pretty terrible by comparison. How about you? I asked, since I didn't know how to answer his question.
What about me?
He asked. How are things with you?
Fine, I guess,
he said, shrugging as we continued down the sidewalk.
It's my first day back.
I heard, I said. Mrs. Hunt came in to have her hair done early, and she was saying how excited everyone was to have you back.
My mom?
He asked. Dee Dee, I said. He smiled, and we took a few more paces in silence. We were getting close to the salon when he touched my arm, causing me to slow down and look at him.
I probably should have called you,
he said with a sad smile.
For what it's worth, I regret not calling.
Don't, I said, shaking my head. I had never been good at accepting compliments or apologies, and my instinct was to let him off the hook for whatever he was regretting before I even fully heard what it was.
Don't what?
He asked. Don't feel like you need to regret anything.
I'm not asking your permission to regret it. I'm just telling you it's a fact. I should have called, and I'm sorry I didn't.
I smiled and shook my head, feeling completely at a loss for words. I knew the words coming out of his mouth that he regretted not calling me. But was I supposed to figure out that he was saying something more than that? Was he telling me that he wanted to be with me? Was he telling me to break up with Garrett and run away with him? Please don't be sorry, I said, touching his arm casually right before we approached the door to the salon. I meant it in a, please don't be sorry, because if you are, I'll have to break up with Garrett and throw myself at you type of way, but I didn't say all that. I just said, please don't be sorry, and left it at that. He opened the door for me with a big smile and gestured for me to step inside.
You can't tell me not to be sorry,
he said through smiling teeth when I passed him. Mia, Nico, and Tristan were standing near the door when we came in, so it was obvious that Evan was hoping to keep them from hearing him when he spoke. I glanced at him with a somewhat fake smile and thanked him for holding the door for me. My heart was already beginning to ache again like it did when I walked away from him at the coffee shop. Are you headed home for the day? I asked, smiling at Mia as I walked through the reception area. We're gonna get some takeout and help Evan unpack a few boxes if you want to come by, she said sweetly. I'm seeing your cousin's new movie, actually, I said, even though going to the movie with Garrett was just about torture compared to takeout and box sorting with them. Oh, okay, she said. She reached out to give me a hug as I passed by. I'll see you in a few weeks, she said. Sounds good, I said, knowing she and Nico were headed to California for a couple of weeks, and then to Myrtle Beach on their family vacation after that. It was great seeing you guys, I said with a smile and wave in Nico and Evan's direction as I headed through the reception area and into the salon. I wanted to walk straight back to the break room and cry. I wanted to fall into a chair and bawl my eyes out. My chest ached, and so did my face and jaw. I knew I was on the verge of tears, so I went straight into the restroom. No one else was in there, so I went to the sink, resting my hands onto the edge of it, and letting my weight rest on it as I stared into the mirror. I took a deep breath and washed my hands and cheeks with cold water before heading back into the salon. I did that corrective color, and it came out fine, but I hardly remember any of it. The terrible pressure I was experiencing on my chest had not faded as the hours passed. I felt heartbroken at the thought that Evan reached out to me and I denied him. Had he even reached out to me in the first place? Or was I maybe remembering our conversation incorrectly? Somewhere in the midst of that color correction, it occurred to me that I had to break up with Garrett. It wasn't about Evan either. It couldn't be. I knew I couldn't base my decision on thinking I would end up with Evan, because there was just no way to tell if that was going to happen. Regardless of the outcome with Evan, his return made me see that I could no longer be with Garrett. If the thought of hanging out with Garrett seemed like torture by comparison to the thought of hanging out with Evan, then something was wrong. I felt utterly nauseated at the idea of a breakup, but I didn't feel any better about the possibility of staying with him. Either way, I had a stomach ache, and I was totally preoccupied with deciding whether or not I should end things with Garrett during the remainder of the color process. I smiled and nodded at my client and asked questions about what was going on with her life, but I was completely out of it. By the time I had finished with her hair, I had come to the conclusion that I had no other choice but to break up with Garrett. This would prove to be harder than I imagined. Chapter 10. Turns out, Garrett was really hoping that we would be together forever. He told me this and many other things when I tried to break up with him later that evening instead of going with him to the movies. He met me at the salon when I finished up, and instead of getting into his car to go on our date, I told him, "We need to talk," as we walked out to the parking lot. I sat in the front seat of his car since I couldn't think of a better place to do something like that. I was feeling sick to my stomach and shaky when he looked over the console at me with those sweet, expectant eyes. Breaking up with Garrett was incredibly difficult. I told him I didn't think we should see each other anymore, and he proceeded to spend the next half hour trying to talk me out of it. There were a lot of repetitive questions during that time, but I'll skip most of them and begin near the end of our conversation. I was just about ready to throw in the towel and say maybe I had been wrong about ending things, but I thought about my reaction to seeing Evan earlier that day, and knew it wasn't fair to Garrett to string him along. I told myself time after time in that conversation that it wasn't about Evan, and that I needed to break up with Garrett even if nothing developed between Evan and me.
I don't understand what's wrong,
he said for at least the 10th time.
I thought you were okay with my schedule.
It's not your job, I said.
Is it someone else?
It was the second time he had asked that, and at first I had acted like I didn't hear him. No, I said. It wasn't a lie. This wasn't all about Evan. I had already convinced myself of that. I'm sorry, I said, reaching for the door handle after we had gone over the same things several times.
I think it's a mistake, Annabelle,
he said in a hopeless tone as he watched me reach for the door. It might be, I said sadly. All I have to go on is how I'm feeling right now. And right now, I just don't think that we're right for each other long term.
Bye then,
he said after a few seconds. He seemed frustrated, and I hated ending things on a bad note. I'm sorry, I said, somewhat defensively.
What do you want me to say, Annabelle? It's okay? I'm not going to say that. I don't feel it. I don't think this is right.
I sighed and pulled the handle to pop the door open. We had been going in circles like this for a while now, and I had to put one foot out the door and take a step at some point. I gotta go, Garrett. I'm sorry.
It's a mistake,
he said as I closed the door tentatively. I almost opened it again since he had been talking when it closed, but it was something he had already said too many times. I cried the whole way to my mom's house. I cried for a lot of reasons. First and foremost, breaking up was hard to do. That's why there was a whole song about it. There were probably millions of songs about it, actually. I cried because I felt bad for Garrett. I cried because a chapter of my life was closing. I cried because I was embarrassed for Evan to think I went and broke up with my boyfriend the day he came back just for him. That was too much pressure for him. I probably wouldn't even tell him we broke up for a while. I probably wouldn't even see him for a while. I basically told him I was dating someone and to leave me alone. That thought brought on another round of sobs. I had a good, hard cry as I drove over to my mom's. My feelings were all over the map. I was sad and angry and embarrassed and frustrated, and I was certain that I had made the wrong decision by breaking up with Garrett since nothing was going to happen between Evan and me anyway. I let myself wallow in self-pity for 20 minutes while I took the long road to my mom's house. By the time I got there, I had managed to calm my emotions enough to go inside and act like everything was fine. I was okay with my mom seeing that I had been crying since I had been planning on telling her I broke up with Garrett. I didn't want her to ask 1,000 questions, however, so I needed to have my wits gathered when I arrived at her house. "What are you doing here, sweetheart?" she asked when I came in the house. "I thought you and Garrett had plans." I was staring down at Cupcake and patting her neck when I said, "I sort of broke up with Garrett tonight, so we didn't end up going to the movies." I had the best intentions. I really did. I drove around her neighborhood 3 times getting myself together so that I could walk into my mom's house and say it like it was no big deal. I tried my best to sound casual and deliver the statement like it was some basic everyday piece of information, but I failed miserably. The "so we didn't end up going to the movies" part of my statement came out in a high-pitched tone that made it totally obvious that I was crying. My mom stood up from her bar stool and took me into her arms. "Sweetheart," she cooed, rubbing my back. "I'm fine," I assured her, rubbing my cheek with the back of my hand and giggling a little. "I'm the one who broke up with him. It was just hard because he was hurt and he begged me to reconsider." "Why'd you do it, sweetie?" my mom asked, pulling back to look at me. "I thought everything was going good with you guys." "It was fine, but it just sort of hit me that I couldn't see myself with him long term." My mom continued rubbing my shoulder even though I was no longer crying and was now petting Cupcake. "She was gonna watch a Hallmark movie with me," my mom said, assuming I'd take Cupcake and we'd be on our way. "I'll watch a Hallmark movie with you guys," I said. My mom was delighted with this, and I was happy for the opportunity to unbutton my pants, take off my bra, and eat almost a whole pint of Haagen-Dazs after a Mexican TV dinner. I was tired and stuffed by the time I went home, so I fell asleep with more ease than I anticipated. The next day was Saturday, and since it was my busiest day at work, it passed quickly. Sunday was my only day off that week, and I spent most of it sleeping, the whole afternoon at least. I had to be at my grandma's restaurant Monday morning at 6:30. I hated waking up that early, but I always had fun once I got there, and I missed it on the weeks I didn't go. Friday was Diane Hunt's usual day for a blueberry biscuit, but lately she'd been stopping by on Monday as well. I was almost sure it had something to do with a certain gentleman, but I would never go so far as to ask her about it unless she offered some information first. There was an older, artist gentleman by the name of Nathan Voth who wore his white hair pulled back into a ponytail. He was the type of older gentleman who looked good with long hair, and I could totally see how Dee Dee would be attracted to him. Hey, I was a sucker for ponytails too, obviously. Anyway, Mrs. Hunt hadn't confirmed it, but I sort of thought she and Mr. Voth managed to arrange chance encounters with each other on Mondays at my family restaurant. She happened to come in on this particular Monday, and it was on the tip of my tongue to tell her I was single. It had been 3 days since I broke up with Garrett, and it seemed more like an eternity. I felt like I wanted to tell Evan, but I knew I should wait a while so he wouldn't think it was about him. Mr. Voth was sitting at a table like he always did, and Mrs. Hunt came in and took a seat at one of the bar stools near the register. I greeted her like usual, only this time I was more nervous since I associated her with her grandson, who now lived in my town. "How are you, Miss Dee Dee?" I said, smiling as I set a glass of milk in front of her. "I'm fine and dandy, Annabelle. My grandson just moved back to town for the first time in I don't know how long," she said with a huge smile. "I think he's been gone for 10 years by now." I obviously knew he was back, but I still acted surprised. "Evan?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Yes, ma'am," she agreed excitedly. "I just knew that boy was going to come back home. He was just too stubborn to do it." I laughed nervously. "I'm happy for you that he's back," I said. "I saw him the other day when he first came into town." "I know," she said. "He told me about that." I glanced at her to find that she was smiling at me like she knew something I didn't. "Oh," I said, feeling stunned. "He's coming to have breakfast with me this morning," she added. My gut clenched so hard that my shoulders moved forward slightly. It was all I could do not to let my face appear strained with the massive wave of adrenaline that washed over me at the thought of him coming in. I had heard of fight or flight, and I understood the idea of it, but never had I felt it so unmistakably. I would have done just about anything to run out of the restaurant and avoid Evan Hunt. I had to avoid him at all costs. I had to do it because if he came in there, I honestly didn't know if I could refrain from throwing myself into his arms. "That's awesome," I said, smiling at her. "I'll wait on your biscuit till he gets here." "Paige and the babies are coming, too," she said. "We'll grab one of those tables over there when it comes open." She motioned to the area near Mr. Voth's table. Our tables turned over quickly, so I knew one of them would be open soon. That was good for me, actually. At least Evan wouldn't be sitting right in front of me the whole time. "I think a couple is almost done over there," I said. "I'll grab their table for you when they get up." She smiled. "Thank you, Annabelle." "My pleasure," I said as I walked to the kitchen to package a to-go order. I was on the cordless phone taking another order when Evan walked in. I glanced at him and barely had the chance to smile before looking down at my notepad. I had finished taking their order, and they had already hung up the phone on their end, but I kept the phone to my ear and pretended to still be taking the order to give myself a few seconds to prepare. By the time I hung up and brought the ticket to the kitchen, Evan was sitting on a bar stool next to his grandma. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, and I noticed that the table I had been waiting on was now open. The timing could not have been more perfect, and I said a quick, silent prayer to thank God for looking out for me like that. "Your table's open," I said, glancing in Evan and Dee Dee's direction. I was so full of nervous energy that I grabbed the rag and dustpan and headed over to the table instantly. Dee Dee followed me over there and sat down once I had finished clearing and wiping it, but to my own dismay, Evan kept his seat at the bar. "I thought we were sitting over here," he said with an easy smile when I came back to the counter. "I know," I said. "Dee Dee likes the bar, but I think Paige and the babies are joining you." "That's what she said," he said, gesturing to his grandma. "That's sort of a bummer for me," he added, leaning back on his bar stool like he might crack his back on it. I could clearly see the muscles of his chest straining against the fabric of his shirt when he stretched like that. It was too much. I tied a knot in the top of a to-go bag just to have something to do with my hands. "I guess I should probably warn you that I'm gonna give you a hard time about that boyfriend of yours, since I'm secretly hoping you'll leave him." "Oh, you are?" I asked in a teasing, challenging way. "Yep." "And what makes you think that will work?" I asked. He smiled at me just before standing up with the intention of walking over to meet his grandmother. "Because secretly, you want me to," he said. The sound of my beating heart made it almost impossible to hear what Evans said. But I was almost certain he said he wanted me to break up with Garrett so that he could take his place. Knowing this could not be entirely true, at least not in the long-term, highly committed way I desired, I laughed like I thought he must be joking. I wanted to say, "I broke up with Garrett 3 days ago. Where have you been? I've been waiting patiently for you to come get me on your white horse." But I didn't. I just giggled. "You're laughing, but I'm not really trying to be funny," Evan said, smiling and confidently shaking his head at me before taking off to sit with his family. Chapter 11. We had a rush of to-go orders after Evan went to sit with his grandma. Paige and her 2 little girls came in while I was on the phone, and I smiled at them and pointed toward the table where Evan and Dee Dee were sitting. They were situated on the far side of the small dining room, and I could see their table from most of the areas behind the counter. Evan took the seat that was positioned looking toward me, so even though he was far away, I could clearly see him when I glanced over there. Paige sat on the same side of the booth as Dee Dee, and her 2 little girls, Ryan and Izzy, sat with Evan. I couldn't help but glance over there while I was on the phone. The Hunt family knew the routine at Amy's. We never went to the tables to take orders. It was pushing it for me to manage getting the food out to the tables once they were ready. Sometimes when I was in the weeds, if I knew a customer by name, I'd just yell at them to come get their own order. It was a laid-back place that was more about a good breakfast than fancy service. I brought the to-go tickets to the kitchen before leaving the counter headed into the dining room. My intention was to wipe a table that had just come open, but the restaurant was small and I had to walk right by the Hunt's table. "I want a cinnamon bun," Izzy yelled excitedly when she saw me coming. I squinted and pointed at her as I approached, and she giggled, knowing I was going to poke her ribs. "I know what you want, you little munchkin." I sat on the very edge of the booth seat next to her, and she put her arms around me. I had become good friends with Paige, Cody, and the girls over the years, so their youngest daughter was completely comfortable with me sitting there. Evan was on the same side of the booth, so I couldn't see him without leaning over and looking past his nieces. I opted to look at Paige and Dee Dee instead, since that was most convenient, and they were a lot less intimidating. "I was coming over to wipe this table, but I think I know what most of you want if you'd like me to put in your order." "I want a cinnamon bun," Izzy repeated in her precious little toddler voice.
"I want a haircut," Evan said as if that was one of the things on the menu. "When do you have it cut last?" Paige asked, absent-mindedly digging in her purse. Evan leaned over the table to look at me.
"Annabelle did it." "That was your last haircut?" I asked in a shocked tone since that felt like it happened a century ago.
"Yeah. Why, do I need to get it cut?" he asked, directing his question to me.
"I can't believe you haven't," I said. "Don't they have stylists getting all fussy over you during photo shoots?"
He shrugged. "They mess with my hair, but they don't cut it. Nobody's touched it since you cut it."
"You need to trim those ends at least," Paige said, glancing at her brother-in-law like he was a hippie and a half for not having it trimmed. "I have to go by the salon when we leave here anyway," she said. "You can come with us and I'll trim you up if you want to." "Aw," Dee Dee said, "that is so sweet." She looked at Evan. "Paige is gonna do that on her day off," she said, expecting him to say thank you to Paige for the kind offer.
"And I appreciate that. But I think I'm gonna let my regular girl do it."
"Who's your regular girl?" Paige asked with a genuinely confused look on her face. I knew before he said my name that he was going to say it. My chest started buzzing before it even came out of his mouth.
"Annabelle,"
he said. Paige smiled at me when she realized what he was saying. "Oh, Annabelle, of course." She paused and sighed dramatically. "She's pretty booked, but she can probably work you in before Myrtle Beach." "I forgot about that," I said, glad for the change of subject since I felt breathless. 2 weeks, huh?"
"Why don't you come?"
Evan said. He leaned over to look directly at me, so it was obvious who he was talking to. The girls both cheered at the idea. "He's kidding," I said to them as I stood up to go wipe the table. "But even if he wasn't, I can't. I have to be there to work at your mama's salon so she can go on vacation with you." I tickled Izzy, who was closest to the edge. "Let me get back to work," I said as someone came through the door with perfect timing. "Do what you need to do, sweetheart," Dee Dee said. "I'll send Evan up there to order when we're ready."
"So you think you'll be able to fit me in for a haircut?"
Evan asked when he came up to the bar a few minutes later. He stood near the register with the intention of placing their order, but instead he asked about a haircut. "I think I can make something happen before you guys go out of town," I said with a smile, feeling giddy at the thought of cutting his hair again. I held up the notepad and pen, poised for Evan to tell me his order. "I know what everybody else wants, so you just need to tell me yours," I said. He grinned at me, and to my own shock and horror, he reached out and pinched at my cheek.
"You're blushing, and it's the prettiest thing I've ever seen,"
he said sweetly. I gasped and stared at him with wide eyes. "Evan Hunt, didn't anyone ever teach you that you shouldn't point out when a lady's blushing?" I said, turning redder than ever. "It only makes matters worse." I was so embarrassed I felt like my face could go up in flames. I picked up a nearby laminated menu and began fanning myself with it.
I have seriously never seen a blush look this cute before, he said.
I glanced at him to see that he was still smiling at me, and I scrunched up my face at him before turning my attention to the notepad. I used restaurant shorthand to write down everyone else's order before looking at Evan to get his. Same as last time? I asked with a sigh.
Sounds good, he said.
I added his order to the others before looking up to let my eyes meet his again. I don't mind going up to the salon when I'm done here. I can leave at 11.
Today?
He asked, seeming surprised. I nodded and shrugged. If you want. It'll probably be easier than trying to work you into my schedule when I'm at the salon.
That busy, huh?
He asked. I smiled shyly. Busy time of year, too.
I'm up for a haircut today if you're sure you don't mind.
I don't, I said.
You think your boyfriend would mind?
I came really close to saying I didn't have a boyfriend, but instead I just shook my head. His smile broadened. It was breathtaking. It literally took my breath away. I stood there not breathing.
Even if he knew your customer had other intentions?
He wouldn't care, I said, giggling nervously and unable to think straight. I could not bear to tell him that I no longer had a boyfriend. I knew Evan would know he was the reason I broke up with Garrett, and I was just too embarrassed to let the words come out of my mouth. Evan's hands were clasped in front of him as he smiled and shook his head at me.
I would never let you meet me somewhere after hours if I was your boyfriend.
I'm not entirely sure that made sense, I said, smiling.
Sure it did, he said. I said, if you were my girl, I'd never let you meet someone like me in an empty salon on your day off.
Are you trying to tell me you're dangerous?
I'm extremely dangerous, he said, acting completely serious. That pilot should be really concerned right now.
Oh, really? He nodded.
For sure.
Maybe we should reconsider, I said. He shrugged.
I think you should go ahead and give me a haircut.
He paused.
But it's not going to end well for the pilot.
Oh, you think so? I said, laughing a little as I put styrofoam boxes into a to-go bag. Someone was walking toward the register, so Evan walked off, letting me get back to work. It was several minutes later when the Hunt's order was ready and I brought it out to them. I was only there long enough to drop it off before I had to get back to the counter to help Mr. Voth, who had finished his meal and was waiting at the register. All done? I asked.
I am,
he said. He had already paid for his and his sister's meals when he ordered them, so I was uncertain as to why he was waiting for me.
I'd like to pay for another table's breakfast if they haven't already settled up with you, he said.
I knew he was going to say Diane Hunt's table, and that's exactly what came out of his mouth. Paige usually ordered a fruit cup or two for the road, so technically they hadn't finished ordering. But the gesture was so sweet and romantic that I didn't bother spoiling it with details like that. I added up their total so far and planned on giving them the fruit cup if they asked. Nathan Voth paid their tab and even added a generous tip to the check, and I couldn't wait to tell Dee Dee he did. I couldn't wait to see the look on her face.
Don't tell Diane I paid for it, if you don't mind,
he said, just as I was thinking about the look on her face.
Just tell her it's on the house.
My shoulders slumped like I was a little girl and he was my grandpa and he was taking away my favorite toy. You're seriously not going to let me tell her? I asked. Mr. Voth smiled at me with a toothpick in his mouth.
No.
That's no fair, I said.
Maybe some other time,
he said, still smiling. All right, I said, smiling as I ran my closed hand across my lips, indicating they were zipped. I even did the little motion at the end like I was tossing away the key. He smiled and winked at me.
Thanks, Annabelle.
You're welcome. I watched as he walked out the door with his sister. I glanced into the dining room and within seconds made eye contact with Evan. He smiled and looked straight at me. I blinked hard 2 times in a row since I was just delirious enough to do something stupid and make pretty eyes at him. He smiled and made a silly face at me. I could see his family talking to him, but he kept glancing at me. He appealed to me in a way no man ever had. I felt like I was being physically drawn to him, like there was a rope tied to my waist and I was being tugged by it. Things were slowing down a little at the register, so I decided to give in to the urge to walk over to the Hunt's table. I grabbed a rag and some cleaner so I could look like I had other intentions. "Breakfast is on the house today," I said once I was close enough to their table that I didn't have to announce it in front of our other customers. "Is that the man's name?" Paige asked, looking at Dee Dee with a perplexed expression. "House?" Dee Dee took the napkin from her lap and used it to cover her face when she laughed. "Oh, you thought Mr. Voth paid for it?" I asked Paige in a sorrowful way that said she was way off base. "He didn't?" Dee Dee asked, losing her smile as she waited for my answer. I could tell she wanted it to be him who paid for it, but I had already promised him I wouldn't tell her. "All I know is it's been taken care of," I said, with my hands raised in surrender, trying to look as straight-faced as possible. "Are y'all doing all right over here?" I asked as I got up with the intention of wiping off the table next to theirs. "Can I get you anything else?" "We'll take some fruit for the road if you don't mind," Paige said. I smiled and nodded at her, letting her know I'd take care of it. The next 15 minutes passed quickly, and before I knew it, the Hunts were on their way out the door. "I guess I'll be back at 11 unless you have a better plan," Evans said, right in front of everyone when they came to the front when they were finished eating. "That's fine," I said. "Or I could just meet you at the salon."
"I'll come here," he said. "You probably want to ride in my truck anyway."
"Yeah, let's ride in Uncle Evan's truck," Ryan said. He rubbed her hair.
"I'll take you on a ride right now if you want to go,"
he said. She cheered and Paige shrugged, saying she was okay with whatever they decided.
"I'll meet you here at 11 so you can ride too," Evans said, looking at me with an easy smile. I was helpless to do anything but smile back and nod as the whole family looked at me. I would ride in a straight piece of junk and enjoy it with Evan driving. I could only imagine how I'd feel riding in something nice. Chapter 12. "You've only been here 2 days. How'd you get this?" I asked when I walked outside a couple of hours later and saw Evan's new truck. It wasn't new at all, actually. It was quite old. I wasn't a huge car person, but I knew a few things from listening to my dad and the guys at the restaurant, and I knew this was nice. "I've wanted this car since I was in high school. It belonged to my parents' neighbor. I called him the second I decided to move back into town."
"And he just sold it to you after he'd been having it that long?" I asked.
"I'm pretty persistent," he said.
He was standing beside me, and I glanced at him to find that he was smiling. The shape of his mouth when he smiled was exactly what a smile should look like. He'd been out in the sun, which made his teeth look exceptionally white. My eyes fell onto the sharp points of his eye teeth, and that jittery feeling washed over me again. I instantly glanced back at the truck. "Is it a Bronco?" I asked, pointing at the letters FORD, which were in the middle of the grill.
"It's awesome that you know that," he said.
I figured it was a Bronco, but I don't know what year or anything.
"It's a 72, he said. "I've wanted this car since I was 16.
"Why didn't you just get one in California?" I asked. I thought stuff like this was all anyone drove over there.
"Because I wanted this very one," he said. "It's pretty much my dream car. Don't worry about it."
It was one of the most beautiful restoration jobs I had ever seen. It was navy with off-white accents, big tires, and lots of chrome. It had a hardtop over the front seats, but the back was open. I walked up to it thinking that it was perhaps the coolest vehicle he could have possibly shown up with. "Is there a seat in the back?" I asked, walking up to it.
"Why? You worried about Cupcake having a place to ride?"
I opened the passenger's door before I turned to smile at him. "She's gonna be happy you thought about her," I said. I glanced in to find that the inside was just as immaculate as the outside. Brown interior, bucket seats in the front, and a small bench seat in the back with a little bed behind that. "This is maybe the coolest truck ever," I said, since it was absolutely true.
I had to have it, he said. It's the only crazy purchase I've made since I started working, so I figured I'd treat myself.
I sat in the passenger's seat with my small shoulder bag on my lap and stared up at him. The door was open, and he was standing there with one of his arms on the door and the other one on the truck. There was a gate made of Evan blocking me in, and it was a glorious sight. It was overcast but bright at the same time, and his face seemed to me like one of an angel. His scar had settled in color, and it appeared to have softened some. It fit his face like he was born with it. The combination of the scar and the long hair while I was sitting in the passenger's seat of a really cool truck had my heart fluttering. "Do I get to ride in it?" I asked, feeling a bit like a kid at Christmas.
"Yeah, unless you want to follow me over there," he said, knowing beyond the shadow of a doubt that I would say no to that offer. I didn't even bother responding. We both knew there was no way I would ever refuse to ride in a truck like this one, especially with a guy like him. I reached out for the door handle and smiled at him, indicating that if he didn't get out of the way, he might get hit with the door. In other words, I was staying right where I was in the passenger's seat. He smiled and smacked the side of the truck before helping me close my door. "Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness," I whispered as he jogged in front of the truck to get to the driver's side. "You sure you don't mind giving me a haircut on your day off?" he asked once he started the truck and was pulling out of the parking lot. We had to speak loudly over the low rumble of the engine. "Not at all," I said. We had just come to a stop at a traffic light, and the guy in the truck next to us smiled appreciatively at me and gave me a thumbs up. I knew he wasn't flirting. He was talking about the truck, which was worthy of such gestures. I gave him a thumbs up back just as the light turned green and the engine roared as Evan took off in first gear. "Oh my goodness, he gave me a thumbs up," I said once we were on the road and the guy in the truck could no longer hear me. "People love it,"
he said, smiling while his eyes remained on the road. I asked Evan to put on some music, and he turned it to a classic rock station that was playing a southern rock song by a band that may or may not have been Creedence Clearwater Revival. I wasn't familiar enough with the song to know the lyrics, but it was a familiar tune that fit perfectly with the scene. Wind whipping through our hair as we cruised Charlotte on a beautiful morning. I was relatively sure life did not get much better than moments like this. "Does your whole life feel like a movie when you ride around in that thing?" I asked as we were walking into the salon a few minutes later. Evan laughed.
"I've only had it for 2 days, but so far, yeah, it pretty much does."
"Your life's sort of like a movie anyway, I guess," I said.
"I don't really even know anymore," he said, shrugging as we walked. "I didn't think I was tired of everything until it just hit me one day that I was. I think I should have slowed down and trusted the process when I first had the accident. I think God was trying to tell me something by bringing me out here. I just missed it at first."
I cleared my throat because I didn't trust my voice. "I heard you were looking at locations for restaurants," I said.
"I wish you'd come to work for me," he said. "I could really use you in the front of the house."
I laughed. "I make way better money doing hair," I said. "I just stay on at my grandma's place for fun."
"That's too bad," Evan said, shaking his head. "You didn't even ask me how much I would pay you. You just assumed it was less than you make doing hair."
"It would be, trust me, or you'd be paying me too much. You could get someone better qualified than me to run a restaurant for the amount of money I make doing hair." I paused. Did that make sense out loud? Because it makes sense in my head.
"I think I get it, but I still think you'll change your mind eventually."
Evan wasn't bossy, but he had this certain confidence about him that made everyone, including me, want to fall in line with his plans, whatever they were. I was just about ready to say I'd quit doing hair and work at his restaurant full-time if he wanted me to, if he needed me. I don't know what I'm doing in a real restaurant anyway, I said.
Amy's is a real restaurant, he said.
I laughed. It's a little laid back. Basically, people are coming by my house to pick up some extra breakfast my grandma cooked, but thank you for believing in me. Amanda was at the salon when we arrived. She had the door locked since we were technically closed, but she ran over there and let us in when she saw us approaching. "Is that your truck?" was the first thing out of her mouth when she opened the door.
"It is," Evan said. "Do you like it?"
"How'd you ever get Mr. Porter to sell you that thing?" she asked, staring at it in its parking spot. "That is his Bronco, isn't it?"
"How do you know him?"
Evan asked. "My dad's into cars," she said. "All those guys know each other."
"I paid more than it was worth if you want to know the truth about why he sold it."
He smiled.
"He wouldn't part with it easily."
"I'll bet he raked you over the coals," she said, shaking her head at the thought of how much Mr. Porter loved that truck.
"It wasn't too bad, actually. He's got grandkids coming," Evan said. "I think I hit him up at a good time."
"Nothing is coincidence," I said. "What are y'all doing here?" Amanda asked. "I'm cutting Evan's hair," I said. "He hasn't had it cut since the last time I did it." Amanda gasped. "That was like a year ago," she said.
"Almost," Evan said.
"I saw that ad you did where you can see the scar on your leg," she said. "That's crazy how bad that accident was." In addition to his broken leg and gash to the face, the pavement had chewed the skin on his leg up as he slid over it. There was scarring smattered about his thigh and lower leg, and much of it had been visible in an ad he did for a swimwear company recently. I had seen the shirtless ad Amanda was referring to, and it made me jealous that it was the first one that popped into her mind when she saw Evan.
"I had to do 6 months of physical therapy,"
he said, as a response to her statement about his accident. "Oh, man, that must have been bad," she said, seeming overly concerned. I loved Amanda. I really did, but the way she was behaving made me wonder if I would ever get used to the way girls throw themselves at Evan. Not that I had any right to say what girls did around him, because I didn't. I led Evan to my station and briefly discussed the fact that I would take off a few inches, basically giving him the same haircut as I did last time. I took my time cutting Evan's hair because I was having so much fun talking to him. We laughed and told stories, and one topic led to another until we'd been goofing off for an hour and a half when the same haircut would have normally taken me 45 minutes or less. Amanda was in the salon with us, but she had music playing, and we spoke quietly enough that we weren't being overheard. It was the most fun I'd ever had doing a haircut, and it wasn't just because I got to reach out and touch his hair the whole time. It was because I truly had fun with him. His sense of humor was so similar to mine that it was as if we already had long-time inside jokes in place, even though we were just getting to know each other. I wanted to tell him about 10 times during our conversation that I was single, but I could never get the words out of my mouth. We were on our way out when he took a $50 bill out of a money clip and handed it to me. "I do not want that," I said, pushing his hand away. He tried to push it back toward me, but we were headed out of the salon at the time, so we paused our debate to say a quick goodbye to Amanda. He tried to hand it to me again as we went outside.
"It's not enough,"
he said, trying continually to make me take it. "I seriously don't want it, though," I said. Evan was not a client to me. It was hard to explain, but he was already somehow like family. I honestly couldn't imagine taking money to cut his hair. "I had fun doing that," I said, dodging his hand as he waved the money at me. "If you try to give me that, I'll feel rejected right now," I said, smiling at him. He cocked his head at me as if trying to understand what I meant by that statement.
"Are you saying I'm on your free haircut list?"
he asked. I shrugged and looked away shyly.
"'Cause that's a boyfriend privilege."
"Nuh-uh, I give my mom free haircuts. And Stan and a few other people."
"How about the pilot?"
he asked, opening the passenger's door for me.
"Does he get free haircuts?"
he added when I didn't answer right away. I moved to the open doorway of the truck, but didn't climb in right away. I turned to stare right at Evan. "No," I said, my voice coming out more tentatively than I intended. Evan put his fist to his mouth and let out a teasing laugh.
"Oh, the pilot doesn't get his hair cut for free and I do?" he asked.
"I don't guess I cut his hair anymore," I said. I was speaking in an almost whispered, casual tone that he didn't catch right away.
"What?"
he asked. I smiled and shook my head, not wanting to repeat myself. "Nothing."
"What did you say, Annabelle?"
he asked, moving closer and invading my space. It was either be right next to him or turn and sit down in the truck, and I really only wanted the first option. "Your hair looks good," I said, staring at his new cut, which was combed away from his face and was still slightly damp.
"You said you don't cut that guy's hair anymore," he said.
I narrowed my eyes at him. "If you heard me, then why'd you ask me what I said?"
"Because I wanted to hear you repeat it."
"I don't need to repeat it if you heard me perfectly the first time."
"Is that what you said?"
he asked. "Yeah," I answered after a brief hesitation.
"What's that mean, Annabelle?"
"What do you mean, what's it mean?"
I mean, what's it mean, Annabelle? Are you telling me you're not dating that guy anymore?
I shrugged since I was tragically embarrassed by the truth.
"Did you break up with that guy?"
he asked, moving to put his face in my line of vision so that I'd be forced to look at him. I smiled when our eyes met. "Possibly," I said, being elusive. He screwed up his face, regarding me like I was crazy for not coming clean.
"Annabelle,"
he said. He spoke my name with a whole ton of underlying meaning. He wanted me to be upfront and honest, and I was so shy about it that it was impossible to not be awkward. I sighed, knowing I was being ridiculous and I was going to have to come clean about it sometime. "I'm not seeing him anymore," I said with a shy smile as I glanced at the front of his t-shirt.
"You broke up with him?"
he asked. It took me a second to work up the nerve, but I nodded.
"Like in your head or actually in front of him?"
"In front of him," I said. "And it wasn't fun."
"Please don't ever say that again,"
he said with a little smile. I laughed. I mean, he didn't make it easy. It was okay for me, though. I'm fine.
"When did this breakup happen, might I ask?"
he asked, leaning toward me in such a way that said he had me in his trap and there was no escape. I didn't want a way to escape. I was perfectly content in this particular trap. "The other day," I said.
"The other day, like the day I came to this town?"
Evan asked, leaning even closer. "Probably," I said, unable to get a good breath of air into my lungs.
"Annabelle,"
he said with a serious but otherwise unreadable expression. "Yeah?"
"Why in the world are you just telling me this?"
"Telling you what?" He smiled.
"You're hilarious," he said.
"What?"
"Why are you just sharing this piece of information with me after we've been hanging out all morning?"
I smiled at him with wide eyes. "I didn't think I would really be able to tell you the right thing."
"I'm not even sure what that means, but it's certainly not a good reason to make me think you still have a boyfriend all morning."
"Would it matter?" I asked.
"Would it matter?"
he asked, repeating my question like he couldn't possibly have heard me correctly. I giggled and shook my head. "Would it?" I asked, squirming as he got closer and closer. He put his mouth an inch from my ear, causing me to take an unsteady breath.
"It would matter very much,"
he said. Chapter 13. Evan was standing so close to me that I had trouble remembering to breathe. The car door was open, and the next logical step was for me to turn and sit down, but I couldn't make myself do it, not with him right next to me. "It wasn't because of you," I said. "I don't want you to think I broke up with him because of—"
"Why would you not want me to think that?"
he asked, not giving me the chance to finish. I shrugged shyly as I glanced down. He was several inches taller than me and broad in the chest. His presence was utterly manly, and he had the capability of rendering me speechless and breathless in a way no other man ever had. I glanced at him to see his full lips curved upward in a confident grin.
"Why would you not want me to think that?" he repeated since I hadn't answered his question.
"I don't know," I said shyly. "I guess I just didn't want you to think it was about you or whatever." He smiled wryly at me, and we were both quiet for a few seconds before he finally said,
"You're in trouble now,"
as if he was just stating a fact. I let out a little laugh. "I think you're the one who's in trouble," I said, sitting in the passenger's seat. Evan had been standing really close, and I was almost certain he was going to try to kiss me, but I couldn't let it happen. The feeling of this whole moment being too good to be true was so overwhelming that my heart felt like it was about to jump out of my chest. I did the only logical thing and put an end to it. Evan closed my door and crossed to the driver's side to get in. He was a tall guy with a muscular, athletic body, and I watched as he climbed into the seat. He smiled at me as he started the engine.
"I was planning on taking you back to your car, but that was before," he said, pulling into traffic.
"Before what?" I asked.
"Before this new information came to light," he said.
"Where are you taking me now?" I asked, feeling giddy at the thought of going anywhere with him. I spent the rest of the day with Evan. First, he brought me to the 3 locations he was considering for his restaurant. He was buying into a casual but upscale restaurant idea he had discovered when he was in Florida one time on a photo shoot. They made traditional-style tacos with fresh, local ingredients, and Evan had believed in the concept from the first one he tasted. He told me all about it, and I thought it would be a great fit for Charlotte. I gave him my opinions about all 3 of the locations he showed me, and he seemed receptive to and agreed with what I had to say. It was 4 p.m. when we finished looking at locations. I assumed he would take me back to my car at that point, but instead he brought me to my mom's house to pick up Cupcake. My mom had a nice backyard with a small vegetable garden, and we ended up drinking coffee and sitting out there for a while. Evan invited me to his parents' house for dinner. His mom was apparently making lasagna and had already invited Evan to eat with them. I hesitated to intrude, but he insisted, saying they would be happy to have me over. I had been friends with Paige and Mia for several years, but I had never been to Dan and Christy's house. It was just as all-American as I imagined it would be. It was a white 2-story house with a landscaped yard. There was even a swing hanging from a large tree in the front yard. It was inviting and picturesque, and I couldn't help but smile as I imagined Evan and his siblings growing up there. I was reluctant about bringing Cupcake inside and asked if we should go ahead and put her in the backyard, but Evan insisted that his parents would love her and it was fine to bring her in the house.
"I brought company,"
he called when he opened the front door. "Who is it?" I heard his mom yell through the barking. They obviously already had a dog in the house because a flat-faced dog that I thought might be a pug or a French bulldog came up to us barking its head off and freaking out to greet Cupcake. My dog might have been 5 times that dog's size, but you never would have known it with the way Cupcake stood there in a coward, submissive pose while the smaller, feisty dog checked her out. Her tail was tucked, and her ears were slicked back as she stared at me with wide eyes, waiting for the inspection to be over.
"This is Nelson, girl,"
Evan said, reaching down to pet Cupcake's side to comfort her. Nelson quit barking and turned to walk away, but quickly turned back to stare at Cupcake like he wanted her to follow him. Cupcake looked at me for approval like she was a 4-year-old child rather than a dog. I unclipped the leash from the collar. "Go on," I said. Before Evan and I ever had the chance to round the corner from foyer to the living room, I could hear his parents' exclamations about Cupcake. She was a striking dog, and people always reacted. "Where'd you get this?" his mom yelled just as we walked around the corner.
At the biscuit place this morning, Evan said. Oh, did you mean the dog? He added, joking around. That comment made his mom glance at him, which caused her to notice me for the first time. Hello there, Annabelle. How are you doing? Just fine, thank you, I said. I held the leash, which was folded in my hand, toward Cupcake, who was reluctantly getting the grand tour of the living room from Nelson. Are you okay with her being in here? I asked. Evan bumped my elbow when I asked that, and I glanced at him. I told you she's fine, he said. Of course she is, Christy said, petting Cupcake and staring at her like she was the most interesting-looking dog she had ever seen. You don't see too many of these, do you? She asked, talking to me but still staring at Cupcake. They're a popular breed, but we don't meet too many of them, I said as Evan and I walked into the living room to join his parents. Evan's dad was sitting in a recliner, but he had gotten to the edge of it in order to reach out and pet Cupcake. His mom sat on a nearby ottoman when she went to get a closer look, and I walked over there to sit beside her. I reached out and hugged her with one arm as I sat down. Hey, sweetie, she said, squeezing me. Hey, I said. I'm glad you joined us, she said. You're staying for dinner, aren't you? I already promised her the best lasagna she's ever eaten, so I hope it came out good, Evan said. Christy looked at me with an exasperated expression. I hope he did no such thing, she said, making me giggle. He didn't, but I'm starving, so you could pretty much feed me a boot right now and I'd think it was delicious. Everyone laughed at my statement before she said, I hope it'll taste a little better than a boot, but I'm glad you don't have your heart set on the best thing you've ever eaten. Well, it smells delicious, I said. Evan's dad put the dogs in the backyard while we ate. We would periodically glance out there from the dinner table and laugh at what a funny-looking pair the two of them were. Eating dinner with his parents only intensified my feelings toward Evan, which were already at scary levels. Dan and Christy Hunt were still in love with each other after all these years, and that made them a fun couple to be around. We talked and laughed the whole time we ate. They told embarrassing stories about themselves and Evan, and made me spill a few of my own. I was completely and totally hooked on the Hunts. I knew they were a good family, but sharing a meal with them gave me a new understanding of that. Evan had a trip to Haiti coming up soon with the environmental group he was a part of. It was something he had already committed to before he decided to move back to Carolina, and his parents wanted to know all the details about it since it would run right into their annual Myrtle Beach trip, and they would have to pick him up from the airport there. I knew they were going to Myrtle Beach, but it was the first I had heard about Evan's plans to go to Haiti beforehand. I wasn't necessarily surprised, since I knew Evan was a bit of a gypsy. But I can't lie and say I wasn't a little sad about it. He would be leaving in 3 days, and I wouldn't see him again until after they were back from the beach. During the conversation, he invited me to go to Myrtle Beach with them, and Dan and Christy insisted I'd be welcome. As much as I wished it were a possibility, I had to decline. It was wedding season, and Paige and Mia would already be away for the week, so I knew there was no way to make it happen. Believe me, I wanted to say I could go, or at least say I could consider it, but my schedule was already full for the week. There was simply no way it could happen. I tried not to be bummed out about Evan's back-to-back trips, but it was difficult. I did my best to act like I didn't care when he was talking to his parents about it. I'm gonna walk Annabelle outside to meet Prince, Evan said after we finished the ice cream his dad scooped into bowls for us. Mr. Hunt actually offered me a cone, if you can believe that. What kind of family keeps ice cream cones in their pantry? They claimed they were there for the grandkids, but I just counted it as another example of how amazing they were. Evan let the dogs inside when we went out to see Prince, whoever that was. Who's Prince? I asked. He's right over here, Evan said, pointing. It was dark out, so it was difficult to see for sure, but it looked like a water feature of some sort. As we got closer, I could see that a waterfall was cascading over some rocks into a pond. There were ferns and flowers, and it was beautifully built and landscaped. My dad made me help him build this years ago when he was trying to convince me I should build koi ponds for a living,
Are there koi in there? I asked, even though we weren't quite close enough to peer in.
Yeah, but we have to come over here first.
He tugged on my arm to get me to follow him to a shed that sat in the corner of the yard. He opened the shed door and went inside. I stood in the doorway to let in what little light there was outside.
There's a light in here, but I know what I'm looking for,
Evan said, grabbing something off a shelf. He brought down a white plastic tube and began opening the screw-top lid. Food? I asked, putting the pieces together. He smiled and nodded as he reached out to take my hand. My heart skipped a beat at his touch, despite how brief it was. He poured a small amount of the food into my hand before taking some for himself, screwing on the lid and stashing the container on the shelf again. Prince is either a koi fish or a frog, and I assume we're about to feed him, I said.
He's a fish. But I like the idea of a frog being named Prince. That's good,
Evan said, smiling at me as we walked toward the pond. I thought since his name was Prince, he might be one, I said. He laughed.
That'd be a great name for a pet frog, but this Prince is just an old fish.
He stooped down next to the edge of the pond and held out a piece of food between his thumb and forefinger. Before I knew what was happening, a fish's head emerged from the darkness and a gaping hole appeared where his mouth opened. I watched in awe as Evan dropped the food into the fish's open mouth. It was gigantic. The round, open mouth could have easily fit a baseball inside. Okay, so maybe not a baseball, but at least a ping-pong ball. Easily a ping-pong ball. It gently opened and closed onto Evan's fingertips as he gave it bits of food. I was so enthralled by watching the fish eat that I hadn't even realized I was holding on to Evan's shoulder. He glanced at my hand and then up to meet my eyes with a smile. That thing eats right out of your hand, I said. He continued smiling as he nodded. Does it hurt? I asked.
Not at all, he said. He's really gentle.
I made a face like the whole idea seemed a little scary to me. I wasn't raised with brothers, I said. I can handle a dog, but I've never been too keen on fish or bugs or lizards. I love him and everything, I said, pointing to Prince. But I'll just toss the food in from here if it's all the same to y'all.
Is it all the same to you?
Evan asked in a completely serious tone, aiming his question at Prince. He stared at the pond for a few seconds as if waiting for Prince's response before glancing back at me with a regretful expression.
He said he'd rather you feed him,
Evan said, shaking his head slightly.
I just don't think there's any way to get around it.
What do you mean? I asked. Can't you just do it and say it's from me? He laughed.
I'm afraid he'll have his feelings hurt.
He stood and positioned me in front of him before guiding my hand to the edge of the pond. He was right behind me, holding my hand in his so that we could do it together. I would have done just about anything to stay in that position, including stick my hand in a hungry fish's mouth. I'm scared, I whispered, turning my head into his chest a little as if I couldn't bear to look.
Don't be,
he said, urging my hand down to the surface of the water. Is it gonna hurt? I whispered as I anxiously waited for it to be over. Evan used his free hand to squeeze me.
Would I let you get hurt?
He asked. I cringed when I first felt it, but he was right, it didn't hurt at all. Prince was an extremely gentle eater. It felt a bit like dropping pellets into a sweet little wet vacuum cleaner that opened and closed delicately. I never dreamed I'd be saying this, but I had the most fun feeding that fish out of my hand. I felt like I wanted one of my own after that.
He's beautiful in the day,
Evan said.
You'll have to come back sometime when you can see him.
I can tell he'd be bright, I said, trying to ignore the half-invitation. I was thinking about how many countless times I wanted to come back over there when Evan said,
We do have a frog prince back here, though.
What? I asked.
There's really a frog prince back here.
You mean like the story? I asked. Chapter 14.
Just like the story,
Evan said. There was some light shining into the backyard from the house and the moon. but Evan and I were standing in the shadows on the far side of the pond. The sound of the waterfall did nothing to mask the sound of my heart pounding in my own ears. I knew what happened in that story, and there was a kiss involved. Judging by the way Evan smiled at me, there was no question that a kiss would be involved in this story, too. I had to think about breathing in and out as I looked at him. I loved his face. That was all there was to it. I wanted so badly to know what his mouth felt like, tasted like. I wanted to kiss his cheeks and his chin and his nose and forehead. Was that part of the Frog Prince story? So now you're telling me there really is a frog named Prince back here? I asked, trying to stay on track and not get lost staring at him.
Yes, he said, being totally serious. He took a step closer to me and was tall enough that I had to peer up at him. He's a big, ugly bullfrog with warts, he added, still smiling. I was enchanted for a second until you mentioned the warts, I said, laughing. He's got to have warts, Evan said. If he was handsome, there'd be no faith involved when you kiss him. Oh, so now I'm kissing this thing? I asked, giggling. Uh-huh, Evan said with a smile as he nodded. And he's supposed to turn into a handsome prince, I presume? Yep. I looked all around us. Where is he? He's right over there, Evan said with a flick of his head. I squinted into the darkness, but could see nothing that resembled a frog. I shook my head and took a deep breath as if I was contemplating something serious. I just don't know if I'm down for kissing a big bullfrog with warts, I said. I'm not sure I could do that if I could barely feed a fish. That's a shame, Evan said, shaking his head like he was disappointed. I'll at least take a look at him, I said. Evan continued to shake his head in that same disappointed manner, which made me ask, what? Can't I look at him first before I decide whether or not I want to kiss him? Where's the trust in that? He asked, shrugging. I didn't know there had to be trust involved. Sure there does. What do you think turns him into a handsome prince? So I'm supposed to just kiss this warty old frog without ever seeing him first? I asked. Yep. I don't think that's how the story goes, I said. I think in the story, she talks to the— I'm not talking about that story, he said, not letting me finish. I'm talking about this other story that's kind of similar to that one. I don't think I can do it, I said, shaking my head seriously like I just couldn't work up the nerve. I've never been a big fan of frogs, especially kissing them. Even if they turn into princes? He asked. What makes you believe this certain frog in your backyard will do that? He shrugged. Just a hunch. I let out a long sigh as if the whole decision was weighing heavily on my heart. I was obviously hoping Evan would be the one kissing me, and I thought that might be the case based on the conversation up until now, but there was really no way to say for sure. I knew he was too sweet to do something mean, so I decided to trust him even though I wasn't positive I'd get my desired outcome. I'll try it if you promise he's not too warty, I said, somewhat reluctantly. He's not, Evan assured me. Where's this supposed to take place? I asked, glancing toward the house to make sure we weren't being watched. It was impossible to tell, but I was sure his parents had better things to do than to spy on us through the window. Right here, he said. Okay, so what needs to happen? I asked. You close your eyes and I'll do the rest. I really don't care for frogs, I said, cringing a little as I closed my eyes. I crossed my arms in front of my chest, feeling nervous and vulnerable. My nerves had me wanting to smile, but I did my best not to so I wouldn't be tight-lipped when whatever was happening happened. I'm nervous, I whispered. I waited for him to answer. Don't be, he whispered back. I didn't just hear the words come from his mouth. I felt them. His mouth was so close to mine that I felt little puffs of air hit my lips when he spoke. I waited with my eyes closed, thinking surely he was about to kiss me,
but nothing happened for a second or two, which seemed like an eternity. Then suddenly, I felt his lips touch mine. He touched me with great gentleness and let his lips remain perfectly still when they touched me. I was tempted to open my eyes, but I didn't for fear that if I did, it would make him stop. He only left his lips on mine for a few seconds before they were gone again. I peered up at him through squinted eyes and saw that he had pulled back, and his face was now several inches from mine. "I don't think that was a frog," I said breathlessly as I opened my eyes.
"What made you think it was going to be a frog?"
he asked in all seriousness. I smiled. "I thought you said something about me kissing a big bullfrog and him turning into a prince." He shook his head like he didn't know what I was talking about.
"Nope. I'm pretty sure we don't have any frogs back here."
"So you're saying I've been tricked?"
"I guess you can look at it that way, if you really had your heart set on kissing a big, warty bullfrog."
"I didn't care about the frog," I said. "It was the prince I had had my heart set on." He shrugged and made a regretful expression.
"I'm afraid there are no princes back here either."
"Well, something just touched my lips," I said. "I know I didn't dream that."
"You didn't,"
he agreed.
"Something did just touch your lips."
"What was it?" I asked, wide-eyed, and in a manner so serious it was obvious that I was joking. He pointed at his own mouth and regarded me with a tentative expression that said he was hoping I wouldn't be mad. "Those kissed me?" I asked, looking distressed by the idea. He shook his head remorsefully.
"I'm sorry I tricked you,"
he whispered, glancing downward. I sighed, shook my head, and regarded him with a "what am I going to do with you" expression. My arms were still crossed from when he kissed me, which only added to my look of disapproval. I could tell he was having a hard time continuing the charade without smiling.
"I promise I won't ever do it again,"
he said, holding up his hands in surrender. I started to continue joking around, but his last statement hit me like a ton of bricks. Regardless of whether or not he was joking, I hated hearing him say he would never kiss me again, enough to break character. I put my hands on my hips and leveled him through narrowed eyes. "That's a terrible thing to promise," I said, smiling through my squinted eyes. He let out a little laugh as he reached out and grabbed me. He pulled me into his arms, causing me to step forward until we were standing about a foot apart. He rested his hand on my lower back, which sent shivers up my spine all the way to my head. I glanced up to find that, even in the near darkness, his face was the perfect distance from mine to let me focus on his features. He smiled at me, and I returned it.
"You're not mad about not getting to kiss a frog that turned into a prince?"
he asked. I shook my head.
"You're not mad that I tricked you into kissing me?"
he asked. I shook my head again.
"Saying things like that is going to make me do it again,"
he said, pulling me in and causing me to take another step toward him, closing the distance completely this time. Our bodies were close enough now that they brushed up against each other. "Then I'll say it again," I said, feeling desperate to have his lips on mine again right that very second. The only thing frustrating about the whole situation was that it didn't last longer. He cocked his head at me.
"Are you inviting me to kiss you again, Annabelle?"
Hearing his voice say my name was too much. I swallowed because I couldn't speak right away. "I'm begging you to," I whispered finally. Evan used his free hand to touch the side of my face before letting it come to rest on the back of my head. I was staring into his endless dark eyes as he smiled down at me.
"This was exactly the outcome I was hoping for when I brought you out here to meet Prince," he whispered.
I smiled. "What?"
"This,"
he said, letting his lips come down on mine with more intention than he used earlier. I tilted my face up to kiss him back, but he pulled away.
"And this,"
he whispered, letting his lips come down on mine again.
"And this,"
he whispered when he pulled back again. He bent to kiss me yet again, but this time I let my mouth crack open, pulling his bottom lip into my mouth for a second before letting it go.
Oh, really?
I heard him ask, whispering against my lips.
Is that what's happening here?
I barely had time to nod before he brought his lips to mine again. This time he drew my lip into his mouth, sucking on it and letting his tongue run along the surface before releasing it again. I felt like we were connected when he brought me into his mouth, and that sent a crippling wave of love or desire or both washing over me. I wanted to tell him all sorts of crazy things like how much I loved him and how I wanted to spend every day of the rest of my life with him. Thankfully, I was saved by the sound of the back door opening. "She was crying for you," we heard his mom call from the doorway. We were standing a ways from the door, but she obviously saw our proximity with each other when she looked out, because the next words out of her mouth were, "Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I didn't know y'all—" She hesitated. "I'm sorry," she repeated, ducking back inside the door. "She was crying for you, and I hated to—"
"It's fine, Mom,"
Evan said. I had instinctually pulled back before his mom ever caught us, but Evan held me close, using his hand on my back. Christy glanced at us when he told her it was fine, and again I flinched and he held me tightly.
"You like my new girl or what?"
he asked his mom from across the yard. She laughed and shook her head at him. "I love your girl, Evan. She's a good one."
"How about her face?"
he asked, turning to stare at me with a smile.
"Did you see those dimples?"
I nudged him with my shoulder for putting his mom on the spot like that. How embarrassing. "Her face is beautiful, son. I've always thought Annabelle was a precious girl." She smiled at us over her shoulder as she was on her way into the house. "We'll be inside," she said. I peered at him through narrowed eyes once the door had closed behind her. Cupcake was trying to get our attention, but we both ignored her. "You're in trouble for making her say all that," I said.
"What?"
he asked, laughing and shrugging it off.
"I love your face and I wanted her to talk about it."
I laughed. "You're funny," I said. My smile faded slightly as I stared at him, checking him out. I reached up and ran my fingertips over the line that ran over his eyebrow and cheek. "I love your face, too," I whispered. "I think it's the best face I've ever seen."
"Even all busted up like that?"
The busted up part is my favorite. Cupcake sat next to me and pawed at my leg, but I ignored her. Her paw was heavy and it dragged along my leg as she tried to get my attention, but I paid her no mind.
"What about this part?"
he asked, bringing my fingertips to his mouth. He held my hand, tracing my fingers along the curves of his mouth. I watched as he did it, and it was perhaps the most wonderful thing I had ever seen and felt at the same time. "Actually, it's all my favorite part," I said. Chapter 15. Evan told me about his trip to Haiti when I spent the day with him. He was in Charlotte for 3 days after that, and we spent all the time we could together, but his trip snuck up on us. Before I knew it, he was gone again. Between his trip to Haiti and their family vacation to Myrtle Beach, he would be out of town for nearly 3 weeks, which might as well be a lifetime since I was already so attached. Thankfully, it was a busy time of year at the restaurant and the salon, so I had plenty to keep me occupied. I talked to him every night while he was in Haiti. He told me about their work trying to get clean drinking water to one of the villages there, and I felt proud of him and inspired to do what I could to help people even from right where I was in Charlotte. I ended up going to a women's shelter one night after work to talk to someone about doing a few free haircuts. I met one of the women while I was there, and she was absolutely thrilled to volunteer to be my first customer. She overheard me talking about what salon I worked at, and she almost cried at the thought of getting an expensive haircut. She told me it had been 2 years since she last had it done. I was humbled by how excited she was and grateful to Evan for inspiring me to get out of my little box and see what I could do to serve others. I talked to Paige about it at the salon the next day because I thought it was something she'd be interested in as well. It was a busy Saturday with 2 separate wedding parties coming in, but I had time to talk to her about it while she and I worked together on the first of our 2 brides. I went to the Hope Center last night, I said. Paige glanced at me with a curious smile.
What's that?
It's a shelter for women and children. Most of them come from abusive situations.
What did you do over there?
I talked to them about volunteering a few free haircuts.
At the salon?
She asked, thinking I was asking her permission to do it there. I shook my head. I'm just going to take my stuff to the shelter and do it there. I told them to have their hair washed and wet when I got there.
Aw, that's so sweet, she said. We should all get in on that.
That's why I was telling you. They have anywhere from 20 to 40 women there at one time, and the lady told me she thought all of them would be interested in haircuts. I was thinking I could do just a couple of them a week and chip away at it, but if we could get a group to go up there, that'd be even better. We continued to curl, spray, and pin as we talked.
I don't think I could talk everyone into committing to a weekly thing, but we could maybe get a group together and go over there once a month or every other month. I'll bet I can get 6 or 8 people to volunteer for that. I'll send out an email tonight.
Oh, they'd be so excited if we could make that happen, I said.
I follow this guy on Instagram who gives free haircuts to homeless people on his days off, and every time I see his pictures, they make me want to find some sort of volunteer outlet.
The women I talked to last night were so appreciative, I said, and I really think we'll have fun doing it. She elbowed me, and I glanced at her to find that she was smiling at me sweetly.
Thanks for doing that, she said.
It was Evan who made me want to, I said. He's been telling me about what they're doing in Haiti, and it made me want to find a way to give back, even if I had to start with something small.
Have you been talking to Evan? She said, glancing at me curiously.
I shot her a smile before focusing on my curling iron again. She knew we hung out during those days before he left, but I hadn't told anyone, besides my mom, that I'd been talking to him every day since he'd been away. She glanced at me to see how I'd answer her question, and I nodded.
Since he's been in Haiti?
She asked. I nodded again.
I don't guess I realized y'all were...
She hesitated, and I laughed. I don't know that we're... I hesitated just like she did. But we talk a lot.
What's a lot?
She asked, sweetly curious. I shrugged when she glanced at me, and she leveled me with that friend stare that said I better go ahead and spill my guts about it. I smiled. Probably every day.
Every day?
She asked, sounding more shocked than I thought she'd be. I giggled at how surprised she was.
Are you dating Evan?
She asked, obviously happy about the idea. I could not contain the smile that threatened to spread across my face.
You're so cute, she said, laughing a little. You're totally dating Evan, and you didn't tell me about it.
I wouldn't go calling us dating or anything official, but we've been talking quite a bit, and I like him. Evan Hunt? The bride asked since she'd been listening to our conversation.
You know him?
Paige asked. He's friends with my brother, the bride said. And I've seen him on one of those posters at the fragrance counter at Dillard's, she added, laughing.
I'm married to his brother Cody,
Paige said. The bride nodded and said that she might have known that somewhere in the back of her mind.
Why aren't you coming with us next week?
Paige asked, looking at me with a serious expression. I smiled because I thought she was joking.
Why aren't you? She asked again. We have so much fun every year. You'd love Dee Dee's beach house.
I've never been to the beach, I said.
You're kidding, Paige said. I hadn't been either when I first went with them, but I thought I was the only one.
My mom's parents live in Tennessee, so we always go there on vacation.
There are no beaches in Tennessee,
she said, kidding around. I smiled and shook my head. Tell me about it. I was planning on going to Destin for my senior trip, but my grandma got sick and I had to stay and help out at the restaurant. I had just finished curling and pinning the last lock of hair on the nape of the bride's neck, and I smiled at Paige as I patted the bride on the shoulder. I'll let Paige take it from here, I said. I'm going to get started on one of your little flower girls. You're going to be a beautiful bride. Congratulations.
Thank you,
she said with a smile.
Thanks for the help, Paige said. And we should really talk more about you coming with us next week.
I smiled and winked at her as I walked off, knowing she was sweet for saying that, but it would never work out.
I think I know what we can do, Paige said, coming into the break room later that afternoon.
I had been scarfing down a fold-over PB&J sandwich when she came in, and I glanced up to see that she was walking in with Kevin. I assumed she had been talking to him since they walked in together, so I just sat there smiling as I chewed a bite of sandwich.
I think I know what we can do, she repeated, staring straight at me with a smile as she crossed the room headed in my direction.
She sat down on the edge of the booth right across from me.
I looked at your schedule for next week. You're full, but I think if you squeeze the ones from the end of the week into the beginning, we could manage to get you there for a few days. We're going to be over there till the following Monday, so you should be able to come during last half of the vacation at least, especially if they can give you off at the restaurant next Monday.
I just stood there, staring at her like she had lost her mind. I knew she said earlier that she wanted to help me find a way to go with them, but I thought she was just being sweet, and it was somewhat of an empty promise. That whole dialogue might have been the last thing I expected her to say when she came in here. Believe me, I've thought about meeting you guys there, but we've got that bridal party Saturday afternoon. That'll put me driving there Sunday and driving back Monday. I paused and shook my head. Even still, I thought about doing it, but I think I'll just wait for him to come home. She covered her mouth and stared at me with smiling eyes when I said that.
What? I asked. You said you'll wait for him, she said. That's just so sweet.
I smiled and shook my head at her. It's not going to kill me to wait one more day.
I think if we move your schedule around and get Becca to cover Saturday, we can get you out of here by Thursday or Friday. That'll give you a few days with us. I think you should come. She reached out to pinch my arm with a smile. You'd love it over there. And you can meet Logan and Charlotte and those guys.
Mia and Nico talk about them all the time, I said. I feel like I know them even though we've never met.
You've never met the California crew? She asked, looking like that was impossible.
I smiled and shook my head.
Aw, you'd love everybody. She pinched me again. You have to come.
Becca's not going to want to work Saturday, I said. She doesn't even like updos.
Yeah, but she does a good job, and she'll do it if I ask her, Paige said.
You think?
Sure, I think. I already called her.
Seriously?
She smiled and nodded. What did she say? She said she'd work Saturday if you come to Myrtle Beach with me.
You're kidding, I said as a grin spread across my face. Paige was wearing a grin to match mine as she shook her head. You're serious? I asked. She started nodding.
Are you coming?
Let me think about this for a second, I said, holding up a finger as I stared into space, trying to consider the logistics of everything. I thought about my schedule for next week, the one I thought was impenetrable until 2 minutes ago. Are you sure she doesn't mind? I asked, knowing Saturday would be the hardest day for me to cover. Paige shook her head.
She was fine with it.
The timer that was hooked to her apron started beeping, and she glanced down at it and pushed a button to turn it off.
I gotta go, she said. But you need to go talk to Amanda about helping you rearrange next week if you think you want to make it happen. That's something you have to start on now. Oh my gosh, Paige, thank you so much. She reached over to give me a hug before she left. You're welcome. I'm so excited to hear about you and Evan. I wouldn't say we're... You know what's amazing about this whole thing? She asked, completely ignoring me. What? That day, she said, staring at me with a serious expression while she shook her head nostalgically. The first day I ever met you all those years ago.
What about it? I asked, not quite certain that I remembered the exact day I met Paige.
I randomly met Dee Dee at Amy's one morning, and she ended up bringing me to Myrtle Beach with them.
Oh, I said, thinking she was just talking about the similarity of me going to Myrtle Beach this time. She laughed and put her hand on my arm.
No, there's more. Dee Dee brought me there to try to set me up with Evan. She was worried about him, and she wanted him to move back home, so she tried to bring a nice girl from Charlotte as a trap.
Oh, I said, not quite seeing the point and honestly feeling a little weird at the thought of Paige being set up with Evan.
You still don't get what I'm saying,
she said, seeing my blank face. All Dee Dee had to do was look across the counter at Amy's, and she would have had the right girl that morning. But because she brought me instead, I found Cody, and now my life's forever changed. She glanced at her timer. I gotta go, she said, smiling. I just thought it was amazing how that all worked out. I honestly don't think Evan was ready for you back then. Leave it to God to bring it all full circle like this after all these years. I smiled, trying to remember the day Paige met Diane Hunt, and wondering what I was thinking and doing back then. I was pretty sure I wasn't ready for Evan then either, though I would have probably told you differently had you asked me. One thing I was learning to do was appreciate God's timing. Crazy, I said, shaking my head and smiling as she jogged out of the room to tend to her client. I know. I'm so thankful Dee Dee didn't bring you and get her way that day, she added from over her shoulder with a smile as she disappeared out of the doorway. Chapter 16. I couldn't decide whether or not I wanted to surprise Evan. He had asked me more than once to go with them on the trip, so I was pretty sure he wanted me there, but I was still nervous about showing up unannounced. It took some finesse, but Amanda and I worked out my schedule so I could leave town Thursday afternoon. That would give me 4 nights in Myrtle Beach, which was basically the last half of their trip. I told Paige not to tell Evan I was coming, just in case I decided to surprise him. I went back and forth about it all week, but every time I talked to him on the phone or over text, I decided not to mention it. It was now Thursday, the day for me to leave, and I still hadn't told him, which I guess technically meant I was surprising him. I had 2 clients that morning, but was done at 1 o'clock. I went to my mom's to say goodbye to her and Cupcake on my way out of town. I ate a sandwich while I was over there and took a half of a cookie and a bottled water for the road. My mom waved at me from the porch as I pulled away. I never really picked up and left on a road trip by myself, so I had an odd sensation like I was forgetting something as I drove down the road. I heard my phone ringing in my purse, and I sort of thought it might be my mom telling me what it was that I had forgotten. I felt around in my purse and came up with the phone, which was still ringing. I glanced at the screen once I had a hold of it and saw Evan's name. There were earbuds already dangling from my phone, so I quickly put one of them into my ear as I pushed the button to answer. It took me a second to get it because I was doing it all without taking my eyes off the road. "Hello?" I said when I thought I heard the connection.
What are you doing?
I heard Evan ask. I smiled at the sound of his deep voice. I could just picture what he looked like when he spoke, the shapes his lips made when he said the words. I'm, driving, I said, since I wasn't quite prepared to answer that question.
Where are you going?
He asked. I was a terrible liar. In my head, I was a great one. I could think of all sorts of lies, like, I'm going to the store to get dog food. Or better yet, since he thought I was working, I'm headed to pick up lunch for the girls at work. I should have been able to tell one of these or any other lie, but it was like my body was opposed to letting blatant untruths come out of my mouth. This made for a lot of stuttering.
I thought you'd be busy,
he said before I had the chance to continue.
I was just planning on leaving you a message.
You want me to hang up and you can call me right back? I asked, causing him to laugh.
No, I'd much rather hear you talking back.
What were you going to say on your message? I asked.
That I'd see you soon.
I know, I said. Only 3 more days. For whatever reason, that lie came out much easier than the one I was trying to tell a few seconds before.
No, I mean sooner than that,
he said. The first thing that crossed my mind when he said it was that Paige had spilled the beans, and he knew I was on my way. What's that mean? I asked instinctually.
It means I'm gonna take off and come home. I'm ready to see you. Dee Dee said I could use her car and she'd ride back with my parents.
Wait, you're coming here? I asked, not believing I'd heard him right.
Yes,
he said. I could hear the smile in his voice. When? I asked.
I haven't made any plans. I just had the idea and ran it past Dee Dee. I've got a sandcastle going with Ryan and the girls, but I was thinking I could leave tonight after dinner.
Why? I asked.
Well, because I'm ready to see you, Annabelle. Why else?
There was a smile in his voice, and I could just picture the look on his face. Just thinking about it made me smile. I don't think it's a good idea, I said after a few seconds' hesitation.
Why not?
He asked. Because I wanted you to stay there. There was a pause, but I waited for him to speak.
Are you coming here?
He asked, since he was smart enough to know that I wouldn't be saying that if I was home and everything was normal. I was thinking about it, I said, still unable to fully expose my plans.
Annabelle, are you coming to this beach house?
Probably, I said.
When?
He asked. I guess now, I said, feeling nervous to tell him for some reason.
You guess or you are?
I am.
Are you serious?
Uh-huh.
Like you're on your way here?
Yeah, I said tentatively.
Where are you?
I just left my mom's.
And you're driving here?
Yeah.
Right now?
Uh-huh.
What about work?
I moved my clients around and had Becca cover for me Saturday.
You get to stay till Saturday?
He asked, seeming excited even over the phone. I was just gonna stay till y'all came back.
Monday?
He asked. Yeah.
You're coming here right now. And you're staying the rest of the trip?
Yes, I said, smiling at how excited he was. I could hear it in his voice.
What about Cupcake?
He asked. What about her?
Is she coming with you?
I left her at my mom's, I said. Why?
I don't know. I was missing her,
he said.
I was hoping to see both of my girls when I got back.
I bit my lip to keep my face from cracking in half with a smile at the sound of that statement coming from him. Paige said no one else takes their dogs, I said.
They don't take them because they don't feel like keeping up with them. Dee Dee doesn't have a fence. It's not like Cupcake's gonna run off, though.
I had about 10 thoughts at once, but the first thing that came out of my mouth was, "Do you want me to go back and get her?"
How far down the road are you? He asked.
5 minutes, I said in a questioning tone. Maybe 3, I just left there.
Turn around and get her, and then get your butts to Myrtle Beach, he said, still smiling.
Okay, I will, I said.
Be careful,
he said.
And call when you're almost here, and I'll go meet you out front.
Okay, I said, feeling giddy and excited. Love you, bye, I added out of sheer absent-minded nervousness. It was the way I signed off every conversation with my mom, so it was habit. I giggled the second the phrase came out of my mouth. I meant, usually that's what I say to my mom, and I...
Oh, so you didn't mean to say it?
He asked with laughter in his voice. It's not that I didn't mean it, I said, giggling. But no, I didn't mean to say it.
But there you go saying it again,
he said. No, I didn't.
You said not that you didn't mean it, he said.
Yeah?
That's saying you do mean it. That's basically saying you love me again.
Oh, you think so? I said, giggling.
I guess since you've said it twice now and put yourself out there, I should go ahead and step up and tell you I love you too.
A stab of pure joy went shooting through my gut when I heard him say those words. You do?
Sure I do,
he said.
So go get my dog and get yourselves over here before I have to drive over there and pick you up.
I'm going, I said. I'm almost back to my mom's house. She's got a bed and some bowls over here, but I'll need to go by my place to grab some food if my mom doesn't have enough.
Just get on the road,
Evan said.
I'll go to the store and get her some food if your mom doesn't have enough.
Okay, I said with a smile as I pulled into my mom's driveway. We'll be there in a little while.
I love you, Annabelle. Be careful.
I will, I promised. I hesitated, feeling nervous and vulnerable about saying the words on purpose. I love you too, I said in spite of my nerves.
All right. I'll see you in a little while,
he said. Okay, bye.
Bye.
We disconnected, and I went into my mom's house to get Cupcake. She was obviously surprised to see me, but she rolled with it and helped me get back on the road. It took us just over 3 hours to get to Myrtle Beach. My mom lived on the south side of Charlotte, and I didn't make any stops on my trip. It was such an easy drive that I wondered why I hadn't done it before. Cupcake was riding in the passenger's seat of my car, and I rolled down the windows as we pulled into town so she could sniff the salt air. I called Evan when my GPS told me there was 10 minutes left on the trip. "We're 10 minutes out," I said when he picked up the phone.
"It's Logan,"
the voice said on the other end of the phone.
"She said she'll be here in 10 minutes,
I heard the guy yell. Their voices must have been similar because I thought it was Evan who answered the phone.
"Evan's been buried in the sand for 30 minutes because he can't guess Izzy's password."
I smiled at the familiarity in Logan's tone. He seemed perfectly comfortable talking to me, even though he'd never met me, and he was also a famous actor. It was a little surreal talking to him like that.
"Paige and Ryan both seem to know it, but they're making Evan guess."
"Don't let them know I told you, but you can tell him to try whatever y'all had for lunch or dessert. She's usually thinking about food."
"I'll tell him," Logan said. "Never mind. He must have got it because he's climbing out of his hole as we speak. Hang on, I'll let you talk to him."
I started to say he didn't have to worry about it, but Logan already had the phone away from his ear.
"Hey,"
I heard Evan say. I could then appreciate the distinction between his and Logan's voice that I hadn't picked up on earlier. Evan's was slightly raspier. "We're almost there, I think," I said.
10 minutes?
He asked. 7 now.
"I'll be out there,"
he said. I smiled even though he couldn't see me. "Okay." We hung up without all the mushy stuff from earlier, since he was freshly emerged from the sand and obviously standing right in front of some or all of his family. I didn't quite know what to expect when everyone talked about the beach house. I'd read enough books and seen enough movies to have a good idea what it might look like. But Dee Dee's house was still different than I expected. I pulled up to a beautiful powder green 3-story home with white trim. On first impressions, it was far grander than I thought it would be. There were about 5 other cars in the driveway, and I parked behind them, figuring I'd move mine later if it was in the way. I made a kissing sound for Cupcake to jump out of my side, and I watched as she climbed over the console toward me. I didn't see Evan approaching, so it shocked me when he grabbed me from behind, taking me into his arms and squeezing me around the waist. Before I knew what was happening, I was being hoisted into the air. "I have to pee," I said, laughing as he wiggled and jiggled me around. Evan set me down instantly.
"I'm so sorry,"
he said, loosening his grip on my waist.
"I just couldn't wait to."
"I like that you couldn't wait," I said, turning toward him. He was standing so close that I nuzzled into his chest for a second. He had just wrapped an arm around my shoulder when Cupcake jumped up, gently trying to place her gigantic front paws onto Evan's shoulder. She wasn't quite tall enough to reach on her first jump, and she landed on his arm. Evan stooped to help her down, and he continued leaning over to rub and talk to her while he was down there. I watched as he touched his forehead to hers, and they just stood there and stared lovingly into each other's eyes for a few seconds. She was totally flirting with him, and I smiled at the sight of them.
"I was missing you, girl,"
he said. She just stood there and ate it up like the big chunk of love she was.
"But mostly I was missing your mama,"
he said, straightening to stand up and stare at me. He had on swim trunks and a loose-fitting tank top that did nothing to hide his muscular arms and chest. He was, no doubt, my dream man. I wouldn't change a single thing about him. "Mostly I was missing you too," I said, smiling at him. "But I am seriously about to pop." He smiled and placed a kiss right on my lips like he just couldn't help himself. I was so glad he did, because I couldn't wait to kiss him either.
"Look to your left when you first walk in the front door,"
he said.
"There's a little half bath on that wall under the stairs. I'll get Cupcake and your stuff and bring it in."
Chapter 17. There were about 1,000,000 people in the house when I opened the front door. Evan had told me about his family, and I had heard stories from Paige and Mia over the years, but for some reason I pictured an empty room would be waiting for me when I opened the door. Maybe I thought they were all at the beach, or maybe I just wasn't thinking about it. Either way, the amount of people who turned to look when I opened the door had me feeling stunned. I smiled and tried to look like I wasn't shocked at all as I let my eyes fall onto all the faces staring back at me. My brain began to register the ones I knew. Paige, Izzy, Christy and Dan, Cody, A-list movie star, Dee Dee, and then a few who I'd seen in the salon but had never met. My heart was already beating rapidly on account of Evan, but this unexpected greeting had it going in hyper mode. "That's Annabelle, y'all," Dee Dee announced. I glanced at her, and she smiled and waved at me. I smiled and waved back, even though I was speechless at the sight of so many people. One of the kids was sitting on the counter next to Dee Dee, and she was the next to speak. "Who's Annabelle?" she said. "Uncle Evan's girlfriend," I heard another kid say in a matter-of-fact tone. "Ryan," Paige said, urging her daughter not to embarrass me. "What?" Ryan asked, shrugging and looking at her mom with a slightly injured expression. "Uncle Evan told me that's who she was just a minute ago when we were coming up from the beach." "But you don't have to repeat stuff." Paige trailed off and turned to look at the rest of the family who couldn't help but hear the conversation. "Annabelle's also a good friend of ours," Paige said. "She's one of the best stylists at our salon, and her family owns our favorite breakfast place." "Amen to that," Dee Dee said, making everyone laugh. I glanced in her direction again when she said it, and noticed for the first time that Nathan Voth was standing in the kitchen near her. I stared at him for a second before peeling my eyes away to look at everyone else. "It's very nice to meet you all," I said, smiling and doing a tiny, impromptu curtsy. Just as I was doing it, Evan opened the door behind me and let Cupcake come inside. "Horsey!" Izzy yelled with her arms in the air. She and Ryan had met Cupcake before, and Izzy called her a horse every time. "It's a dog," Ryan said to her little sister like it was the 100th time she'd corrected her. "Doggy!" one of the kids in the kitchen cried, hopping off the counter to go to Cupcake. Another child began to cry and cling to her mom when Cupcake went toward her. "Cupcake, heel," I said in my most serious dog trainer tone. Cupcake abandoned her intention to sniff the kid and ran straight to me to sit by my side. "I'm sorry," I said to the mom, a person I'd seen at the salon but otherwise didn't know. "She's fine," the lady said. "Is your dog friendly?" "Oh my goodness, yes," I said as Cupcake sat obediently by my side. "Cupcake wouldn't hurt a fly. She'll get used to her," the lady assured me. She smiled. "I'm Willow, my husband's Andy," she said. "Annabelle," I said. "I think I've seen you guys at the salon." "You have," she said, smiling. "We live in Charlotte, and we all go to Paige to have our hair done." "Did you use the bathroom?" Evan asked, pinching my side from his spot next to me. I looked at him and smiled. "Not yet," I said. "What are you guys doing holding the girl up?" Evan said, looking out at his family like they should be ashamed of themselves. "She's been holding it since Charlotte." "Get in that bathroom, girl," Dee Dee said, pointing toward the wall on the left just like Evan explained. "You got Cupcake?" I whispered to Evan. "She's fine," he said with a reassuring smile. "Go." I walked quickly to the door I knew was the half bath. I had needed to use the restroom for so long that it took me a second to make it happen. I knew I should have stopped on my way into town so that I wouldn't be the girl who had to run to the restroom right when she met everyone, but I wanted to see Evan so badly that the thought never even crossed my mind. I stared at myself in the mirror as I washed my hands. I took a deep, calming breath, preparing myself to go out there and continue meeting his massive family. I couldn't help but smile when it crossed my mind that one of the people out there was Mr. Voth. I was still smiling about it when I switched off the light and opened the door. Evan was sitting on the floor, holding the same young child who had just been crying over Cupcake. He had Cupcake sitting by his side so that he and the baby, and several other children, could check her out at the same time. Evan held that tiny little hand in his as they rubbed Cupcake, who just sat there wide-eyed and breathing open-mouthed on account of her own nerves. I let out a little giggle at the sight of them. "See," Willow said. "I told you she'd be fine." "Cupcake's intimidating to most adults," I said. "She probably seems like a giant to small children." "Horsey," Izzy said. "Horsey," Mia's boy Tristan repeated, imitating his cousin. "Yes, she's a horsey," Ryan said, rolling her eyes like the little kids would just never get it. "Cupcake," another baby said in the most precious baby voice. "Is she your dog?" one of the other girls, who I knew from the salon as Willows, said, looking at Evan. "I think so, pretty much," he said to her with no hesitation or concern with how I felt about his answer. "I'm Charlotte," I heard someone say as I was contemplating that last exchange between Evan and the girl. I glanced in the direction of the one who spoke to find a beautiful blonde holding a baby. She introduced herself as Evan's cousin from California, and I told her I'd already heard a lot about her, which was entirely true. She introduced me to her husband, baby boy, parents, and her brother and his wife, which were essentially the rest of the California crew. It didn't even really register that I was sitting in the same room with one of the most famous movie stars in Hollywood. I thought I would be starstruck to meet Logan Ritchie, but I was 10 times more anxious about impressing his cousin. This room was full of some handsome-looking men, but Evan Hunt was far and away the most gorgeous one of them all. His hair was pulled back as usual, and I felt the strong urge to reach behind him and pull out his hair tie so I could run my fingers through it. His long hair was perfectly suited for his otherwise masculine appearance, and I caught myself staring at him as he interacted with Cupcake and the kids who were gathered around. "This is Nathan Voth," Dee Dee said, after I spoke with Charlotte and the others from California for a few minutes. "I know Mr. Voth," I said. "He comes into the restaurant." Dee Dee slapped her hand to her forehead. "I should have had a V8, she said. "He's joining us for a couple of days so he can take some pictures and do a few sketches," she continued. "I've commissioned him to do a painting of the house and some sketches of us in action here at the beach." "Aw, that sounds amazing," I said. "I'll bet they're going to turn out great." I smiled at Nathan. "I've seen some of your work and it's beautiful." Several other family members chimed in, agreeing that they'd seen some of his stuff and were looking forward to the results of this trip. I knew the artwork was legit, but I smiled inwardly at the fact that Dee Dee acted like Nathan was strictly here on business. Someone brought up getting ready for dinner, and the family turned to discussing that. I glanced at Evan, and he smiled and patted the space next to him. There were about 4 inches of space between him and my dog, and I crossed over to them and squeezed into it. Evan scooted over to give me some room. "Ryan told us she was your girlfriend," Willow's older daughter said when I sat down. "Ava. Remember what Aunt Paige said to Ryan?" Willow said, overhearing her daughter even though most of the other adults in the room were talking about dinner plans. "She is my girlfriend," Evan said, pulling me to him by the shoulder. The girl put her hands over her face and giggled, as if seeing Evan with a girl was the silliest thing she could imagine. "You want me to kiss her on the lips and prove it?" Evan said, teasing the girl, who giggled harder. "I do," Ryan yelled. Yeah, I do too," Izzy repeated, even though she didn't quite understand and was mostly just saying it to be like her sister. Tristan wiggled and grunted as if he wanted it too, whatever it was. Evan looked at me with a smile and shrug like he was just doing his uncle-y duty by kissing me. He leaned down and placed a sweet kiss on the top of my cheek. "You didn't kiss her on the lips," Willow's daughter said, taking her hands from her face to point at Evan. "Oh, y'all want me to?" Evan asked. He looked at me and shrugged as if to say we better go ahead and give the crowd what they wanted. I smiled and leaned up to kiss him as sweetly as he kissed me. Our lips touched, and we both smiled. I was smiling at how good it felt, and I assumed he was doing the same. "Oh my goodness, that is the most adorable thing I have ever seen," Charlotte said from across the room, getting everyone's attention and causing us to break eye contact and look at her. She was staring straight at Evan and me. She looked directly at Evan with a smile. "She is just too cute," she said. "I know," Paige said, "and she's sweet too. Evan did good." "I can't believe Evan did good," Charlotte said. Her expression was genuinely perplexed, like she thought Evan would bring home somebody totally different, and she respected the unexpected choice. "I just love her already," she said, shaking her head at me like she couldn't quite believe it. "Annabelle's a keeper," Dee Dee added.
"You better not mess it up, Evan,"
Logan said, giving his cousin a hard time.
"I'm not,"
Evan said. He put his arm around me and squeezed me.
"Why do you think I moved to Charlotte?"
In a quick motion, I pulled back far enough to stare up at him, and he shifted so he could see me as well.
"You didn't already know that?"
he asked. "I don't guess I did," I said quietly. "So we have Annabelle to thank for getting our baby boy back home to us?" Christy asked.
"Pretty much,"
Evan agreed, smiling at me. I just smiled dazedly at him, feeling unable to fully appreciate everything that was being said. "Thank God Dee Dee didn't get it right the first time," Paige said, "or I wouldn't exist in this family." Dee Dee let out a hearty laugh when Paige's statement hit her. "She's right," Dee Dee said, still laughing. "I brought Paige here to fix her up with Evan."
"You did what?"
Cody asked, causing us all to laugh.
"I remember that," Dan said. "She took Christy and me out onto the balcony one morning and said we needed to help her make Evan fall in love with the young lady she brought with her from Charlotte."
Everyone laughed again, including Dee Dee, who shook her head and held her hands up in surrender. "Hey," she said, "God used me to get Paige here for Cody," she said. "I'm pretty proud of that, so I'm not going to be ashamed by my slight miscalculation." She winked at Evan and pointed straight at me. "And this one was working at Amy's that morning when I met Paige." "I was telling her that," Paige said, shaking her head and smiling. "Thank goodness you brought the wrong girl that day." "God knows," Dee Dee said. "As much as I wanted him to be, Evan wasn't ready back then." "That's exactly what I said," Paige said. "I'm glad you think it too, though. It makes me feel a little better about taking Annabelle's spot that year."
"Annabelle found her spot just fine,"
Evan said, leaning into me. Chapter 18. Takeout options were discussed, but we decided to go out to eat. There were 26 of us, counting babies, so we called ahead to make sure the restaurant made accommodations. It was an Italian place, and Dee Dee set it up where they just served us several big dishes so we could eat family style. Dan got everyone's attention and said the blessing for all of us, thanking God for the food we were about to eat and for the tremendous blessing of family, which made me want to cry. Evan reached over and grabbed my hand while his dad prayed, which only made matters worse. I could barely pay attention to the end of the prayer because I was trying to suppress my urge to cry. I was an only child raised by parents who were divorced. My dad's mom was the one who owned the restaurant, and I was pretty close to her, but she was getting older now and couldn't do all the things she once could. I had a few cousins in St. Louis, but I had never been close to them. I loved my family and knew I had a good life, but I had never experienced anything close to the situation I now found myself in with the Hunts. They were all wonderful people, and I felt so blessed by the way they wanted to take me into the fold. Thankfully, his heartfelt prayer was brief. Otherwise, I would have been wiping my eyes. As it stood, I got by with several exaggerated blinks to clear the tears. I smiled at Evan once his dad finished praying, and he squeezed my hand before letting go so he could grab one of the dishes in the middle of the table. The servers had brought 3 types of pasta and a few pizzas, and we all just passed dishes around the table so we could serve ourselves. Evan asked me what I wanted and helped me with my food. He knew I was perfectly capable of doing it myself, but he almost seemed to enjoy taking care of me. Male chivalry, especially when coming from a devastatingly handsome man, gives girls all sorts of warm, fuzzy feelings. At least it did for me. Being a gentleman could make a not-so-handsome man more appealing. So just imagine how good it looked on Evan Hunt. It was a surreal experience having his attention and affection focused on me. The restaurant had set up 2 huge tables in a semi-private room. We could see the main dining room, but we were on the other side of a half wall. Evan and I sat next to each other near the middle of one of the tables. The other table was behind our backs, so we were nearly back to back with Logan and his wife, Rachel. Paige and Cody were directly across from us, and Evan's mom and dad were sitting on my right. We ended up talking to the people right beside us as we ate. Paige had been answering someone's question about the salon when she turned the conversation to me and the fact that I got them connected with one of the local women's shelters. "In a couple of weeks, we're going to do a spa day at the Hope Center," she said. "We have 10 stylists who are going to set up over there and bring some fresh new looks to those ladies." At least 6 or 8 of the people sitting around us were listening to her talk. "I think that's amazing," Christy said sweetly. "Annabelle's the one who hooked us up with that," Paige said, gesturing to me proudly. "She was planning on volunteering all by herself, and she got me feeling like I wanted in on it. You should tell them about the girl," Paige added, looking directly at me from across the table. I shook my head almost imperceptibly at her. I didn't necessarily want to tell the story, mostly because I felt like I had already been blessed by it enough. If I got any sort of praise out of the deal, I would just feel guilty. "What girl?" Evan asked, since I hadn't even told him about it. "I'm going to tell them if you don't," Paige said stubbornly. The only reason she knew about it was because she knew I had been up at the salon until after 10 p.m. this past Monday night. "Annabelle fit a week's worth of clients into a few days," Paige said. "We're normally closed on Mondays, but she had to move her clients around to make arrangements to be here with us this weekend. Anyway, long story short, the woman from the shelter called Annabelle on Monday to see if she could help out one of the women who had a job interview on Tuesday. She knew it was last minute," I said, taking up for her. "They didn't think about asking me until right before they called, and she said for me not to feel pressure to do it." "Well, Annabelle ended up doing it," Paige said. "She worked at the restaurant Monday morning, then she came in and did 7 hours worth of rearranged hair appointments before the woman came in. I think they were there till 10:30 that night. At least that's what the alarm record says." "That's so sweet," Christy said, patting my back like she was proud of me. The woman's story was all the thanks I needed, and again, I felt unworthy of any further pats on the back. "That's not all," Paige said. "That's not the best part." I sent her a shocked look that made her laugh. "Mrs. Cartwright called me," she said. Mrs. Cartwright was my main contact at the Hope Center. She had called me too, which was why I knew the rest of the story. I just didn't know Paige knew it. "Brenda got the job," Paige said. She shook her head as tears welled in her eyes. "The lady said she'd never seen such a transformation. She said having her hair done made the difference, that the confidence it gave Brenda was the reason the interview had gone so well." Paige's face crumpled slightly as she was talking, which made tears begin to form in my own eyes. "She said you helped that lady get back on her feet, that her life will change because of what you did." It was completely ridiculous that Paige was crying and making me cry in front of all these nice people. I wiped my eyes and shook my head at her, smiling through the tears that I was trying to keep at bay. "Well, it was Evan who inspired me," I said, since it was the truth. "He's always doing something to help someone." "I love my grandbabies so much," Dee Dee yelled from the other end of the table, since pretty much the whole table was now listening to our conversation. "Seriously, y'all," she said, "you don't know how happy it makes my heart to hear about how much you do for others. All of my babies have such kind, giving hearts." "Who do you think we get it from, Mom?" Dan asked from the other side of me. My eyes stung again as everyone at both tables agreed that they were the way they were because of Dee Dee. After that, everyone just sort of continued eating and began talking in small groups again. Evan put his hand on my leg and gave it a squeeze. I had on shorts, so we were skin to skin, and the feeling of it sent chills up my spine. I literally shivered. He leaned over so he could whisper in my ear. "You're never getting rid of me, you know," he said as a statement of fact and not a question. I guess I don't really want to, I said seriously.
Good, because you're not.
Good, because I don't want to, I said, cracking a tiny smile.
I'm taking you to the beach when we get back, he said.
You are?
Yep.
I haven't been to the beach yet, I said.
I know.
I'm probably gonna like it.
Yep, you are,
he said, giving my leg another squeeze.
And I am too.
You are? He nodded with a mischievous grin. What's gonna happen at that beach? I asked, feeling that familiar buzzing sensation. For the next few seconds, Evan blatantly stared at my lips. He unabashedly sat there and stared straight at them as if thinking of what he wanted to do with them. I had to bite my lip to keep from breaking into a huge grin, and he glanced up to meet my eyes with a funny expression like he thought I was trying to egg him on by biting my lip. I laughed and pushed at him with my shoulder.
You know what's happening at that beach,
he said as he looked away, casually reaching over me to take a dish from his mom. We had taken several cars to the restaurant, so half of them went to an ice cream place, and those of us who didn't want ice cream went straight home. Evan and I went with the non-ice cream bunch so that I could get back and check on Cupcake. I knew she'd be fine, but I was so amped up about this supposed walk to the beach that I wasn't hungry for ice cream. Evan was glad to get back to the house, so I didn't feel bad about that being my vote. The sun was deep in the sky, but it was still daylight by the time we got back home and decided to head out to the beach. All of the little kids had gone out for ice cream, so the house was quiet as we made our way through it.
What do you think about living in this house?
The life, I said, smiling at him as I made a swooning gesture.
So you want to?
He asked. Unless you're kicking me out to a hotel, I said, pinching him in a flirty way. But I already put my things upstairs and I'm pretty attached to that spot.
I mean permanently. With me.
We had been walking through the living room, but Evan stopped once we were in the kitchen and leaned against the counter. There were a couple of people in the living room, but they had already turned on the TV and were preoccupied. I smiled at him, but furrowed my eyebrows as if to ask what in the world he was talking about. At least that's what I hoped he understood by my expression.
I'm sort of serious,
he said.
I've been talking to Dee Dee and my parents and uncles this week. None of them are interested in living here full-time, so they're willing to let me buy it from Dee Dee. She said she'd love to know it's in the family and being lived in.
Evan paused and smiled at me patiently as if he knew he'd just dropped a bomb on me.
I looked at a couple of places for a restaurant, and the girls know of a spa where you could maybe work.
He gestured around him.
We'd have to be open to having these hoodlums around every summer, but I didn't think that'd be such a big deal.
He paused and glanced at me with a genuinely curious expression.
Would it be?
Would it be what? I asked, since I was basically in the middle of mentally short-circuiting.
Would it be okay with you to have them take over the house like this every June?
Our house? I asked, tilting my head. He smiled.
Yes. I mean, obviously you'd have to think about it or whatever, but I thought I should tell you sooner rather than later that it's on the table, since you're a part of the equation.
I pointed at myself. Are you asking my opinion about whether or not you should buy this house? I asked, feeling genuinely confused. He smiled and reached out to pinch me gently.
Well, I'm not buying the house unless I plan on moving here. And I'm not moving anywhere unless it's with you, so yeah, I guess I'm sort of asking your opinion.
He paused and smiled.
No pressure, though.
So we would move to Myrtle Beach? I asked. He shrugged.
It's an option.
Me and you?
Another smile. Yeah, me and you. We don't have to decide tonight or anything, but it's on the table. Dee Dee would give me a fair price, and everyone agrees that they want to keep it in the family.
And your aunt and uncle are okay with it? I asked.
We've worked it out where it's fair for everyone. None of the others want to live here full-time, and they're happy for me to be here to keep up with it.
Just then, his mom came downstairs and into the kitchen, making us stop our conversation. Evan pulled me into his arms and situated me with my back against his chest where I was facing his mom. For the next few minutes, we talked to her about sandcastles and other random vacation-related things that didn't include major life decisions. Chapter 19. Evan and I talked to his mom for a little while before we decided to go down to the beach. Cupcake wanted to come, but we left her at the house because I knew she'd be excited about her first visit to the ocean, and I didn't feel like keeping up with her. There was a huge deck extending off of the backside of the house. It was accessible from the first story, which meant it was set up on pillars like the rest of the house. A straight wooden staircase led from the deck to the sandy path below that took you to the beach. Evan led me across the deck and down the staircase for our much-anticipated walk.
This all needs to be pressure washed and stained, he said, gesturing to the rail as we walked down the stairs.
It had been a few minutes since he first mentioned the idea of buying the house, and I was still having trouble letting the idea sink in. The thought of being responsible for this grand place was inconceivable to a girl like me who grew up with her mom in a tiny 2-bedroom house. How in the world would you afford a place like this? I asked, since it was the main worry on my mind. He put his arm around me.
Honestly, it's a lot for me to take on while I'm trying to get a restaurant off the ground. I would basically be buying my aunt and uncle out, he said. My mom and dad want me to have it, and they're willing to wait on their piece until I can afford to give it to them. Plus, Dee Dee and the other two are being really fair with the price since they'd all like to see it maintained. I'm not sure about the timing, but I figure it's best to consider it while everyone else is on board with making it happen. It's a cool place, and it's almost too good to pass up.
He took my hand, and we walked down the path toward the beach. It was windy, and the closer we got, the more I could smell and hear the ocean. I tried to imagine this being my backyard and let out a little uncontrollable laugh at the thought.
What?
He asked. It's just a lot to think about, I said.
I obviously have some money saved, otherwise I couldn't even think about something like this. But I'll be honest, it might be a little tight for a while. Between the restaurant and the house, we might be eating ramen for a couple of years.
He glanced at me as we walked, and I smiled at him. I know how to make biscuits, I said. They're cheap. Plus, I'd be working, don't forget about that. He smiled and abandoned holding my hand in favor of putting his arm around me.
I feel like I should go ahead and disclose something else, he said, cringing like he thought it might be some kind of deal breaker.
Termites? I asked, making him laugh.
No.
Hurricanes?
No.
Bad neighbors? He laughed again.
No.
Hit me.
The family visits probably won't be limited to 1 week out of the year. I think each of the families, maybe all but the California crew, are accustomed to visiting the house a time or two on their own during the year.
You're saying if we live here, then the members of your family are going to come visit us? He nodded.
They'll probably want to stay here, too.
He shook his head.
It shouldn't be that big of a deal, though. It's not like it's all the time.
I laughed.
What?
You're saying the people we just had dinner with will be coming to see us every once in a while.
Yes,
he said, seriously, as if waiting for my reaction. He shrugged.
It's part of the reason I'm getting a good price on the house. They sort of think they can come spend the weekend once or twice a year. I know Cody and Paige do for sure.
I glanced at him, and I could tell he was actually concerned. Evan, I love your family, I explained. The idea that they'd come visit us only makes me more okay with moving here. Oh my goodness, I said, coming to a stop once we were on the shore. With all the talk of buying the house, I hadn't been able to appreciate the breathtaking expanse of water in front of me. It was amazingly beautiful, and I took a deep breath in, feeling like my lungs were better off for having a little salt air in them. It's a lot to think about, I said. I paused and gestured around me. But who wouldn't want to live here if given the chance, right? We were both quiet for a minute before I said, I love your family. Please don't ever feel like I wouldn't want them around. If anything, I'm the new girl and they're tolerating having me around.
Not when you're the lady of the house,
he said, pulling me into his arms. I turned into him so his body would block the wind coming off of the ocean. His hair was pulled back, but little wisps of it flew wildly in the wind all around his face. Had he just called me the lady of a house? And if so, had he been referring to this house? What kind of backwards world were we living in? I stared up at his scar, wondering if God had used that accident to bring us to this, to bring him to me. My mom will probably want to visit quite a bit too, I said. She might even end up selling her house and moving here once she sees this. I gestured at the ocean and absent-mindedly shook my head at its magnificence.
I figured it might come to that, he said. Which will be good, since before too long we might be needing a babysitter.
Evan Hunt, you're saying all sorts of stuff I'm gonna wish I could hear all over again.
Then I'll just say it again,
he said, wearing his confident smile as he stared down at me.
What you need me to say? That I love you and I want to have babies? That I want to buy you this house because it's the best thing I can think of buying you?
He paused and smiled at me.
Just ask me when you want to hear me say it again, and I will.
He shrugged.
I might not get it word for word, but I'll get close.
How close? I asked, smiling up at him as he held me around the waist.
You want me to try again?
He asked. I nodded.
I want to buy you this house, Annabelle, because it feels right. You feel right. I'm pretty sure we're gonna live here and have babies, and your mom will probably end up babysitting, like I said.
I giggled at the feeling of pure joy that came over me. Evan, this is crazy, I said, staring up at him. He tilted his head at me.
Really?
Yes, really. This is the last conversation I planned on having with you when I drove over here today.
Is it okay?
He asked. Yes, it's okay, I said, smiling and shaking my head. It's just crazy. I feel like I'm in some sort of crazy dream world.
It's a pretty good backyard, isn't it?
Are you kidding me? I asked. I haven't even fully taken it in because my brain's going haywire on other stuff.
Like picking up your life and moving to the beach with me?
I smiled. Yep, I said, like that.
Like marrying me and making babies and stuff?
He asked, smirking at me. Yep, I said, my heart pounding in my chest. Stuff like that. He turned with me in his arms and then positioned me with my back to his chest again so I could stare out at the water. I turned so that my cheek rested on his chest and closed my eyes as the breeze hit my face. It felt as close to heaven as I'd ever been.
I'm gonna give you a minute to look out at it. And then I'm gonna turn you around and kiss you like I've been wanting to kiss you for weeks. Then after that, I'm gonna ask you again if you want to get married and run away with me to Myrtle Beach.
All that stuff's gonna make it impossible for me to say no, I said. His chest shook as he laughed.
That's the idea.
Then I should just go ahead and say yes if you're gonna make it so hard for me. He made a disapproving clicking sound.
Don't say yes yet, he said.
Why not?
Because I'm gonna kiss you like I'm trying to talk you into something, and it won't be as good if you agree to it beforehand.
The feeling of longing that came over me at the promise of this kiss made me squeeze my eyes tight.
Look at that sailboat out there,
he said, pointing into the distance. The sun was going down, but I could still see the boat he was talking about in the distance. I was overwhelmed with sensations. I shifted slightly so that I could stare up at the man who held me in his arms. My eyes were even with his neck, and I stared upward at his jaw and cheek. I wanted him to go ahead and kiss me already. He said he was going to let me look at the ocean for a minute, but hadn't a minute passed? I lifted up to put a kiss on his neck, right under his jaw. I just couldn't help myself. I was glad I had been able to talk to him when he was in Haiti, but it only made me more desperate to hold on to him now that he was right here in front of me. I used my own arms to hold his in place, making sure he held me tightly as I snuggled up to him. I placed another quick kiss on his neck because I could wait no longer.
Oh, you want to skip right ahead?
He asked, teasing me for getting antsy. I shrugged shyly.
Because I'll gladly skip to that part if you want me to.
I've been missing you, I whispered. I hadn't meant for it to be, but the vulnerability I was feeling was evident in my voice.
Say that again,
Evan said, leaning down to get his ear closer to me. It's true, I said right into his ear. I missed you something terrible.
That sounds good,
he said. He glanced at me with a curious expression.
What else?
He asked. What do you mean? He shrugged.
I like you whispering into my ear,
he said, shifting again.
Let me hear one more thing.
I laughed at his silliness, but wasted no time lifting onto my toes to whisper to him again. I think I'm at home where you are, Evan Hunt.
And I think I'm at home with you,
he said.
Annabelle?
Yeah?
Turn around.
I knew what he was going to do simply by the tone of voice he used. He was planning on kissing me, no doubt about it. I did as he asked, and turned with absolutely no hesitation. I did a 180 in his arms and smiled up at him. He smiled back and put his hands on my face.
Dimples,
he said, rubbing my cheeks with his thumbs. My smile broadened, and he leaned in to kiss me while I was still smiling. My lips were stretched tight as he used his relaxed lips to kiss me, small repetitive kisses that lined my mouth. My lips, which had been stretched tight with a smile, began to relax under his careful attention. Evan must have kissed me 8 or 10 times before my smile faded completely. My hands instinctually went to his face, and I held on to him the same as he held me. Our kiss deepened slowly. It went from a one-sided kiss on his part to both of us finding a slow rhythm as our lips came down on each other's gently, time after time. Evan completely took the lead. He kissed me like someone who was trying to convince me of something. He took control and helped me get from nervous and giddy to deliberate and patient. Evan Hunt brought out the best in me, and I mean that in every way, including kissing. I could clearly feel the intention in our exchange. He kissed me like he was exploring a newfound part of himself, and it made me feel like I was finally where I was supposed to be. Evan's mouth was still on mine when he breathed my name.
Annabelle,
he said, with no intention of saying anything else. I let my hand go around the back of his neck, allowing my fingers to lace through his hair. I pulled his face toward mine, giving him the clear idea that I wanted him to kiss me more deeply. I opened my mouth to him, and he answered by kissing me the way I wanted to be kissed. His tongue dipped into my mouth, and I welcomed it, pulling it deeper into me before letting it go again.
Annabelle,
he whispered again once we broke contact. Evan, I said in a slow whisper to match his. He turned his ear to me, and without him having to verbally ask, I repeated myself. Evan, I whispered into his ear. I felt his face stretch as he smiled.
Yeah, that's good,
he said, wiggling a little like a king who was adjusting on his throne. I laughed at him. You're a mess, I said.
Your mess,
he added. I wrapped my arms around his neck. Mine, I agreed. Chapter 20. Evan and I stayed out on the beach until past sunset. He said some or all of the family would likely come down to the shore and inadvertently interrupt us, but they never did. Either they didn't feel like coming, or they were trying to give us some privacy. Either way, I got to enjoy a private stretch of ocean with the man that I loved for what must have been a couple of hours. Being that it was on the East Coast, the sun didn't go down over the water. For whatever reason, I hadn't really thought the geographic implications of being situated on an eastern coast, and I just sort of pictured all beaches with the sun setting on the far side of the water. That feeling of surprise was something I didn't share with Evan, since it only took 2 seconds of me thinking about it to realize it had been a ridiculous assumption. There were some cloud formations over the ocean that were equally as beautiful as the sunset, so we stared out at them as we talked and laughed. We stood there, holding each other, talking, kissing, and watching it go from light to dark. "We better go check on Cece," I said. It was a nickname I had for Cupcake, which I called her about a quarter of the time. Evan had heard me call her that before and didn't skip a beat when I said it. It was now dark, but the half moon was bright over the ocean. We had gradually worked our way into the water as we talked. We were up to our ankles in it, so our feet were wet as we started back toward the house. I had been wearing shoes on our way out there, but had taken them off to put my feet in the water. I picked them up and held them in one hand, and Evan did the same with his. Both of us strategically held them in the hand furthest from the other person, so that the hand closest to each other was free. He reached out and grabbed me, lacing his big fingers between mine and giving me butterflies all over again. I wanted to never let go of his hand for as long as I lived. He led me up the path toward the house. I remember walking up those stairs to the deck, thinking how amazing it was that I might call this place my home. It still seemed surreal, even though we had just had a long, reasonable adult conversation about it. He said if we decided to move forward with things, that we would make the transition within the next 6 months so that he could be here to oversee the process of opening the restaurant. He said he knew it was springing a lot on me at once, but that he would want to go ahead and get married before we moved. Before his accident, I wouldn't have pegged Ryan as the type to marry a girl before he'd move in with her, but he was a very different person now. I wanted to marry him, so I told him during our conversation that if we decided to go through with everything, then I thought getting married was the right thing to do. He didn't seem to want to rush me into agreeing to everything without having time to think about it, but more than once he referred to our future, as if there were no question that it would all work out. The little ones were in bed, and so, it seemed, were Dee Dee, Nathan, and most of the parents. Logan and Charlotte, along with their spouses, were downstairs with Mia, Cody, and their significant others. Charlotte and Logan's parents were still down there, but they excused themselves just as we came in the house. We had been gone a long time, and Cupcake was excited to see us. She jumped around for a few seconds as she sniffed Evan and me like she hadn't seen us in years. Mia wanted to play a game, so the 10 of us broke up into 2 teams of 5 and played charades. We did our best to be quiet for everyone who had already gone to bed, but the whole lot of us were clowns, and we wound up laughing for the next few hours as we played games and told embarrassing stories. I thought about repeating this experience every summer for the rest of my life, and felt an undeniable sense of rightness. I was where I belonged. 3 out of 5 of the couples that were downstairs playing games were sleeping upstairs on the 3rd floor, and Evan and I were included in this group. There was 1 bedroom up there, but Cub and Charlotte and their little one took it. Logan and Rachel, along with Evan and I, were couch surfing in the upstairs living room, and we decided to put on a movie before we went to bed. We took turns showering while Rachel decided on a movie. The couches were almost as wide as a single bed, and rather than lay on their own, Logan and Rachel curled up onto one of them. I was sitting on my designated couch when Evan got done with his shower. He went to a couch that was closer to the TV and sat down on it. He looked at me right after he sat down. "Come on," he said, patting the seat next to him. I walked over there, snuggled up in the plush blanket I had already claimed as my own. Evan stretched out, letting his body hug the back of the couch so there was space for me on the edge. He pulled a blanket over himself before leaning back onto a pillow with his arm resting behind his head. "Just sleep over here," he said, motioning for me to lie next to him. "I'm not going to do anything." I stretched out beside him, resting my head in the comfortable place where his arm met his chest. He ran his hand over my head as if it comforted him to hold me close. So distracting were my feelings for him that I had no idea what movie we were watching for the first 20 or so minutes. I just stayed there, thinking about everything but the movie. Several times, Evan turned and placed a kiss on my forehead as if he was just checking in with me. Every time he did it, I would pick up his hand, which I was holding, and put a kiss on his knuckles like I was just checking in with him in return. Then we'd go back to watching the movie, only to repeat the process again in 10 or 15 minutes. We fell asleep like that, and before I knew it, it was morning. I woke up before Evan, and it took a second to realize where I was. The previous night seemed like a dream, and I might have thought it was had I not woken up in the crook of Evan's arm. Evan woke up the instant I shifted, and he began to stretch. There was a layer of blanket between us, but I still loved the feeling of waking up next to him. He stretched and then squeezed me.
"Mornin',"
he said in a deep, raspy tone. "Mornin'," I whispered back to him as I sat up and turned to look at him. His hair was all over the place, and I smiled as I reached up to clear some of it off of his face.
"You have dimples,"
he said sleepily, but as if he was noticing for the first time. I smiled. "You do too," I said.
"Not like yours," he said. "There's something on the floor,"
he added, still in that sleepy tone. I gave him a curious look.
"Ryan snuck up here a little while ago,"
he said.
"She was holding something and she put it down right there."
He gestured with a quick flick of his head to show me it was next to us, and I turned to reach down for it. There was a yellow letter-size envelope with Evan's name printed on it. I sat up a little bit, but Evan stayed in his place, stretched out on the couch. "It's for you," I said, seeing his name. I handed it to him, but he just shook his head.
"You can open it."
I tentatively started to open it and looked at him like maybe he knew something that I didn't. "What is it?" I asked, feeling nervous. He smiled and shrugged.
"I have no idea,"
he said. I carefully opened it and looked inside. There were 2 pieces of paper enclosed, and I pulled them both out. The one on the bottom was thick, art paper, and the one on top was a regular piece of wide-ruled paper torn out of a legal pad. There was a handwritten note on the top sheet, and I took time to look down at it even though I was curious about what was underneath. I turned it so that Evan and I could both see it at the same time, and I stared at the handwriting, thinking it looked like Walt Disney's signature. I focused at the top and began reading the words.
"Evan, I apologize if you see this as an invasion of privacy, but I came across you and your girlfriend on the beach last evening, and you were just begging to become art. I hope you don't mind. Capturing moments like this is, after all, why your grandmother hired me. All the best, Nathan."
Evan must have finished reading the note before I did, because he said,
"Let's see it,"
before I had even finished reading. I put the handwritten note at the back of the stack so we could see what was sketched on the thicker paper. It was a pencil drawing of Evan and I standing on the shore. Nathan had used a small amount of watercolor to lightly shade areas of the piece. It was absolutely beautiful. My eyes started stinging as I saw the way we were standing there holding each other's faces. I knew what it felt like being there when it happened, but seeing us from someone else's perspective sent an unexpected wave of emotion through me. I opened my eyes super wide as I stared at it in an effort to stop the tears that instantly threatened to form.
"That's pretty cool,"
Evan said.
"I'm glad he did that."
He paused for a second, waiting for me to say something, but I was too torn up to form any words.
"Do you like it?"
he asked. "Oh my goodness. I really like it," I said. "I can't believe he did this. I didn't even see him." We went downstairs to find that most of the family was already awake. The young ones were playing with toys in the living room, while the adults either sat around in the living room or kitchen. "Did you get your picture?" Ryan asked the very instant we came downstairs. "Yep," Evan said, catching her when she ran to him. He lifted her up to give her a kiss before setting her to her feet again. Izzy came up and did the same thing, only she was light enough for Evan to hold, so he placed her on his side since that was where she wanted to be. "Where is it?" Ryan asked, tugging at Evan's arm. "Rye, they just woke up," Paige said. She glanced at us apologetically.
Mr. Voth wouldn't let us see it till he showed it to you first.
She paused and pointed at her daughter.
She loves looking at his sketches. She knows that one exists, but she hasn't seen it yet, so she was hoping you'd bring it down with you. We're gonna get some coffee, Squirt, Evan said. But you can go get it and bring it down if you want. Just be careful with it and let your mom take it out of the envelope for you.
Ryan gave us a big, toothless grin before running upstairs.
Careful,
Cody called as his daughter whizzed past him on her way up. Evan sat Izzy down before taking my hand. He pulled me through the living room and into the kitchen where Dee Dee was standing near the coffee pot. Nathan was sitting at the dining room table with a few others, but he was close enough to hear when she said, "That's a beautiful picture, isn't it?"
Amazing, Evan said to her before shifting his attention to Mr. Voth. Thank you, he said sincerely, causing the other man to smile and make a tiny saluting motion.
Dee Dee was in the middle of pouring us each a cup of coffee when Ryan came back downstairs with the envelope in her hand. I vaguely registered people in the living room passing it around and commenting on it, but my focus turned to Dee Dee, who had my stomach tied in knots from the first question she asked. "Did Evan tell you he's thinking about taking this old place off of my hands?" she asked as she handed me a mug.
You better hope I did, Dee Dee. Otherwise you just messed up,
Evan said, pulling me into his arms so I could stand in front of him. Dee Dee looked at me with a smile. "He said he had to talk to you first," she said with a wide-eyed expression.
Stop putting her on the spot when she just woke up,
Evan defended, hugging me and digging his face into my back like he might use me for a pillow and fall back asleep. "You would have to be a fool not to get excited at the chance to live in a place like this," I said, not wanting to come across as ungrateful or insincere, but not knowing what else to say. "Do you like it here?" she asked. "It's amazing," I said. "I can see and feel that the ocean is God's handiwork. I could definitely get used to staring at it every day."
And before you ask,
Evan said from behind my back,
yes, I did already ask her to marry me.
"You did?" I asked. I turned so quickly to face him that it came across as a jerking motion that made everyone in the vicinity laugh. Evan was smirking at me as if wondering where his pillow had gone.
Sure,
he said.
I thought we said we'd just go ahead and get married if we go through with the house.
Evan, Michael, Dee Dee said, reaching out to push his shoulder. Where's the romance in that?
Don't worry, Dee Dee. There's tons of romance,
he said with a smile in his voice. He held me to his chest again and squeezed like he never wanted to let me go. You can't just say, we'll go ahead and do it, Dee Dee said. She's right, Christy added, shaking her head at Evan. That's not the same as asking her to marry you. Evan shifted so he could stare down at me. I turned and looked up at him.
You need me to get down on one knee or something?
I shook my head fervently. I did not need him to do that.
Should I at least say it like an official question so we can get these women off our case about it?
Yes, you should, Dee Dee said, making us all glance at her. She smiled and shrugged as if she was just telling it like it was.
I pretty much put it all out there last night, but if y'all need me to say it out here in front of God and everybody, then I will.
We do, Ryan said, since she and some of the other kids had gathered around by this point. Izzy came up and tapped my leg. Uncle Evan doesn't stink, she said as if it was something I had been really concerned about. I know, I whispered, winking at her. I think he smells good. I shrugged at Evan as if wondering why his niece would want to tell me that, and he smiled.
Annabelle Riley, I would really love to marry you and live with you in this house. I'd like to take over the master bedroom because I've been sleeping on couches for the last 15 years. Everyone who was listening got a kick out of that since it was the truth. He paused and had taken a second to stare at me before he said, This is the part where I have to phrase it like a question, and you have to respond with a yes so that everyone can clap and then we all have closure about it and go on with our day.
I giggled. Okay.
I said. So after I ask the question, I'm going to pause, and we're all going to look at you, and your job is to respond with a yes.
Assuming the answer is yes, I added, nodding like I understood him perfectly. This caused everyone to laugh again, which in turn made me feel bad. I was implying that I might say no, which could not be further from the truth. I adjusted in his arms, taking his face into my hands the same way I had done the night before. His arms were wrapped around my back, and I relaxed into them. I stared at him like we were the only two people in the room. Actually, yes, I said, correcting myself. You don't even need to ask it because I'm going to say yes to whatever it is. I paused and said, so yes. I popped up to put a quick kiss in the corner of his mouth. He smiled and made a silly, overly confident face at his mom and grandma like he was the king of the castle since his girl would say yes without him even asking, which made everyone in the room crack up. What happened just now? Ryan asked, even though she was getting a little older now and probably knew exactly what had just happened.
Annabelle said she'd marry me, Evan said, stooping to give his niece a high five.
Ryan high-fived him and then grinned at us. Does that mean Cupcake's my cousin? Epilogue. Evan and I got married 3 months after the trip to Myrtle Beach. We did it in Charlotte at a beautiful little chapel and had the reception party at Dee Dee's house. Nathan Voth had done 2 different oil paintings of the house, and Dee Dee presented one of them to Evan and me as a wedding gift and kept one for herself. He had a realistic style with the slightest edge of quirkiness, and I would have loved the painting as a work of art even if the house in it wasn't now mine. Which it was, so I obviously loved the painting even more. The masterpiece was hanging in the living room. I had the sketch he drew of Evan and me triple matted and mounted in a beautiful, ornate frame before hanging it in the master bedroom. It was my favorite piece of art in the whole house. We got married the week before we were set to close on the property. We took a honeymoon to Scotland because I had always wanted to visit, and though it might sound funny, I had always wanted a chance to see the Northern Lights, and I knew it was a good time of year to try it out in Scotland. So when Evan said I could choose anywhere in the world, I chose that. We spent 8 days in Scotland before coming back to the States to our new home in Myrtle Beach. During the first few months, I felt like I was still on vacation. It really didn't sink in until the following spring that it was my home, and I was going to continue to wake up there every single day. It was now June again, and time for the first annual family visit with Evan and me as the owners of the house. I was looking forward to it. This trip would be extra special because we were kicking things off with a wedding. It all started when Nathan Voth would not accept payment from Diane Hunt for services rendered. He said he felt wrong for doing it since he was going to marry into the family anyway. Dee Dee appreciated his confidence, and the two made things more and more official as the months passed. Nathan had fallen in love with the house in Myrtle Beach, so he took it upon himself to talk to the neighbors on both sides of our property, just in case they were open to selling. Neither neighbor was interested at first, but after a few months, the owners of the house on the south side of us changed their minds and sold the property to Nathan. Regardless of whether or not Evan and I were open to having them come every year, which we were, the simple fact was that it was a tight squeeze. Buying the house next door was a beautiful move on Nathan's part, and the gesture sealed the deal when he asked Diane to marry him. He closed on the house about a month ago, and Evan and I had been his eyes and ears while he had some repairs done. It was smaller than the one we bought from Dee Dee, but it was perfect for the 2 of them, plus 6 others when it came time for the annual vacation. It was a perfect solution to our overcrowding problem, and it took a little pressure off me as the new hostess. Not that I felt much because they were all so easygoing. So we had a little Hunt family compound now, thanks to Nathan's new purchase and the fact that he and Dee Dee had just tied the knot, which, by the way, happened about an hour ago out on the beach in my backyard. We were all there, including Nathan's family who had come in for the wedding and were only staying for one night. My house would be bursting at the seams tonight, but after that, Some of them would move over to Dee Dee's new place where she and Nathan had 3 extra bedrooms. My house would still be packed in spite of the added room, but that's just how I wanted it. Besides my mom, it had been a few months since we had visitors, and I was really looking forward to everyone coming over for the week. We had food brought in by a catering company for the reception. A few people had gone next door to change or take a quick tour of the place, but most everyone stayed at our house for the post-wedding feast. We even had a few extras from Charlotte who were staying in a hotel for the night, so our house was bustling with action. Cupcake loved all the attention and went around letting people pet her and comment on what a pretty girl she was. She loved living at the beach, and it was so much fun watching her run out to the water, surprised every single time, like every time was her first time seeing it. Evan's restaurant was doing well. His story had been featured in a local newspaper before it opened. They told about his history and modeling background and how he was now a full-time resident. His popularity was enough to make people visit the restaurant, and he capitalized on that by making sure they got served good food and wanted to come back. He viewed it as a full-time job and spent quite a bit of time there, making sure it was successful, which it was turning out to be. I admired his work ethic, and it pushed me to become better at my own pursuits. He continued to work with the EOC. I worked 3 10-hour days at the salon. I made time in my schedule to do 3 free haircuts a week, and those were always the most rewarding ones. I loved them all, though. I truly enjoyed my job, and it allowed me to contribute to the house payment without having to work full-time. This way, I could help Evan with the restaurant, which I also thoroughly enjoyed. Evan Hunt was, without a doubt, the man of my dreams. Neither of us was perfect, but our flaws complemented each other, and we truly were in love. He was wearing a light-colored linen shirt and some khakis. We had bought somewhat coordinating outfits for all the grandkids, a group in which I was now included. The guys looked sharp in their collarless, button-up linen shirt with khaki pants, and I stared from my kitchen window at my gorgeous husband who was laughing at something his cousin said out on the deck. I decided to leave the dishes for later so that I could go out there and stand next to that man. My man. He made eye contact with me the instant I opened the sliding glass door, and he gestured with a flick of his head for me to come over to where he was standing. I smiled and headed toward him. Confident that I was on my way, Evan went back to talking to Logan, who was standing next to him. Rachel was sitting on the other side of her husband holding a baby. Their little boy, Levi, was only a few months old and already looked just like his daddy. Mia was sitting nearby, and she also had a baby in her arms. It was her and Nico's second, a girl named Annie after his mom. Her full name was Annie Jane Torres, and they already called her AJ, which I thought was super cute and tough for a little girl. They were both adorable babies, and holding them gave me the feeling that I might want it to be sooner than later when Evan and I start trying to have one of our own. "Can I hold her?" I asked Mia. "Of course," she said. I bent down and plucked the baby out of her mother's arms. I held her close to my face and made an exaggerated happy face, trying to make her smile.
"She's about to get some fever," Nico said, pointing at me. "Oh, I can tell you that a mile away with how she snagged that baby up like that," Logan said, shaking his head as he looked at me. I narrowed my eyes at him. "I don't have the fever," I said. "I just love babies. Like this precious little angel right here, huh, baby AJ?" Logan looked at Evan with a deadpan expression and said, "Fever," making us all laugh. Charlotte and Cub were sitting at the big table on the far end of the deck with Paige and Cody, Andy and Willow, and all of their little ones. Charlotte and Cub's little boy, Ben, was now toddling around and was a total handful who would climb anything and jump off of places that were slightly too high. She had to watch him like a hawk to keep him from falling and skinning his knees 24/7. They teased Evan about being the same way, telling him he should take a turn looking after his little cousin as punishment for doing the same thing to his parents. Evan swore that Ben would grow up to be an awesome individual in spite of his current high-maintenance condition. He said they should just hang in there and watch the magic unfold.
Charlotte and Cub, along with Logan and Rachel, still lived in California full-time. Charlotte and Cub had come to Carolina for our wedding, but Rachel had just given birth, so she and Logan didn't make it. It was the first time Evan and I had seen them since summer, and it was great to catch up with them and meet little Levi. She was a dentist who worked part-time and also did some pro bono work each week. Paige had a hand resting on her stomach, which was 9 months pregnant with their third child, a boy to no doubt be tortured and loved by his 2 older sisters. They hadn't planned on finding out the baby's gender, but the person doing the ultrasound made the rare mistake of announcing it when she forgot they didn't want to know. With 2 little girls at home, Paige was glad to have the time to prepare herself for bringing home a baby boy. She was nervous and excited at the same time, and couldn't wait to go ahead and meet him. The timing was good, since they had just moved into their new house, one Cody had custom built with a round stone tower so it looked like a castle. It was beautifully designed, and was the perfect mix of regal yet whimsical. He designed it with Paige in mind, and I was so happy for her when we drove to Charlotte to see them and take a tour. Mia and Nico still split their time between the East and West Coasts. Mia was helping Evan with some marketing and had actually been here a couple of times since we moved. She and Nico joked about adding it to their circle and making visits to Myrtle Beach more frequent than just once a year. Of course, we told them they were always welcome, and so did Dee Dee now that she had her own house next door. Mia and Nico's little boy, Tristan, was 3 now, and he made the most adorable ring bearer for Dee Dee's wedding. He was wearing suspenders and looked like a little Oliver Twist handing them the rings. Dee Dee's wedding was simple, but we all cried when Nathan talked about what a testament it was to her that she was surrounded by so many people who loved her. It was a simple, short ceremony, but it was touching and heartfelt and left us all with the feeling of warm fuzzies. It was still hard for me to believe that things turned out the way they did. I got my hunt man and a dream home on the beach. I was a part of a beautiful family, and they loved me like I was one of their own. It was a dream life, and I didn't for a second take it for granted.
You look hot right now,
Evan said, pulling me into his arms after I handed baby AJ back to her mama. There were a lot of people standing around, but Evan didn't pay attention to them as he held me by the waist. He stared down at me like we were on this deck alone as we had been for so many nights before. It was a familiar position for us, standing out there in each other's arms as the ocean breeze hit us. It didn't seem to faze either of us that our deck was full of people. We just stared at each other like they weren't even there. "You don't look so bad yourself," I said, snuggling up to him and batting my lashes like I was shy.
"You gonna cause me to leave this party?" he asked, staring at me.
I smiled and shook my head. "No," I whispered like he was out of his mind. "We'd never get any privacy with all these people here. It's a disaster waiting to happen." He shrugged.
"I don't think it's so sketchy," he said. "That's why God made locks."
I laughed. "We cannot go in there while all these people are at our house," I whispered, feeling like I wanted to do the opposite of what I was saying. "We would not be able to relax."
"I would definitely be able to relax,"
he said confidently. I smiled and stretched up to kiss him on the cheek. "I'll probably be able to relax later, though," I said. He smiled.
"Oh, yeah?"
I nodded.
"All right. I'll look forward to that."
Logan and Rachel and the others were preoccupied talking to Dan and Christy, who had just walked up, so thankfully nobody was paying attention to us. "I love your family being here," I said. He smiled.
"I'm glad."
"I love you," I said, staring into his dark eyes.
"I love you, Annabelle. You're my girl."
I nodded. "I know," I said, making him smile.
"Good."
"Good that you know it too," I said, shrugging.
"Glad we both know it then,"
he said, smiling down at me. His smile was so perfect that I couldn't resist kissing him. I did it twice before I could finally make myself leave him alone. "It's the best ending ever, you know," I said, feeling happy for Dee Dee and so in love myself. Evan grinned and nudged his chin at me.
It's just the start,
he said. The end. This has been It's About Time, Hunt Family Book 5 by Brooke St. James, narrated by Kate Rudd. Thank you for listening.